Hello. So we are jumping back into Cafe Enchante. Uh, I might not have a very long stream today. My goal was to finish this today before I went to work. It is way in the afternoon, and I actually am not going to work today because my back has been killing me ever since Monday. I think I also started late yesterday for the same reason. So my back just hurts, but sitting that doesn't hurt so much, so I've been okay. But I've pretty much just been relaxing all morning, and my back is still kind of hurting, but I don't know what I did. I still don't know. I must have like moved something, grabbed something. I don't know. Hello, Sleazy. Welcome to the chat. So we're jumping back into Misyr's story. Previously in Misyr's story, we found out he wasn't a demon king, which was one of our theories. We found out that he is not from the demon world, Asmodia, which is another theory we already had. I don't know what he is, but he looks honestly what I picture a demon, so he's on brand. So we're about to find out more. We just started chapter 3. That's when we took our break last night. So we're going to jump back into this world. There was no sound at the beginning, which is why I hadn't loaded in yet. And then this is what his world looks like from my understanding. I could be wrong, but that's the vibe I was getting. Do I have sound turned off? No, I don't. Okay, it's just still quiet. Strangely shaped arms, strangely shaped legs, a strangely shaped body. I slowly set foot into the fissure that formed in space as though torn open. Just like traveling through the gate, moving between worlds feels like floating. I lowered my foot with a tinge of unease, not knowing if there really will be ground below. Then, the sensation of dry ash. So it really is this place. Beyond the fissure in space that opened for some reason during my rampage, stretching far and wide is scenery that I'm so used to seeing I'm tired of it. Even Leah knows now. I look at my ominous palms and mutter in self-deprecation, what an ugly form. Which this is just who you are. Like, you're not a human. You can't judge yourself. Despite being used to it, I think this every time I see myself. No matter how accustomed she is to the existence of non-humans, this strangely shaped form, and seeing the power of runation I spread, of course she would think nothing of it. Exposed to this rough air, I slowly begin to walk. In the air in the demon world I came from, it's like a gloomy and stagnant swamp. The air in this world is like an air-raid desert that exists to torment people. It's as though even this sad feeling I have will dry up and scatter away. I didn't want this. I didn't think this lie would be found out. I didn't want to think it. I'm just a demon king who likes coffee. I say unsettling things once in a while, chatting with all the regulars at the shop. I watch over her while she works, enjoying the coffee she makes. That was enough for me. I can't even do that. I feel like maybe you shouldn't have made yourself a demon king. I feel like you gave yourself way too much power in their realm, and I don't know how much they know about the world you're from, so maybe you made a mistake. I have to adjust my legs, and I do apologize because I might wince because, like I said, my back is not feeling it right now. It is not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Spreading before my eyes are nothing but countless little hills where ash has piled up a bit more. In this world, over the span of 10,000s of years, tens of thousands to be clear, the countless people I cared for, this countless graveyard of sediment, thousands upon thousands, far too many to count, this depressing grave markers of ash. Back, everyone. That's right. In the end, this is the only place I belong. No matter what mask I wear, no matter what falsehoods I use to deceive, lies are always found out eventually. After the incident where I was carried off to the demon world by the demon king called Asmodeus, having taken refuge in the wormhole just before the demon world was reduced to waste, Caunus and everyone came back to find me. Me and I captured Asmodeus, where we're brought back to the human world. There to greet us in our confusion were Rindo and his GPM subordinates. At the time, my head was too full. I don't even remember how I explained it all to Rindo, Caunus, and everyone else. For the time being, after handing over Asmodeus and arresting him under kidnapping charges, I don't think you can arrest him. I don't think your laws work. We all stayed at an inn for the night. The next morning at GPM headquarters, it's so quiet without music. What the heck?
結論から言わせてもらうよ。
Thank you.
やっぱり魔界アスモディアと魔王ミシェルに接点は存在しない。
Let me start with the conclusion, as we thought no connection exists between Demon World Asmodia and Demon King Misyr. The words Rindo bluntly said rang especially loud in the morning silence.
その話、間違いねえんだな。
There's no mistake about it.
残念ながら裏付けも取れているよ。
Just fixing my top. Yes, unfortunately, we found evidence.
拘束したアスモデウスと生き残っていたらしい部下の魔族を昨べのうちに尋問したんだけど。
Last night, we interrogated the arrested Asmodeus as well as his surviving demon subordinates.
何度も言わせるな人間ども。
Don't make me repeat myself, humans.
アスモディアに君臨する魔王はこの魔王アスモデウスただ一人。
The only demon king
聞いたこともない。
reigning in Asmodia is me alone. Demon King Asmodeus. I've never even heard the name Misyr.
というか、まずはこの拘束を外せ。俺様は花嫁に会いに行くのだ。
And actually, first remove these restraints. I must go see my bride. As long as look at it, he cares, you know?
とまあ、そんな感じでさ。
Anyway, it went kind of like that. According to Rindo, Asmodeus had great luck in escaping the worst trouble. To prepare the ceremony with me, he had gathered all the demons in the planned venue out in the countryside. That ashen power of Misyr seems to have stopped after destroying only half the demon world. The place demons had gathered happened to be in the remaining half. Thus, his subordinates and other demons avoided succumbing to the destructive powers. They all managed to survive. By the way, the arm and leg Asmodeus himself lost were reformed with magic power. Oh good, he didn't lose his body parts. But he was worried about her. He tried to get her away from that. There were no deaths in that incident. In that sense, I think from my heart that it's a relief. But in the end,
偽の魔王はミシェルの方で。
the fake demon king was Misyr.
彼、アスモデウスこそが本物だったってわけだね。
Are you home from work now? Asmodeus was the real one.
それどころかミシェルは魔族ですらない可能性
In fact, it's possible that Misyr isn't even a demon.
いえ、正体が知れぬ存在に。
He's a being of unknown origin. Misyr himself even admitted that Asmodeus is the real Demon King. Asmodeus, the real Demon King who rules the demon world, a high-tension man who fell for the heroine at first sight and tries to make her his bride. I'm not off work yet, still on the phones for another hour and a half. I believe in your powers to do this. I'm actually taking the day off because my back isn't feeling better when I got up this morning, so that's why I started my stream late. One, because I was just laying around because my back hurts anytime I move. Sitting isn't too bad. It does hurt a little bit right now, but it might be a shorter stream. We might not finish Cafe Enchante today because I'm not going to push myself if I'm feeling bad, so if I seem a little less dispirited, it's just because my back hurts. But honestly, this is a dispirited chapter. This is really sad. And I don't know. I don't get it. She forgave him so easy. I'm angry at her for how she treated Eel. I'm angry with her with how she treated Caunus and how she treated Ignis. And I don't think Rindo was chided in that way, but maybe he was, and I just don't remember because Rindo's route was a bit weird for me. I'm angry. That's why I can't even object to what Il said when reconfirming the facts. But first then exactly what world is Misyr from? Hit the wrong button. I want to know that.
なの、本人の口から聞くしかねえだろ。それが一番手っ取り早い。
The only way we could know is if we ask him, that'd be the fastest. Ignis cuts off in an awkward way. So did that sentence. What the hell? I'm about to ask what's wrong, but I understand the meaning of that silence. I see. Who knows if we can even see Misyr.
ミシェルが今後店に来るなら、その時に聞けばいい。
Indeed. If Misyr comes to the shop going forward, we can ask him then, however.
彼が本当の姿や力のことをあなたに知られたことを気にして。
If he's concerned that his true form or power is known to you,
アンシャンテに二度と来なくなったとしたら。
he may never come back to Enchante again.
ああ。ここに彼と同じ世界の出身者がいない以上、彼のいる場所にゲートはつなげない。
Since nobody here is from the same world as him, we cannot connect the gate to where he is.
そうなれば当然、ミシェル・アレックスという彼に近づくための術は。
In that case, naturally, we have no means to go near the one known as Misyr Rex. Is that even your real name, guy? That means he's gone completely. It doesn't. You don't know he's never going to come back. First off, that's rude. That's rude. I understand he was a liar. But we forgave him. He just was embarrassed. He's like the guy from the BTS song with the blue flower and how he doesn't want her to see his face. He was just shy. That BTS song is based off an actual story, so I feel bad I don't know the actual story's name. I never even imagined that possibility since he had been coming to Enchante every day until now. The demon world and his position he speaks of was all a ruse. We've never had a single connection to him or his world. Right from the beginning.
ああ、追い打ちをかけるようで、ちょっと申し訳ないのだけどね。
Sorry, this might feel like kicking you while you're down, but Makaido meekly raises a hand.
ミシェル君が異形になった時刻に、魔界だけではなく、
When Misyr turned into that strange form, it wasn't just the demon world.
人間界全体にも同時に激しい地震が発生したんだよ。
The entire human world also had intense earthquakes at the same time. The entire human world? Really? Could that be Like when the Misyr opened up in front of Enchante, like the shaking of the world itself.
幸い、魔界みたいな大災害は起きなかったけど。
Yes, fortunately, there's no great disaster like in the demon world, but
あれから、どうにもホールの発生頻度も増えていてね。
since then, frequency of wormholes occurring have greatly
タイミ
increased.
ング的にも無関係とは思えないから、
Considering the
しばら
timing,
くは不測の事態にも備えないと。
I doubt it's unrelated. We need to be prepared for unexpected events for a while. I'm sorry for saying it in a way suspecting Misyr, subduing his usual eccentricity. Makaido apologized for me and I couldn't complain. We all quietly leave the GPM. Getting into a car, procured for us by Rindo, I absent-mindedly stare out at the city road. I still have no sense of reality. Almost everything he said was painted over with falsehoods. His liking coffee, his being the strongest demon king from the demon world who likes teasing people. That form of that person who I looked at and talked with like normal until now. Misyr X, his self-proclaimed status as a demon king or even being a demon was all a lie. His true identity is that he is a man of much mystery who took on an abnormal form and wielded the powers to turn his surroundings into ash. It now seems far away and uncertain. After getting home, maybe Misyr will have come back with that usual nonchalant look on his face. Such positive thinking by us was all in vain. As expected, no sight of Misyr at the shop. After returning to Enchante, I didn't feel like doing anything at all. When the even came, I went right to sleep. Then the next morning, what woke me up was what seemed like a small shaking of my shoulders. Another earthquake. Korodo also woke up in surprise, snuggling up against me and trembling. I hold Korodo, protecting her, or him, but not it, because it's not right, and wait for the shaking to settle. A few minutes later, the shaking stopped. The scale was small, but it's after that incident happened. According to Makaido, the earthquakes and wormholes occurring in various places aren't unrelated. I can't help but put myself on guard. Wormholes, huh? The shape is strange. So fissures in space. We were calling them something like that, but the fissures that opened in the demon world was also just another kind of wormhole. Beyond them, there should be another world. I wonder what world Misyr returned to through there. Yeah. It's been one night since then, but I wonder if he'll come to the shop today. I'm also curious if anything broke during the earthquake just now, to be ready to make coffee whenever Misyr come back. I'll run the shop like normal today. We're on chapter 3, and this is the most depressing chapter, and I just kicked the desk, my bad. To be prepared, I change my clothes and head downstairs. Huh. There alone, sitting in the chair closest to the room with the gate, I find Eel. Eel? What's wrong? When I call to him, Il slowly raises his head.
ここでミシェルの来店を待っていました。
I was waiting here for Misyr to come to the shop.
彼が来たら真っ先にあなたへ知らせようと思いまして。
I wanted to let you know the moment he came. He speaks softly to me, and in front of him is a game console with an Atomi game set inside, like natural. In fact, I have like 3 just spread out over here right now. That's how you know. But he isn't playing it, he just sits there with it on the table. How long could he have been waiting here for Misyr to come? Eel, it's still early in the morning. I think Misyr usually comes a while later. So how about I bring something to drink out and we can drink together while waiting? Eel nods in silence and still seems somewhat sad. Afterwards, I had an espresso, Il drank a coffee float, Well, the two of us quietly waited to hear the sound of the gate. However, even long after the time he usually comes to visit, there was no cheerful doorbell sound announcing the Demon King's visit. The more time passes, the gloomier me and Il's expression becomes. Il, that Otome game, you're not playing. I asked a question to change the mood, but Il shakes his head.
これはプレイするためではなく、ミシェルに見せるために持ってきたのです。
I didn't bring this to play, I brought it to show Misyr.
ちょうど今朝、記憶、夢に見て思い出しまして。
Just this morning, a memory. I saw a dream and remembered.
この乙女ゲームは初めて出会った頃にミシェルが私に買ってくれた作品のリメイクなのです。
This Otome game is a remake of the one Misyr brought me around when we first met.
当時のことははっきり覚えていませんが、彼が来たらこれを見せて何か思い出話でもできないか。
I don't clearly remember the time, but when he comes, I want to show him and talk about old memories. I see. Il, you must get along especially well with Misyr. I often see you two together.
ええ、初めて会った時からなんだか放っておけないと何かと気を使ってもらいました。
From the first time we met, he told me I can't just leave you be and has been concerned about me ever since. I kinda get it. Misyr he feels kinda like your older brother. He's usually carefree about everything, but he seems to like to care for people or talk to them with no discrimination.
本当に分け隔てなくでしょうか。
Does he really hold no discrimination? When Il spills these words, my hands freeze as I was about to drink my espresso.
あ、いえ、悪い意味ではなく、私自身も適切な表現を探すことができないのですが。
I didn't mean that in a negative way. I simply couldn't find a more appropriate way to express it.
ミシェルがあなただけに送る微笑みは、
The smile that Misyr only gives to you alone.
私が有する知識と記録の中で最も優しく美しいものだと、そう認識しています。
Among all the knowledge I possess, it seems the most kind and beautiful. That's how I perceive it.
私はアンシャンテでそんな二人の姿を見ているのが何より好きなのです。
At Enchante, watching the sight of you two, I like that more than anything. Aww. Is that so? What kind of feeling? I don't know what Il means by this special kind of smile. But if I had to guess, it must be because I'm the owner of this place, and also...
もう二度とないかもと思っていたのに。
I thought it would never happen again.
本当にこんな日が来てくれるなんて。
To think such a day would come. When I was little, maybe he's been nice because we met before. The moment I say this, Il raises his head with a questioning look.
幼少期にあなたと開口したことがある。
In your
ミシェル
childhood,
がですか？
he had met you? You met Misyr? Huh? Yeah. In Canis.
もっとも小さかった君は覚えてないかもしれないけどね。
You were still so small you wouldn't remember, huh? Wait, did I meet you at some point?
ほんの短い時間だったからね。
It was a short meeting. It's no surprise you don't remember. We're not going to reread it because, again, I don't do flashbacks, but it was old. I think Misyr said something like that.
それは明らかに矛盾していますね。
That's clearly an inconsistency, isn't it? An inconsistency? Il nods and starts explaining while looking towards the gate with a troubled expression. According to Il, the order that regular customers of Enchante first came to the shop is: first, the longest serving member, Canis, followed by Il, then Misyr. Oh, that's right. The day she left, she met Il. Ooh. After a long gap of time, shortly before the collision with the GPM, it seems Ignis came to the shop.
ですが、私は今朝夢に見るまで、ミシェルと自分の初来店順を誤って逆だと認識していたのです。
Until my dream this morning, I perceived the order in which Misyr and I came to the shop as reversed. Il also mentioned it's likely the same as Connus, who isn't present right now. Wait, the reverse? In other words, Misyr came to the shop after Il. That's the correct order. Il first came to the shop after Misyr. That's what he believed? How could you have that misunderstanding? That's because saying this, Il continues his story with mixed feelings. According to what he remembered this morning, in reality, for a while after first coming to this shop, he had been unwell under the effects of the air of this world. He wasn't used to it. Grandpa was looking after him, and he was sleeping in an empty room. Misyr made his first visit around that time, and after Il's condition improved, they were introduced, it seems. Connus was absent at the time, and he had forgotten most of his memories during his time asleep. Seeing how accustomed Misyr was to being at Enchante by then, he was mistaken as the senior who came to the shop first. In other words, the reverse order until this is a lot just to say that this is way too many words for this. What? The reverse order until now, he himself and those around him had believed that. So that's how it happened. But why do you sense that it's an inconsistency?
私が来店したとほぼ同時に孫娘、あなたはアンシャンテを去ったとソーアンから聞いていました。
Around the same time A came to the shop, his granddaughter Hugh left Enchante. That's what Soan told me.
ではその後に初来店したはずのミシェルはなぜ
So if Misyr first came after me,
あなたと会ったことがあるとそう告げたのでしょう。
but also said that he met you before. That's what he stated, correct? Okay, so in Hal's Moving Castle, time travel's a thing. And Hal meets Sophie in his past, and she tells him to find her in the future, which he does, which is why when he first meets her, he says, look, I finally found you. But she has no idea what the heck he's talking about. And then they hang out for a while, and then she uncovers that mystery again, and then she knows how to save him in the future. Maybe there's some time travel in this. I don't know. When he puts it that way, there does seem to be a huge disconnect. I didn't visit Grandpa's shop even once because apparently I hate my grandfather. What could this mean?
確信も根拠もありませんが、もしやあなたとミシェルの間には
I have no certainty or basis for this, but between you and Misyr,
私たちの知らないまた別の接点があったのかもしれませんね。
something I don't know. There could be some other point of contact between you. Have you ever opened the door? Leah, have you ever opened the door? I know it doesn't take you somewhere usually, right? But maybe it does. You won't know that unless Misyr comes back. What if he's in the future of this planet and everybody is dead? And then it's Planet of the Apes and we can sing the song, oh my god, it was Earth all along, like that. And we go, oh my gosh, but it's the future. Il's words ended up being in vain. Even past closing time, Misyr didn't come to the shop. He's embarrassed. Misyr had came to Enchante every single day before. He didn't visit the day after or the next. I still can't believe this is real. I end up spacing out. No matter what I think about, all that comes up in my mind is the rear view of Misyr as he left me. back, his back? What were you picturing? When will he get to the shop? More importantly, will he ever come at all? That's all I think about. I can't help but feel distracted and I can't do my work properly. For now, I should rest my body and mind. I decide to close business for today. I can't calm down if I'm not doing anything. In the end, I descend down to the shop to try and clean in the name of rest. To vent the place out, I approach the window. I hear what seems to be talking from the room with the gate. I get curious, and when I peek inside, Ignis and Canis are looking at the gate with serious faces. Naturally, as long as no customer visits, the gate doorbell won't ring. Ignis? Canis? When I call to them, the two turn around.
おう、どうしたよ。
Hey, what's up? I could be asking you the same thing right now. What are you two doing? Going back to your worlds? It doesn't seem like it.
ああ、少々ゲートへ試そうとしていたことがあってな。
Indeed, there was just something we wish to test with the gate. Test?
数打ち当たる作戦だ。今からとにかくこのゲートを適当に開きまくる。
It's a brute force by numbers strategy. We're going to try opening the gate over and over again.
そしたら繋がるかもしれねえだろ。ミシェルのいるところによ。
End up connecting to wherever Misyr is at. What? Maybe it would end up connecting to Misyr's world. The gate connection should be limited to the world the person who opens it from. They've used it over and over now. They should know that better than anyone.
可能性は
The possibility is not
ゼロではない。
zero. Chocomanyo. There was a phone call. My apologies. Possibility is not zero.
何しろこのゲート自体が仕組みがよく分かっていない代物だ。現にあなたも前に事故で飛ばされている。
In the first place, this gate is a relic that we do not fully understand. There was an accident before with you.
何十回でも何百回でも開いているうちに偶然あいつの世界に繋がるかもしれねえだろ。
Tens or hundreds of times. If we keep opening it, it could connect to his world by chance, right?
まあ、そういうわけでな。我らなりにできることをしてみようと思ってな。
That was the idea. We were considering things that we could possibly try. That's right. Instead of doing nothing, that's far more constructive. Thanks, you two.
成功もしていないのに、礼を言うのはいささか気が早いと思うぞ。
I believe it's a little bit early to thank us before we have succeeded.
よし、じゃあ早速一発目いくか。
Alright then, let's go for round one.
これでダメなら次はお前が試してみろよ。
This one's no good, you go next. Tuh. How about they try opening at the same time? There's two door handles. Maybe to put some life into it, Ignis unleashes a sharp kick into the gate to forcibly open it.
ちわーっす。久しぶりにお邪魔するっす。兄貴に用があるんす
Hey,
け。
yo, I'm here for a visit and I have some business with bro. He deserved it. What perfect timing. Jerome opens to visit the shop and it lands cleanly in his gut.
あ
He slammed into the door, slumps over, and goes unconscious, foaming at the mouth. As though trying to land a finishing blow,
失礼。こちらにうちの首なし騎士がお邪魔。
Excuse me, I hear our headless knight is staying here.
ん
On his first visit to Enchante, the surprising guest in the fairy world puts a forceful step onto his body.
あああ俺の体内のあれやこれやが全部
I
口
thought
から飛び出すかと思って
everything inside my body would come flying out of my mouth.
悪かったな。
Sorry about that. This time, he had no fault. It was just an unfortunate accident. Even Ignis, the one who unleashed the impressive kick, gave an honest apology to Dromi. He doesn't deserve it. Although, if I had to say the more surprising one of the other guests,
それで一体どうしたというのだ、ベンニーヤ。
what exactly is the meaning of this Venia?
確かにゲートの位置は教えていたが、お前が女王のそばを離れ、アンシャンテまで出向くなど。
I told you the location of the gate. However, if you leave the Fairy Queen and come to Enchante,
僕とて好きで陛下のそばを離れたわけではありません。
between us, I did not leave Her Highness's side because I wanted to. Venia gives Canis a stern look.
先日からメディオにホール関連で大きな異変が起きたもので。
As of a few days ago, there's been a major anomaly related to the wormholes in media.
その報告と対処を促すためにわざわざ僕が迎えに来たのですよ。
To report that and to encourage you to deal with it, I took the trouble of coming here myself.
異変だと。
An anomaly?
え先日からってもしかしてそこの妖精さんが言ってるの
Oh, a few days ago? Could that be what the fairy they're talking about? Still holding his stomach, Dromi raises his head and speaks to Vinia, someone he's just meeting for the first
発
time.
生した場所を丸ごと消しちゃうおっかない変な空間の亀裂のことっすか
Really scary, weird fissures in space that totally erase the area they appear in? Wait, fissures?
ええ、その通りですが、なぜあなたがそのことを？
Yes, that's exactly correct, but how do you know?
なぜも何もベスティアの方でも昨べから同じ亀裂がバキバキ起きてるからっすよ
Click that. That's because since last night we've been having the same fissures popping up in Bestia like crazy. The story established between the two, Canis and Ignis, stand up from their seats.
空間の亀裂だと。魔界で開いたという。
Fissures in space, you say, like the ones that opened in the demon world?
おいドロミ、それどういうことだ。洗いざらい詳しく話しやがれ。
I haven't read what he said yet. This happens when they have multiple translators, and that's just how it goes. I feel like it's not fissures is the right word. I think they mean wormholes. And every other translation they've called them wormholes in every other story. So I think that maybe this one's just translating it differently and calling it that instead of wormholes. Because they have not used this phrase so much in any other story. Hey Jeremy, what the hell is this about? You better tell me every little detail. Ooh.
体ガクガク揺らさないでほしいっす元からその話をしに来たんすよ
Well, I am trying to push you in a direction so I can set my controller down. Bro, don't shake my body like that. That's what I came here for.
どうやら
It
僕の方も
seems...
彼と話を合わせながら情報を共有した方が良さそうですね。
I must also speak with him about this. It would be best to share information. According to the two, around the time Canis and Ignis stopped returning to their worlds to guard me, in each world, small-scale wormholes started to occur more and more than usual. However, if that was all, that they just needed to not get stuck sucked in. A simple coincidence. It could be settled with a short line like that. But last night, everything changed. According to Dromi, who had a grasp of time in the human world, and his testimony, at the same time that Misyr took that form in the demon world, destroyed it, and space was torn in the sky, an earthquake occurred like the human world. But it was even worse. In both Medio and Bestia, the normal seeming wormholes changed into giant fissures in space. As though sucking it in, everything around were just where they occurred were annihilated. Okay, so they did explain the difference now. I feel better, thank you, team. Those fissures in other worlds too, and unlike the time at Amasaki Island, they annihilated their surroundings.
俺も噂を聞いて、アルムムの縄張りの跡地がきれいさっぱり消えてるのを見に行ったっす。
I heard the rumor, and I went to see the former site of the Minotaur territory vanished completely. It even gave me chills. Dromi says this and holds his own shoulders.
メディオの方では以前から亀裂にこそなっていませんでしたが、前兆のようなものが起きていました。
Since time prior to Medio, while they did not become fissures, signs of this began to occur.
それについて調査を進めるうちに、僕は亀裂が発生する瞬間を直に目撃しまして。
As I conducted investigations into it, I saw the moment of a fissure occurring with my own
発
eyes.
生した亀裂により、世界樹の橋がえぐられるように消滅。
And the fissure that occurred annihilated an edge of Yggdrasil.
本来世界樹は恐ろしいほどの生命力と再生力を持っているのですが、
Normally, the world tree has a frightening level of vitality and regeneration power.
不可解なことに、えぐられた部分はまるで壊死したかのように再生もされず。
But inexplicably, as though the gorged out section had succumbed to necrosis, it did not regrow. After hearing the two testimonies, we all look each other in the face. Vinia, about the fissures in space you saw, did anything around or inside it leave an impression, or did anything look strange?
印象に残るもの？そうですね。言われてみれば。
Something that left an impression. Let's see. Now that you mention it.
確か白い砂のようなものが一瞬だけ周囲に舞ったような。
If I recall, what appeared to be white sand fluttered around the area for a moment. White sand? Are you sure it wasn't ash?
ああ、確かに。そうかもしれませんね。
True, it could have been that.
それはまるであなたから聞いた異なる姿のミシェルが用いたという。
Sounds as though, as Leah said before, what accompanies Misyr's strange form.
周囲を灰と化す能力を彷彿させるな。
Close resemblance to his ability to turn his surroundings to ash. Then
自分の世界に戻るよ。
I'll return to my
この
world
力を
and
抑えるには
reign this power. Everything beyond those fissures, could that be the world Misyr is in?
その可能性は高いだろ
Probability is high.
どう考えても偶然じゃねえな。てっきり異変が起き始めたのは人間界だけだと思ってたが。
However you want to slice it, it's just not a coincidence. I thought this was only happening in the human world, but
う。今この3世界、いや、あらゆる世界を含めて、一体何が起きているのか。
in 3 worlds now, and including every world out there, what exactly is occurring?
兄
Bro.
貴、
When Ignis starts pondering, Dromi hangs his head a little.
そっちの事情も聞いた感じ結構深刻かもしれないっすけど。
I know everything going on here is pretty serious, but
できればしばらくこっちに戻ってきてくれないっすか？
you think you could come back with me? You know, just for like a while?
あの亀裂のせいで今のベスティアちょっとしたパニック状態なんすよ。
Because of those fissures, Bestia's kind of in a bit of a panic right now on account of them. Enough to make killing each other a secondary issue. Dromi speaks of the confusion over there.
だからどうにか魔獣たちを冷静にさせてほしいっす。もちろん物理的にっていいんで。
So I want you to do what it takes to calm the demon beast down, even if it's a little physical persuasion. As though jumping on this opportunity, Vinia also speaks to Canis. Or more like throws instructions at him.
カヌス、あなたもメディオに帰還を。
Canis, you must return to Medio as well.
こちらも相次ぐ亀裂の発生を極めて危険な脅威だと受け止めています。
We have perceived the occurrence of these fissures as a great threat.
具体的にどう対処するのかはこれから決めていくことになりますが。
While we have yet to decide on the exact method to deal with them.
本来のあなたの役目はメディオの守護。
Your original duty is to
その
defend
務めを
Medio.
果たしてもらいたい。
We would like you to fulfill that duty now. The two of them look at me in silence and hesitate a moment. I take a guess at the meaning of their gazes. I'll be okay. While I'm sure you two are really worried about Misyr too. I'm sure he would be mad if he knew you ignored the danger in your homeland.
だろうな。くそ、歯がゆいもんだぜ。次から次へと厄介事が起きやがる。
I'm sure, damn it. So annoying, just one problem after the next.
だがここは彼女の言葉に甘えるべきだろう。
However, we should accept her offer in this case.
それにそれぞれの世界に帰還したからといってミシェルの剣を放置することにはならん。
Even if we return to our own worlds, that doesn't mean we abandon Misyr.
だな。むしろ戻った方が進展があるかもしれねえ。
Right? And actually going back might help us make some progress.
あっちで亀裂が発生したらあいつの姿が見えねえか。どうにか中を確認してみるぜ。
I can spell. If fissures are happening over there, we might be able to see him. We can even check what's inside them. She stuck her head in once and act like nothing was wrong with that. I don't know what directions are. Sorry, I was trying to find some information. Thanks, but don't do anything dangerous, like, you know, jump into a hole that might suck you up and you might die, and get taken to a world where everything dies if it gets too close to the guy that lives there, just in case, you know, hear me out. The two nod firmly at the same time. Afterwards, after telling Rindo and everyone on my smartphone about the anomalies in Medio and Bestia, Canis and Ignis return to their own world to start investigating and dealing with the fissures. Right now, it seems Rindo is also busy investigating the earthquakes occurring in the human world. Due to this, guarding me at night is entirely on Il. We should sleep in the same bed and snuggle, it'd be great. The threat of those fissures even happening in other worlds? Misyrs, dangerous wormholes that scatter ash and attempt to swallow and annihilate the surrounding area. They all seem to be connected to Misyr's world. Weird. Despite maybe holding the key to them, Misyr, yet again today, didn't come to the shop. Several days passed after that. Even after Ignis and Canis returned to their homeland, with no change, Misyr didn't come. Only the anomalies we call earthquakes continued to pass. The one who would always come to this shop every day to deliciously drink coffee, who would talk casually, watch over my development, not seeing him for all this time, really is sad. So back to what I said when stories don't feel like they connect. The fisters were always a problem. That person was always looking for her. Does that mean all these happy endings we got along the way ended in tragedy? If every single story ended with or so we thought or so we thought, I would be fine with this, but why is the world's about to end in this? Those fisters were popping up in every single other story. This isn't new. Are you okay? Maybe you should take a rest from work. I can't even eat. After healing his wounds and coming to help again, I end up being cared for by Katia. Thank you, Katia. Remember when you got stabbed because of me? I do. But Canis and Ignis comes back once in a while, and this is their place to relax. In place of those two...
兄貴も魔獣たちを冷静にさせるのに苦労してるみたいですからね。
Even my bro is having trouble calming down the demon beast.
カヌスも妖精たちの救命を最優先としていますから、しばらくはそちらに専念することになるかと。
Canis is also prioritizing the rescue of fairies. That will require his undivided attention for some time. Intermediaries for information, Dromi and Vinia also come to Enchante at regular intervals. And almost every day without sleep at night, Il has been guarding me. Not seeing him for all this time, it's also concerning. Pull myself together, I lightly slap my cheeks. The gate. No, it's not. The bell at the front door. Who could be? Maybe Rindo? In that case, I need to greet him properly, so I fixed my uniform, straightened my back. Hi, Asmodeus.
久しいな、我が花嫁よ。俺様のいない間、さぞ寂しかっただろ。
It's been some time, my bride. I'm sorry you were lonely while I was gone.
当店はただいまをもって閉店時間となりました。
Our shop has actually just closed up for the day. In front of me, Katia forcefully closes the door and shuts out the dark-skinned guest.
ああ、何をする？こんな時間に閉店など商売する気がないのか？
What are you doing? You're closing shop now? Are you not serious about running your business?
俺様と花嫁の間を引き裂く気なら、あの時とは違い容赦せんぞ。
If you would separate me from my bride, unlike last time, I will show no mercy.
うっさい、黙れ帰れ、諸悪の根源。
Shut up and be quiet. Go home. You're pure evil. Katia goes to freeze the door to lock it shut.
カリア君、決め出したくなる気持ちはすごくわかるんだけど。
Katia, I know why you'd want to shut him out, but
この魔王も含めて大事な話があるから、どうか入れてくれないかな。
me and the Demon King over here have something important to talk about, so could you let us in? He couldn't refuse Rindo's request. Even though he was with Asmodeus, he still felt indebted to him, so he let him in the shop. You know, like a good friend. Rindo, why is Asmodeus here? I heard he was arrested at the GPM on charges of human
い
kidnapping.
や、一応このアスモデウスが今回の件で結構重要な情報を持っててね。
Well, for one, Asmodeus here has some important information about the curtain matter.
なんか不本意なことに特例として外出許可が出ちゃったというか。
And reluctantly on my part, he ended up getting a waiver to leave as an exception. What? The demon world was in a terrible situation, so he couldn't really make it any worse. Rindo says this to put us at ease, but...
なるほど。ここが我が花嫁の店か。
I see, I see. So this is my bride's shop.
悪くはない内装だが、いささか華やかさが足りんな。
Fuck you, Asmodeus. What the hell? While the interior isn't awful, it seems somewhat lacking in presentation.
よし。ならば我が城にある黄金のアスモデウス像を寄贈してやろう。
Very well. In that case, I shall gift you a golden Asmodeus statue from my castle.
俺様が留守の時はその像を存分にめでて寂しさを紛らわすがいい。
When I'm away, admire my statue as much as you like to stave away your loneliness. I'll pass. Naturally, for both myself and everyone else, his being here gives us mixed feelings, but he doesn't notice at all. He casually picks up a menu that was sitting on the table.
ということで、我が花嫁よ。早速、オーダーとやらをさせてもらおうか。
Now, my bride, I'd like to place a so-called order.
メニューはお前のめ調理後は愛と真心を込めてあーとお前の手から俺様の口に。
I'll take your recommendation. After you prepare it with love and devotion, I'll say, ah, and you feed it into my mouth. As he makes such an absurd order.
帰ってください。
Please leave. With a sad voice, Il shows his rejection.
何
What? Huh? Quite the unexpected remark. I double take along with Kadia and Rindo. Il? Normally he shows no hostility or wariness, no matter who it is. What could this be so suddenly? Il, with a trembling voice, reveals his
あ
reason.
なたがマスターをさらったりしたから。
You. You're the one who kidnapped Leah.
ミシェルに異変が起きて、アンシャンテに姿を見せなくなりました。
You caused a change in Misyr, and he stopped coming to Enchante.
このままミシェルが二度とここに来なくなって、彼女と離別してしまったら。
If Misyr never comes back again and is separated from her, Il is left hanging his head in a solemn despair.
なあ、あんた。この光景を見てどう思う？
Hey, you, what do you think after that?
すごく胸が痛みます。
It pains my heart.
じゃあテンションちょっと下げておとなしくミーティングに参加してくれるよね。
I bet. Well, how about we bring it down a level and actually participate in the meeting?
わかった。
Yes, I understand. After consoling Il and somehow getting him to agree to let Asmodeus join us.
君たちの考えはほぼ僕の
Look, there's
推測と同じだね。
Not murdering people today, though. It seems your thinking is about the same as my hypothesis. Later, Makaido visits the shop after a while and meets up with us. We talk about what we're doing currently and what happened between us.
自称魔王ことミシェル・アレックス。
The self-proclaimed demon king Misyr Rex.
彼の出身世界は間違いなく 天崎島や魔界、最近異世界に発生している。
The world he comes from is, without mistake, what was recently in other worlds, as well as Amasaki Island and the Demon World.
あの亀裂型のホールの先にあると断言してもいいだろう。
Beyond those fissure-type wormholes, I can say this with confidence.
彼が天崎島の亀裂を閉じることができたのも、
The reason he was able to close the fissure at Amasaki Island
自分の故郷から開いたからこそ、干渉できたから
is
かもしれないね。
because he could intervene on what opened from his own homeland, I would assume.
どちらも根本的にはホールというだけあり、少々話の区別がつけづらいですね。
They are fundamentally called wormholes, so it makes it a little hard to distinguish.
そちらの方は完全に亀裂と呼び方を固めてしまっては。
In that case, we could definitively refer to these as fissures. Perhaps we could unify our name on such a thing. So the dangerous tears in space that connect to Misyr's world and annihilate everything around them are fissures, and the normal wormholes that connect worlds like Bestia will continue to be called wormholes.
ええ、それでよいかと。
Yes, I believe that would be best. At our exchange, Mikaido, Rindo, and everyone also nod in agreement.
しかし、居場所が分かったからといって、もろ手を挙げて喜ぶわけにもいかないのだよね。
However, even though we know his location, we can't be completely happy with this, can we? Huh?
ベスティアやメディオで多発してる亀裂の話は彼らから聞いているね。
You heard about the fissures that keep repeatedly opening in Bestia and Medio, right? Maybe. Yeah, Jerome and everyone talked about it.
ちなみに横入りするようだが、
Also, I don't mean to interrupt, but
俺様が支配する魔界でももともと同様というか、それ以上のヤバい規模で発生していたぞ。
this has also been in the area of my dominion. In fact, in the demon world, they occur on an even more dangerous scale.
魔界では以前からその亀裂とやらが異様な頻度で発生していてな。
Wait, I can't spell. For a little while now, these fissures, as you call them, were occurring with a very strange frequency in the demon world.
あちこちの村や地域が相次いで丸ごと消滅してしまったのだ。
One after another, villagers and regions would vanish completely. It seems this is the reason is why Asmodeus was motivated to plot an invasion of the human world.
それらの世界しかり、ホールが危険な亀裂へと変化する。
In each of your worlds, wormholes evolved into fissures.
その異変は、現在の人間界においても、いつ起きても不思議じゃないんだよ。
And it wouldn't be strange if such anomalies began to occur in the present human world.
現に人間界でも、前兆であるホールの多発そのものは、すでに先日の一件から続いていますからね。
Almost as a precursor to that, the occurrence of wormholes have continued in the human world since the other day. Il now, in his calm, unusual manner, suggested to be strange that these anomalies we're discussing haven't already happened.
他の異世界のような亀裂の
There's
発生
so
が
much
世界
science.
中で始まったりしたら、
If these fissures start appearing around our planet like in the other worlds,
まさにこの世の終わりってやつだね。
it could really be the end of our world.
だから、市場を抜きにしても、どうにかあの世界の住人であろうミシェル君と
That's
コンタクト
why,
を取りたい。
personal feelings aside, I want to contact Misyr as a resident of that world.
ただ、亀裂の先に彼がいると分かっても、近づくだけで灰にされちゃあね。
Even if we know he's beyond the Fissers and just getting close turns you to ash. Mikado makes surrendering gestures, saying he presently has no solution. Just even if we might die. The meeting ends for the time being. Rindo, along with Mikado, stuff Asmodeus into a car, and after making preparations to leave, as he tries to get into the driver's seat, I stop him. Rindo, thank you very much for today. There are still a lot of mysteries about Misyr, but after hearing you from Specialist, I think my feelings are more positive now, at least a little bit.
けど、礼を言うのはまだ早いよ。
Sure, but it's too early to thank me.
これからミシェルを捕まえて、君の前に引きずり出す作業があるわけだしさ。
We still need to come up with a way to capture Misyr and drag him out in front of you.
君に寂しそうな顔をさせた責任もしっかり取らせないとね。
We have to make him take responsibility for causing you to make such a sad face, right? How very like Rindo. He always enjoys jabbing Misyr with a dose of sarcasm, but I'm less sad and more frustrated.
悔しい。
Frustrated. Yeah, Misyr always... He would come to my shop every day after all. So I could tell him what I wanted any time, but that's what I thought anyway. About the lie he mentioned. Although wanting to spend more time together, things of the heart, I would be able to say it with my own voice. I wouldn't be able to say it with my own voice. I told myself that he comes every day, that I'll be able to tell him at any time, with these understandings as the reason I was entrusting everything to Misyr. But now, because I can't see Misyr, I can see how much I was depending on him to visit. It's really quite painful.
そっか。
I see. That's why. If I get to see him again, I wouldn't hesitate to say everything. What I want to know, what I want him to tell me, what I want to tell him now. Several more days passed after that. A slight moonlight pours over the night. Being careful not to wake Kororo up. Unable to sleep late at night, I stand quietly at the counter. Il was guarding me yet again tonight, but perhaps out of caring for my feelings, as I promised to call right away if anything happened. He's now waiting on standby in the backyard, ready to rush into the shop if needed. Well, I'm grateful to him. Misyr didn't come again today. Saying this, I look down at my hands. There is Misyr's coffee cup, returned after the GPM investigation ended. My face reflecting in the blackness inside is gloomy. This pattern has been the same for days. I think maybe today Misyr will come to visit and pump myself up to run the shop. Then at night, after he hasn't come, I get depressed and fall asleep. Misyr coming to the shop. Really is sad. Yeah, if he did come back, I'll tell him everything I couldn't while he was gone. That's right. And I'm sure Misyr would smile like always. And then... As I talk to myself, I trail off and let out a sigh. While thinking about him, I naturally poured into his coffee cup. Coffee, but I don't feel like drinking it. All I do is stare intently as it sways on the counter. Did I make a portal?
どういう関係かで言えば、だけど彼女は俺にとって全世界で一番俺にとっての光だか
TLDR, she's the most important person to me. That's the end of it. The most important. I don't know what kind of feeling he put into those words, but if he sees my existence as impactful enough to say something like that, I want to see him. I want him to come see me. Wishing for something like that might be selfish. To my prayer, a fissure before my eyes answers. There. That should be all the new graves.
最近ここに落ちてくる異世界のお客さん
What's
増え
going
すぎじゃ
on?
ない
Aren't there too many guests from other worlds falling here lately?
おもてなしどころか見とることしかできないんだけどな
I can't show them hospitality or care for them. I look at my hands, of course, they still have a terrible form.
一部ならなんとかってとこまでは回復したけど全身はまだ当分戻れないかな
At least a section, I've managed to recover that, but it'll be a while before my whole body returns. Not to be precise.
戻るああ違うかあっちが偽物でこっちが
Returns. Yeah, right. That one's the fake. This one's real. Such self-derising escapes my lips. Even if I imitate a human form again, what would it change about this situation? In the end, I might just be afraid of returning to Enchante. I'm sure everyone has realized the lie I was telling. Until now, I thought I could maintain this form as long as I abided by the conditions. Sudden manifestation, I barely avoided even turning her into ash. Again, if the same thing happens again at Enchante, that would just imagine it is far too terrifying. And the trigger for that was from a Misyr. Now it appeared from this world, that mysterious young man, even though this world shouldn't have any residents but me. After this, I tried searching for his whereabouts. But as I imagine, no matter how much I search this ashen land, I can't see so much as a shadow of him. However, if he does appear again, the same thing would occur. I weighed my thoughts in such a dangerous situation I couldn't return to Enchante, but my heart is opposite of my own warning.
帰りたいなアンシャンテに
I want to go back to Enchante. It's impossible. The more I think, the harder it is to stop. I miss it so much, I can't bear it. The days I spent at that shop, and more than anything, the woman there who's probably waiting for me. The most in the world and important. The most important person.
会いたいな
I want to see her.
会いに行きたいな
I just want to go see her. As I was thinking this, for just a second I smelled something that made me nostalgic. I thought it was my imaginations, but the scent is. Guided by the scent that drifted to me again, I tread the ash, thinking it wouldn't be so. This is strange. It can't be. In this world, that scent shouldn't exist. And sweet yet bitter scent. How?
どうした
I walk faster, and up ahead there's a small fissure that opens. Like the boundary of the world is tearing. That was like a night before when I met that mysterious young man. The spectacle is an exact repetition. A fissure that opened in the air, blowing from the terribly rough, lukewarm wind. But strangely, that fissure doesn't cause the annihilation that occurred in other worlds. It simply floats there, as though connecting me to something. It might be dangerous. Naturally, I'd feel that way. However, the yearning for the mere possibility makes me step forward without any hesitation. Leah. There's no mistake. I would never mistake it. the voice leaking from beyond the Misyr. Misyr! Both of our voices cut through the wind. Look! It's boy. Both are cut through the wind. The sound is a kiss crossing the Misyr. What a surprise. Really. His laughing voice that spills through is mixed with both surprise and joy. His form hasn't changed since we parted in the demon world, but this way of talking, there's no mistake. It's him, the one I've been waiting to see. Misyr's big body shakes and he sighs from a mouth I can't see.
普段から俺たちのことラスボスとかすごいとか言ってるけどさ。
You know, we always tell you, or maybe I do, that I'm the last boss. You call us amazing.
君の方がよっぽどすごいよ。こんな奇跡を起こしちゃうなんて。
But you're the amazing one to bring me such a miracle. I was shocked too.
どうしたの？そんな泣きそうな声で。
What is it? You sound like you're about to cry. Because my regular customer who would come visit me every day just stopped showing up completely. Of course I'd be worried, right?
君はまだ俺のことをアンシャンテの常連だって
You still think of
くれ
me
てるの。
as a regular customer at Enchante.
嘘をついていたことも知ってこんな醜い姿まで。
Even knowing I was lying, even after showing my terrible form. Of course I do. After all, your existence is already part of my daily life, Misyr. If you aren't nearby, I just can't find peace. Of course, there are loads of things I want to ask about you, but more importantly, I wonder how you're doing now. I wonder things like that every single day. No matter what shape you take, I'm just so happy to see you again. Misyr, where are you right now? Is that really your...
ここが俺の世界。本当のね。
Yeah, this is my world, the real one. Misyr speaks softly. The form he takes in front of me now really is his true form. His usual form is nothing but a temporary vessel restraining the powers that turned the Demon King Castle to ash. The power operates outside his will, weathering all around him indiscriminately. Life, attacks, even worlds. Before him, everything turns to ash. Hot. Such an amazing power can't be held back easily. That's why Misyr returns to his world every night, as he needs to return to his true form. In his original world, he is forced to take that form. During that time, he continues using magic on himself to imitate human forms again. Passing through the gate to the human world after this, Misyr adorns his usual form. That's the mechanism. However, this mimicry isn't all-powerful and it does have a time limit. Mimicry, magic used by Misyr to hold back the ashen power and his strange form. By using this magic and traveling to another world, he takes the usual form of Misyr. However, there is a time limit to how long he can keep the form. His true form appeared last time because that day's time limit of 2100 hours, aka 9 p.m. was approaching. He should have still had about an hour's time, but that mysterious young man calling sped up the removal of his mimicry. The reason Misyr can't live at Enchante and why he couldn't guard me at night was all because of that. that was the reason. After hearing it all, I can tell that Connus and everyone along with the demons were all safe. He breathes a sigh of relief, but his voice is tinted with regret.
あれだけの力を暴走させた以上、いつもの姿に戻るには時間がかかる。
After losing so much control of my power, it'll take a bit to return to my usual form.
だから、しばらく俺は魔界を滅ぼしかけた。この異様の姿のまま。
I'm stuck in this weird body, the one that almost destroyed the demon world for a while.
この力が万が一暴走したら、どれだけ危険なのか、それを俺は理解していながら。
The danger this power poses if it happens to go out of control, I understood that, yet I kept quiet.
もしそれを調べたら、あのアンシャンテに、君に
I was just trying to lean back a little more.
あると思って。
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. Better? I can't tell. It just hurts. My back just hurts right now. Ugh. I thought if you found out what's going to Enchante, maybe I wouldn't see you anymore. Isn't that too selfish? He laughs, but it's so sad. Misyr. Misyr is about to say more, but I stop him. And next to the Misyr, being careful not to spill what's sitting on the counter, I move it to where he can see it through the Misyr. Here you go. That was...
それって、
Is that
コーヒー。
coffee? Yeah, the one you said was delicious every time you drink it, that one. After all, Misyr, I know you really love coffee. And I'm sure it was tough not being able to drink it lately. Oh, but you have that power of yours, so you can't take it. I suddenly remember that, but Misyr slowly shakes his head.
きっと大丈夫。そのカップは
I'm sure I'll be fine. That cup is special after all. With a look of nervousness, he extends his hand towards the Misyr. Then just the part of his hand coming through the Misyr changes into his usual fingertips. Oh. He gently lifts the cup to take it back into the Misyr. As he said, even in a world where it all becomes to ash, that cup will not change form. It's just there, held in Misyr's hand.
君は
Are you
君は俺が怖くないの。
are you not afraid of me?
あの時もそれに今だって何もかもを灰に変えてしまう。
Back then at the shop and now, this terrible form of mine that changes everything to ash. Changes everything to ash. True, that's a fearsome power. But the you that you are now and the you at Enchante, they're both Misyr to me. That's why despite knowing nothing, I wouldn't be afraid of you. Even now, you're the Misyr Rex I like is... The Misyr Rex I like is just a kind demon king who loves coffee.
本当かなわないな。
I really am no match for you.
あの時からずっと俺は君に救われてばかりだ。
When? Can you tell me more about that? I'm curious. Ever since then, you've done nothing but save me. Misyr's arms tremble so much he could drop the cup if it eases up. Since then,
これなんだ。
was
かつて
this
君に語った。
what you said before? Were the conditions for coffee to become your favorite?
あ
That's
あ
a secret.
俺が一番好きな最高のコーヒー。
My favorite, best coffee. Wait, is that... Before I can ask him the meaning, the Misyr in space lets out a whine. I'm sure that's a sign that it's about to start closing. Before the moment disappears completely, Misyr begins to raise his
話
voice.
す全部俺のことも この世界のことも
I'll tell you everything about me and this
ア
world.
ンシャンテのドアベルをもう一度鳴らした時に
The next time I ring the bell at Enchante.
今度は全部を包み隠さず温かくて優しい君が迎えてくれる
I won't hide anything from you or that little counter of yours where you always made me feel like I belong. It's a promise that he'll come back to Enchante with a smile. Yeah! At that counter, I have a lot of things to talk to you about too. So, I'll be waiting your next visit. Trusting in that promise, I say this with a smile, and from the gap in the Misyr, Misyr is about to disappear from sight.
待ってて俺の大事な
Yes,
マスター
wait for me, my dear Leah. He declares this with a soft voice. Did he take the cup with him? Just curious. Misyr closes slowly, cruelly and mercifully severing my connection to her. In my hand, much like when I met her, the cup is safe with the coffee inside. Before the contents turn to ash, I take a sip of it with my obscured mouth. I don't even know where it is exactly.
やっぱりこれが
This really
俺
is,
にとっての
for me, the best cup.
この一杯は
I know it's self-interest on my part, despite just realizing how dangerous and hideous I am. Out of sheer excitement, I promise to go back to Enchante. I know for me how foolish that choice was, but that, at least, one last time I want to see her at the shop, and at least part ways with her properly. The last time, huh?
俺にこんな姿と力がなければ
If I didn't have this form,
好きなだけ彼女のそばに
this power, I could be with her as much as I like. With her making this coffee for me, I've become so terribly greedy. My feelings for Leah won't stop welling up. Those little feelings that lived deep in my chest, they warm my heart. It makes me desire anything and everything. That's why
痛い
I want to go back.
俺がまだ人間だった頃に
Back to when I was still human. When I uttered something I had given up on tens of thousands of years ago.
どうして
Why? A voice reaches me. At first I thought it was the wind, but I was wrong.
どうして
Why? It's muffled, but it's clearly the voice of someone. I'm dumbfounded with surprise at a tone that shouldn't exist in this world.
誰だ
Who's there? I look around, but I see nothing besides graves, markers, and storms of ash. The voice remains unchanged as though resounding through space to me.
僕だって彼女に会いたくて
Even I want to see her.
会いたくて会いたくて会いたくて
I want to see her.
会いたくて
I
会い
want
た
to
く
see
て
her. I want to see her. I want to see her.
頑張って彼女に手を伸ばしたのに
I did my best to reach out to her,
彼女を助けるために
to save her.
君にも
I even helped
手を貸したのに
you. Dark feelings fall.
それなのに僕の手は跳ねのけられて
And yet my hand was slapped away.
君はまた彼女に手を差し伸べられた
And you reached your hand to her again.
不公平だ
It's unfair.
どうして僕ばかり
Why only me?
どうして君ばかり
Why only you?
さっきから
What are
何の
you
話を
talking about? I returned a question to the voice's owner, but it seems my response was meaningless. For some reason, the voice only spoke of dark hatred for me. A massive earthquake that shouldn't exist in this world shakes my footing.
その身がそんなにも呪わしいなら
If you curse that body so much,
僕に送れよ、ミシェル。
give it to me, Misyr. What? A night passes after my chance meeting with Misyr through the Misyr. That's a relief it wasn't a dream. I gaze at the counter that was missing one cup and feel okay. Last night was real. I saw Misyr. Of course, there are still many mysteries and questions related to him and the anomalies and other worlds now, but for now, just the fact it gives me a sense that the unease swirling inside me has reduced a little bit. When I tell everyone about what happened last night, their mood is calmer than before too.
君もすっかり元気だね。
I see you're more cheerful. Yeah, thanks to that. Although I think it's simple-minded of me.
そんなことないよ。それだけミシェルとの再会が嬉しかったってことでしょ。
That's not true. You were just that happy after seeing Misyr, right?
俺らもミシェルのこと心配してたし、正直ほっとしてる。
We were worried about Misyr too, to be honest. I'm relieved.
カヌスたちが戻ってきたら一歩前進したことを報告しないとね。
When Canis and company get back, we need to tell them about this, right? Cute! Kororo seems happy too, slapping his tail fins on the table in a cheery rhythm. Oh, right. Il left for the GPM early this morning, but he was happy to hear my story too.
鼻歌混じりに出て行ったよね。
He left telling me
ミ
to
ルって
tune.
確か今日はあの変人の手伝いに行ってるんだっけ？
Il went to go help the weirdo today, if I recall right. Yeah, to tell the truth, from a little while back, Makaido was thinking this out. By combining Il's magic and with GPM's technology, if a big fissure occurs in the human world, apparently it might be possible to figure out the location ahead of time. Kadia grunts at this notion. It would be best if such a fissure didn't occur, though.
イルが夜には戻ってこれるよう僕の方で彼を送迎するから夜の護衛の件は安心して。
I'll pick up Il and bring him back for bye tonight, so don't worry about our night guard. Yes, thank you very much. Just then, there's a vibration sound from Rindo's pocket notifying of an incoming call. Rindo says sorry for interrupting, presses the accept button, then...
ハローハローアンシャンテのマスターとついでにリンドご機嫌いかがかな
Hello, hello to the Enchante owner and Rindo too. Are you doing well?
僕は打天使という超レア人外が臨時助手となってくれたことでご機嫌かつ有頂天ハッピーだよ
I'm in an amazing mood, full of ecstasy at the super rare non-human fallen angel being here as a temporary assistant.
今なら後ろからこっそり羽の一本くらい抜いてもバレないよね
Right now, I could sneakily pull one feather from his back. He wouldn't notice, right?
噂をすればってやつだね。
Speak of the devil, as they say. Probably because he wanted to talk to us all, Rindo had quickly switched to speaker mode. What is it, Makaido? Did something happen to Il after he got over there?
ああ、いや、別件。彼への協力要請とはまた別に、ちょっとしたお願いが君にあって。
No, this is separate. I have a little request for you aside from requesting his cooperation. For me?
リンドやイル君から君がミシェル君と再会した話を聞いてね。
I I heard from Rindo and Il that you were able to see Misyr.
どうも、君のいるアンシャンテには、ミシェル君がいた影響からか、例の亀裂が発生しやすいようだ。
Perhaps Misyr's presence left some influence on Enchante. Where you are, the fissures seem to occur there easily.
だから、もしまた同様の現象、
If a similar phenomenon occurs again,
亀裂が再び発生したら、こっちもその反応を観測したいんだよ。
if a fissure appears again, I'd also like to observe the response. According to his explanation, he completed the analysis of Misyr's coffee cup data that I had lent him before, and identified the same compounds from the ash that had remained on Asmodeus's arm. It's made from ash. I'm loading a screen, sorry. In other words, those compounds should be related to Misyr himself or his world. So he, so he wanted to input the compound data into special devices and install them around the Enchante gate and other places. So he wants to input that compound data into special devices and install them around the Enchante gate and other places. If the fissures in space occur at the same compounds enter from them, in response, the main device at GPM will activate. It would automatically collect useful data for predicting the fissure's locations. That's how it works. In addition, those devices also have a function of recording sound from around them. With that, sounds that signal a fissure's opening or Misyr's voice could be heard, etc. Not just the atmosphere, it would allow thorough investigations of every possible clue. That's about everything. Mikaido claps his hands on the other end.
そのための機材を今から、というか、すでに僕の助手君に持たせて、そっちに向かわせてるから。
Starting now, those devices are... Did I read this? Sorry, I was reading the email. Starting now, those devices are more like I've already given them to my assistants or heading over.
彼が来店したら、アンシャンテのあちこちに配置してもいいかな?
I do mind, because your assistant is an angel, and that angel wants Il to go back to the angel world. I don't know that in this reality, but I find it very discomforting. How dare you? Do you mind if he installs him around Enchante when he arrives? I bet I don't have your assistant. Could he mean the hooded man I met at the GPM before? From what I heard, he seems like he knows most of our circumstances here. And I shouldn't have a reason to refuse. That's fine. Thanks. With an energetic announcement of gratitude, Mikaido hangs up the call. It seems like we're moving forward little by little.
このまま異世界の異変の件も含め普通に解決するといいね。
Yeah, with everything happening in the other world too, I hope it's all taken care of soon. After that, Rindo returns to the GPM. During that time, Kadia and Kororo stay with me. Oh, you're Mr. Assistant, right? I had talked to Makaido about the plan, so please feel
皇
free.
帝。では前回にかけて、適切な場所に機材を配置させてもらおう。
Affirmative, then I shall install the devices in suitable locations on all floors.
なんか義務的な人だね。
He seems really dutiful. Next to the excitable Makaido, I think he makes a good balance. I think he's a lying snake. The assistant goes around all of the rooms and halls installing the devices from Makaido. After that, without any particular notice, he leaves the shop. Kadia also goes back home before nightfall. As though changing places with him, Il returns from the GPM to work as my night shift guard. With that, a rather busy day ends, right when it's about to hit 2200 hours, which is 10 o'clock. In my room, I reflect on the day's event as I hold Kororo. He said it would take some time for him to return to the human form. Maybe Misyr will come visit after about 3 days. This time, Kororo makes a positive cry of agreement rather than consolation. After I pet Kororo, I go to change my clothes to sleep when a rather intense sound rings from outside. What's that sound? Il should be standing in front of my room guarding me. Il, did something happen? I get curious and try calling to him through the door. Il? I get a weird feeling when he doesn't reply, so I try calling
どうし
again.
ました？私に何か用事でも？
Is something the matter? Do you need something from me? This time he immediately replies to me through the door. Yeah, I was just a bit curious about that big sound.
ああ、それですか。お恥ずかしいことに。
That, while embarrassing.
下の階、店のゲート付近から妙な音を感知したことで、驚き思わず体勢を崩してしまったのです。
The floor below, I perceived a strange sound from near the shop gate. In surprise, I ended up losing my posture. What, from the
え
gate?
え、試しに探ってみましたが、この魔力と気配は間違いなくミシェルかと。
I tried searching, and this magic power and presence is without mistake Misyr. Misyr? But he said it would take time for him to get back to normal, and it's dangerous at night, so we always set the gate to
ミシェ
close.
ルの技量ならば、多少期間が短縮されてもおかしくはありません。
With Misyr's skills, it wouldn't be strange for him to shorten the time a bit. Along with the plate, he should be able to forcibly open it. Il says this somewhat vacantly.
彼が帰ってきたのですから、どうか出迎えてあげてください。私は
Seeing how he's
一日待機
returned,
していますから。
please go greet him. I'll remain on standby in my room. So if I said presence, right? When it was the question of like, how was this Misyr to you? And I was like, his present. He gave off Misyr's vibes. We're gonna run into the white-haired boy, aren't we? Without waiting for my reply, it seems he left the front of my room. If Misyr came back, Il should want to see him. After all, he was waiting for him to visit every day. Maybe he heard our conversation last night and is being considerate? In that case, I don't want to disregard his consideration, and I really want to see Misyr as soon as he comes back too. Girl, this is a lot of thought. I don't know why he wouldn't go with you. I should make coffee for him again. Kororo, I'll be going for a bit. Kororo was not comfortable. Look at her. Or him. Holding back my impatience, I head straight for the room with the gate. The one called Il held a conversation through the door with Leah. After finishing the conversation, he immediately moves to the second floor. There, without hesitation, he enters his objective
変
room.
化はないか。
No changes. The true angels with pure white wings on their backs under his command nod in silence. In the center of the room, Spread on the floor, a small pool of blood. A certain individual was restrained, his limbs and necks included, his whole body tangled up in threads of light stretching from thin air.
アンシャンテのマスターの誘導の成功を確認。生体偽装効果を解除する。
Confirmed manipulation of Enchante owner, removing vocal cords, imitating effect. The man who called himself Eels dispels all of his imitation spells that were hiding his true identity. And the real Eel knows the name of the imposter, and so do I.
Sorry. 彼女に何を
Solitus, what did you do to her? Despite the threads constricting his throat, Eel utters the name of the angel before him.
案ずるな、断罪の使徒。当個体にあの人間を害する意志はない。
Do not worry, Apostle of Judgment. This individual has no malicious intent.
ゲートの前と誘導したのは、単にあの場が防音に優れ、隔離に適した空間のため。
I simply guided her to the gate due to that location's superior soundproofing, which keeps that space suitably
すべて
isolated.
はお前の返しを悟らせぬための一時的な誘導だ。
A temporary measure to prevent her from perceiving the recovery of you. However, saying this, Solitus makes an addition as though warning Eel.
あくまでお前が抵抗しなければ。
That applies if you do not resist, that is. If Eel resists, he can't guarantee the safety of Leah, is what he means.
もっとも、
Although,
我が槍による強制命令に、お前が抗えるとも思わぬが。
it would be unthinkable for you to resist a compulsory command of my spear. Despite indifferently speaking of his objective to Eel, this apostle of the symbol of fear, the being also called the right hand of God, to think they would meet in the human world. Rather, to think he'd be attacked. Solitus made use of the request from Makaido to install the devices to hide rosaries for Bartle, spatial teleportation, spiritual in various locations. Using those, he made his movement to recover Eel. It was a complete surprise attack. Eel desperately tries to keep breathing, in frustration at his own failure to perceive it.
では展開に戻るぞ。断罪の使徒よ。
Now we return to heaven, Apostle of Judgment.
再接続は後ほどとし、まずは我らが神と再会せよ。
Your reconnection can wait for later. You must meet with God once again.
今展開には未曾有の危機が訪れている。その危機に対抗するためには、
The heavenly world now faces an unprecedented crisis. To oppose this crisis,
本来の姿に戻ったお前の力が
the
必要
power
だ。
of your true form is required. Reconnection, original form. Eel instantly understands the meaning and his face goes pale. At the same time that Eel tries to somehow squeeze out a voice,
術式を再度展開。展開へ続くホール付近への転送を開始する。
redeployment spell, commencing teleportation via wormhole to the heavenly world. Eel's figure, along with Solitus and the other angels, are all engulfed in rising light and vanish. Except for the blood, right? There's still blood on the ground. She'll be able to discern something bad happened to him, right? Okay. I entered the gate room as Eel urged me to, but... Inside the room, it's just the gate standing alone by itself. There's nobody here. I look around and behind it, but there's no sign of anyone. I check the plate in the end, but it's still unchanged, set to close. Could Il have been half asleep? Now that I think about it, Il hasn't slept for several days to guard me. Maybe his fatigue finally shows itself today. In that case, next time Connus or Ignis comes back, we should let him rest. Thinking this, I go to leave the room, but there's a sound at my back. When I wonder what it is and turn around towards the gate, as though flung, the plate flips over to open. What? The doorbell drops its light tone in a dimly lit room.
ああ、やっと、
Finally.
やっと、会えた。
I finally met you. Misyr. What came leaping out from it was the man I've been waiting to see. The hands he extended. I'm captured in his arm without any time to be surprised. Then, as though being embraced, I'm pulled in by him to the other side of the gate. Oh dear. This doesn't say it's the final chapter. He has more than 4 chapters. What just happened? Did I hit load instead of save? Oh no, did I accidentally load that? Oh god, what did I do? Oh my god, I just hit load instead of save. I thought I was on save and I just saved over that and loaded it. Oh god. Well, I'm awake, as you can tell. Okay. There was no choice in that entire chapter. I was trying to save, and instead I was on load. I'm so bad at this. It's how you know I'm in physical pain. I'm making really silly mistakes. So far, we've learned that he used to be human. I'm going to assume he got trapped in there by a wormhole, but how did he get powers? And how did this other person come to get a consciousness? Like, I'm getting... I've just forgotten every single word I've ever known. The prince, the little prince vibes. Which is a depressing story. I just hit load like a fool. I loaded instead of saved. I'm such a fool. And then he wasn't here for half the story, and she's had depression this whole time. The little prince has a lot of depression in it, so it would fit. He's a guy, but how did he meet her before, right? We still haven't figured that out. She hasn't talked about having an imaginary friend. Unless she went into the door by herself, which they haven't established. If she opens the door, something weird happens. Wasn't surprised Il got kidnapped. This could be the story that I'm waiting for, because I said it already. Ignis's world needs help. Connus's world needs help. Il's world needs help. They all need help. And this stuff happening, like him getting kidnapped, Ignis... I don't know, Dromi. Dromi still got me.
やっと。
Alright, then we're back. We're back again. LOL. Pretend I didn't do that. I'll do it right this time. I swear. I'll click on save. It's just every other one said final chapter for this. Okay. I almost went back down to load. Okay. Yeah, his does not say the final chapter, so he's got more, and I'm sure we probably talked about that. Because his goes 3 final. Pretty sure eel was the same. 3 final. 3 final. Three, and then his final had no choices in it, I think. The first thing I felt was the wind on my cheek. Parched, dry air that stings my throat with each breath. The peculiar, rough wind shakes me awake. I slowly open my eyes. When I get up, what I saw in my field of vision is changing shapes with each stroke of the wind. An ashy land stretching far into the horizon. This place is... I get a sense of deja vu. The ground where I lay collapsed until now. When I slowly opened my hand that had been touching it. Ash-colored sand. No, ash. What was in my palm blows away in the wind, indistinguishable from the other ash. I recognize this world and this ash stretching over the surface. Those 2 words in my still heavy head tell me one possibility. Could this place be Leah? Cutting through this lonely world is a voice filled with joy. When I turn around towards it, I was embraced in somebody's body. An embrace from right in front that reminded me of a certain encounter one day. The sensation of this chest and arm wrapped my body remains in my memory, but the strength behind it was greater back then. I sense a strong will of never wanting to let go of me. It's a little suffocating, so I raise my head and...
本当に君なんだね。
Really? Is it really you? Misyr? As I thought, the one embracing me was the one who promised to return to Enchante. Misyr, who has returned to his usual form. Still embracing me, he places his eyes right on me.
よかった。ああ、本当によかった。
I'm glad. I'm so glad.
もしこのまま君が目覚めなかったらどうしようかと思った。
If you had never woken up again, excuse me? I wouldn't know what to do.
会いたかったよ。俺はここでずっと君を待ってたんだ。
I wanted to see you. I was waiting for you all this time.
気が遠くなるぐらいずっと
Enough to nearly faint for so long.
ああ、まずは何から話そうか。君とは話したいことがたくさんあるんだ。
What should we talk about first? There's so much I want to talk to you about. Still embracing me, he doesn't stop talking. Misyr, of course I'm very happy to see you too, but this is a little painful. Could you relax your grip a little?
ああ、ごめん。力加減がまだわからなくて。
Sorry, I still don't know how to control this strength. Clue number 1. Misyr apologizes and reluctantly lets go of my body. The little distance, I finally have room to look over his body. But if you're here, that means this place is...
そう。ここが俺の世界。
Yeah, this is my world.
いきなり引き込まれて驚いた。君に会えた嬉しさで、ついね。
Were you surprised to be pulled in? I was happy to see you and couldn't help it. Like the first time we met, sometimes you act purely on emotions, don't you, Misyr? But Misyr, what about that form? If I recall, Misyr would return to his true form when he's in his own world, right?
ああ、どうしても君に会いたくて、ちょっと頑張ってみたんだ。
I really wanted to see you, so I worked really hard at it. I wouldn't suddenly turn you to ash, he says with a smile. I see. Did you push yourself? Misyr, are you pushing yourself?
無理って
Pushing myself. We talked about it before. I thought it was really hard to restrain your power. Keeping that form in this world, I thought you might be pushing yourself. I'm a little worried. Misyr.
ああ、うん。大丈夫。
Yeah, I'm fine.
そう、大丈夫だ。僕が苦しみなんてものを感じるはずないんだから。
That's right, I'm fine. I wouldn't feel anything like pain and suffering. It seems like he was too happy and pulled me in here before he even entered Enchante, but still, it's been a while seeing each other face to face like this.
そうだね。俺からすれば数千年って感じだけど。
That's right, it felt like thousands of years to me. Is she reincarnated? Is that an option in this game? That's a really long time. As though interrupting our conversation, the ashen wind grazes my skin. Upon seeing it, Misyr makes a troubled frown, but he quickly regains his mood.
さて、君が来てくれたことだし。
Oh, hi,
改めて紹介しよう
Isha!
かな。
Don't forget Akasi's stream tomorrow. Actually, I emailed Akasi and made sure I could Saimu stream. So I was told, yes, I can stream my reactions as they're streaming their stuff. So I can actually have their stream on my stream. So we can react all together. And it won't look weird because I won't be reacting to a video people can't see. And why they leak one of the Atomi announcements on Twitter. Oh, which one did they leak? Hola. They leaked one? Which one? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Akasi games. That's how you say it, I think. Radiant Tel fan disc? Wait. We can't have the Radiant Tel fan disc. I'm not prepared. I haven't played the first one yet. They can't do this. No, not to get Radiant Tel. Oh no. Now I have to play the other one. I don't have time. They deleted it on Twitter, so I can't see it. So me going to Twitter right now is a waste of time. They better announce Virtue Evermore fan disc. That's the one I want. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going to start my stream. And I'm going to start at like 10 minutes before they start theirs so that we can just chill out for a little bit and make some, oh goodness, what's the word? What's that word again? Predictions. We can do some predictions. I mean, that one's been ruined now, but they can't do this to me. I need to make like a chart, like one of those crazy charts. And it's just like, here's all the things. All right, here's a picture. Look at these. These are not in the US yet. Here's the ones coming. Because Akasi, from what I could tell, it's like a spreadsheet, yeah. I forgot it was tomorrow. I got distracted with State of Play. Oh no, not that too. I thought you wouldn't even show up because you'd be watching everybody playing like a dragon. Someone on YouTube commented that they bet that if you had been watching when I was screaming about Hibina and whatever from Winter's Wish, that you would have been yelling about it too. And I was like, I'll let her know. God. Oh no. I'm already scared. Yeah, but Final Fantasy. Oh, here's the thing, okay? I'm thirsty for Sephiroth as well. I'm totes there. But, like. I can't play Final Fantasy VII. I can't do it. I didn't play the first one. I just looked at the art and liked it a lot. And they just keep making him hotter. And I feel like that's them they're proving that evil's good. And that's where we're at right now. And this guy's pretending to be Misyr right here. Look at this liar here. Just say, like a Dragon 8 broke my heart today, so yeah, I cried so much. Oh no! I'm so sorry. They are very emotional games though. I mean, in Yakuza, he became like a single father to a girl that he saved, and then she had a baby. It was really dramatic. It was a whole life there. But yes, we will be talking. Your eyes still hurt from crying? I'm not trying to make you feel better. My eyes are probably still puffy. I'm actually sick right now, but it's like physical pain sick. I was supposed to be at work right now, but I'm not because I called out because like I'm in pain. My back hurts. Moving and standing hurts. Anytime I readjust in seating right now, I'm in pain. Just for the fun notes. I'm worried you will get burnt out. Me? Playing Atomi games? Maybe. It's a chance. I mean, I got burnt out of Jack and Jean. I'm pretty good about knowing myself. You just finished Villainous. Ooh. That's also on my list. I have so many things on my list.
君が来てくれたことだし、改めて紹介しようかな。
And there was an event. Wait. A date with death. Wait. What's going on with my boy? It's loading the pop-up because I was opening my Atomi game list. There was an event on stream for visual novels and I got news about date with death. ... What does that mean? Is that a good ... or a bad ... There's gonna be another DLC with date with death? Is it still free? Cause like I'll do it. I'll take that sacrifice. I'll download it. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I need a break. I need a break from announcements because it's making me nervous. But if they announce Virtue Evermore, I will change my life for Virtue Evermore. My world will be different. Now that you're here, should I give you a formal introduction? Yeah. Tell me your name.
ようこそ、俺の世界へ。
Spend time with death and learn more about Reapers plus maybe soul babies? Are soul babies soulmates? Or are we just making babies that are just souls? Wait. You think there's gonna be a 10-day too? A day 10? A day 10? I liked getting my happy endings. I don't know if I want to dive back in. Welcome to my world. Yeah, it sucks here. Let's go back to mine. Misyr spreads both hands and introduces the wasteland he lives in.
これが俺のミシェル・アレックスが生きる本当の世界。
I've got 61 games on my wish list. I'm just looking at the list of games I actually own, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm gonna count Sympathy's Kiss because I haven't paid off, so that's 16, 17, 18, 19. I own 19 Atomi games right now. Like, own them. Like, they're mine. Cafe Enchante is on that list because I haven't finished it yet. We're getting there. I don't know. That list I have is also extremely long. And I finish when the night comes. Look at you. You've had an active day. I'm proud of you. And you cried today. Like, look at you. This is the real world where Misyr Rex lives.
もともと名前なんてない場所なんだけど、一応こう呼ばれてるんだ。
It originally didn't have any name, but it has been called this. I added another game thanks to State of Play. It comes out before my B-Day. Is it an Atomi game or is it scarier than that?
終わりの世界ってね。
The world of end times. The real other world that Misyr lives in, wasteland of ash extended endlessly, and there are no signs of life in the world. Nice. Nice. The world of end times. It really rings a bell. Can I go back home? That has a really sad sound to it. But it's all a wasteland. This is terrible, Misyr. I'm going home now. Where's the gate? It's composed of only ash. I'm sure no matter how far I walked, there wouldn't be anything of nature or buildings like in other worlds. Stellar Blade. Ooh, I can Google it. I have Google. Google, help me. Oh, looks adorable. This looks like a Battle Angel? What's that name? She looks cute. Looks like it's made by like dead or alive people. What the heck? Some absolutely wild outfits. Okay. Oh, it's a Korean developer too. How fun. Is it only on PlayStation? Oh goodness. I'd have to drag my whole PlayStation into here, and it was already a nightmare when I did it with my Xbox. I'm sure no matter how far I walk, there'd be any of nature. As the name suggests, it's as though all the citizens have gone to ruin. This place that has met its end is the world Misyr lived in this whole time. Misyr himself doesn't seem to mind, in fact.
それじゃあ素敵なお客さんに今からこの世界を案内してあげようか。
My wonderful guest, what happened to
見せたい場
Princess?
所も
Who
あ
are
るからね。
you? Now then, how about I guide my wonderful guest around this world? There are places I want you to see, like the graveyards. In fact, he seems to be happy from the bottom of his heart that he's brought me here.
さあ、お手をどうぞ。
Now, Leah, would you give me your hand? Huh? He gently extends a hand to me. As I'm a little confused about why he extends it to me, Misyr suddenly smiles.
まあ、ありえないことなんだけど、うっかりはぐれないようにさ、手をつないだ方が安全かなって。
While it should be unthinkable, I wouldn't want you to get lost. It would be safer if we hold hands. Misyr, I should go home. It's getting late. And it's all ash in here.
俺と手をつなぐのは嫌。
Would you not like holding my hand? I don't mind it, but I'm actually happy. I don't mind it, but I'm a little surprised. You know, you explained before, right, that you have this ashen power? I'm sure it's fine because you're in your usual form now, but that just happened to the demon world, so Misyr, I thought you might have been concerned about getting near me or other people. That's what it seemed like. So for you to offer your hand to me, it's just a little surprising.
まさか君に触れることに 戸惑いなんか覚えるわけないじゃない。
Looks a little mischievous, just a little bit evil. Maybe it's the background, but not at all. Touching you, I wouldn't feel worried about that. Really? He declares it without hesitation, and I'm a little taken aback. Did our reunion before blow away all of his hesitations? No, you're just dumb. Like, what? But, Misyr, I'm thankful you want to guide me around this world, but is it okay? Is it okay we don't return to Enchante? When I ask, Misyr blinks his eyes in
どう
surprise.
して
Why? Huh? He tilts his head like his heart's confused. What do you mean, why? You know that night you promised to come back to Enchante.
ああ、それ
That.
君がここに来てくれたなら、わざわざあそこへ行く必要なんてないよ。
You came here, so there's no need to take the trouble to get there. This is feeling like Little Red Riding Hood. Like, oh, really? What's your next question? That's gonna be a red flag.
大事なのは、君と俺が触れ合うってことでしょ。
What's important is that you and I can touch, right? What is this? Considering Misyr's words and attitudes, something feels very out of place. When I try to think about what it is, I can't quite put it into words.
それよりも、早く行こう。俺の手を取って、俺に触れて。
More importantly, let's hurry. Take my hand. Touch me, Leah. Leah. Without waiting for my response, he forcefully grabs my hand. Why? Really, why? He stops cold at my question. When you speak of Enchante, why is it as though it's only a second thought? Back then,
話すよ、全部。アンシャンテのドアベルを。今度は全部を。
you said it so longingly, so earnestly. You wanted to come to Enchante. You wanted to sit at the counter. You wanted to see me at Enchante. That's what you said, and yet... That's right, this is what felt so out of place. More than anyone, Misyr cherishes the days he spent at Enchante. To abandon a reunion at that shop and take the trouble of bringing me into his own world by force. Also, I think I saw someone made a Kororo plushie on the Tomy Reddit, and someone else made it a Cafe Enchante fan art too. I want a Kororo plushie. Oh my god, what? How can I put it? Right now, you seem like a different person. I saw this with such a confusion in my voice. You say this? I say this with such kind of confusion in my voice. The expression drops from Misyr's face. Is he still holding your hand, girl? Did you get your hand back? It's not an expression I've ever seen in him. There's no mistaking it.
どうしてそんなひどいことを言うの？
Why would you say such a terrible thing? He stomps in the ash towards me.
僕はミシェルだよ。
I am Misyr. You understand?
君が求めて、君がずっと恋しがってくれたミシェル・アレックスだ。
I am who you wanted, who you've been longing for, Misyr Rex.
だってほら、顔も声も体も端から端まで全部
Just look. My face, my voice, my body, every part of me is the same, isn't it?
だからほら。
Don't run away.
こっちにおいで。
Come to me. Chill runs up my back, heeding the warning of the shiver. I turn my back to the unknown man. and begin to run as fast as I can. This person is not Misyr. Confident of this terrible fact, I escape without any destination in mind. With no destination, I simply run through an endless wasteland to escape from that someone who has taken Misyr's form. I thought the gate would be somewhere nearby, but it seems I was carried very far during the time I was unconscious, and I can find no trace of it. She is missing Misyr's world. Eel has been kidnapped. Ignis and Canis are currently at their homeland. She's dead. This is where she dies. This is the end of the game. It's all over now. She had a good run. I run and I run, but the scenery just repeats itself. The rough ash slips beneath my fatigued legs. I nearly tumble over with force, but I manage to control it. However, I need to run faster. The young man will catch up otherwise. Driven by impatience, I try to take the next step. Huh? What is this? Murky blood drips from my mouth. The red color melts into the ash. The moment it enters my sight, I'm suddenly assaulted by suffocation. It's more than that. It hurts. My hands shake, my vision blurs. Blood and oxygen. I feel everything in my body as if it's hurting me from the inside. I can't endure it. Don't worry, this is supposed to happen. Thank you. I'm like, I got the bad ending again. This game is full of fake outs. I can't endure it. The abnormality, this agony happening in my own body. I collapse to my knees in an ashen land. Behind me, I hear. Oh, there he is. There, I caught you. A body with no warmth engulfs me. The body is no longer Misyr. It was the young man beyond the fissure. Bruh, when I saw this part, I was so mad and losing my mind. Why? You're hot. You're so hot. What's going on? Why aren't you wearing a t-shirt? Why does everyone in this game get to not wear a t-shirt but Canis, who has the best body? The first time I went to another world when I passed through the gate to Medio. A voice calling to me from somewhere. I was so worried about MC. This game is really trippy. So I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Nor 9. That's kind of why I skipped it. In Nor 9, there was one bad ending that was over an hour. No, it wasn't Nor 9. It was Paradox. Paradigm Paradox. In Paradigm Paradox, there is a bad ending that is like an hour. Usually the bad endings are fast. It took you on a whole nother route for like over an hour, and I'm just like, oh, it was a bad ending the whole time. It's just bad. A voice calling to me from somewhere. And when I was thrown out onto Amasaki Island, what drew me into the gate, that mysterious voice. Thinking back to that harsh noise, hidden behind it, a voice. Don't tell me that voice, it was when I whispered in, with it whispered in my ear like this, I finally realized.
そうだよ。どれも全部僕の声なんだ。
That's right, all of it was my voice.
やっぱり君には聞こえてたんだね。
As I thought you could hear it.
僕はこうして君とずっと言葉を交わしたかった。
For all this time I wanted to speak with you like this.
気が遠くなるぐらい。
Look at this guy's hands.
君を待って。
I know you're bleeding internally right now, but like, those are some nice hands, right? You can admire that. while you're bleeding internally and crying on his hands. Like, what's with the tears? So much that I could faint. I have waited for you, and you have wanted you.
ずっとずっと君のことを思わなかった時間はなかったよ。
For so long, there was never a time when I didn't think of you. The young man embraces my body, entirely stricken with pain, with even more force. Is this not Virtue Evermore? Is this not... I don't know what that means, but okay. Is this not the ending with two guys that are the same person? And one has white hair. Just saying. Just saying. Embraces me with more force. You're low on disc space. Okay, well, calm down. I'll fix it later. Finally, I can finally touch you. I can finally talk to you.
嬉しいな。諦めずに何度も手を伸ばした甲斐があった。
I'm glad. It was well worth my persistence in reaching my hand for you. Aw, you trying to bring it to full circle back to Virtue. First off, in Virtue, they were all monsters too. They just stayed human. Everything is Virtue Evermore. It's just like, take the picture and it's like Cafe Enchante, and then like the corner of it's like starting to tilt down, and actually you peel it down dramatically and it's Virtue Evermore. Eventually we got Virtue fan disc, and we have another suffering of 12-hour stream. Just for Virtue, I will do a 12-hour stream. I'll do it again. I did one for this. Maybe that's why my back hurts. Who knows? I'm glad. It was well worth my persistence in reaching my hand for you. This man, what is he talking about? As he breathes sighs of joy over me, my body is in pain and my vision blurs. A feeling of nausea rises. Just as I cough up blood yet again. Get away from Leah. Purple lightning approaches the young man. During the slight moment when the young man's eyes go wide, I put all my strength into my arms and shove his body away from mine. Using that force, I turn to where the lightning came from. All that fills my vision is ash, but in a small gap, I see a dark figure. This time, on that night. Leah. Yeah, it's me, your girl. The one who promises to ring the Enchante doorbell was there. Misyr. My breathing pains me, and as I collapse to my knees, he rushes to me and catches me just in time. But the face of my support, Misyr, is twisted in fatigue and anguish. Why are you here? I'd really like to know that, but for now, we need to hurry.
人間界に戻るつもり?
Are you going to return to the human world?
ダメだよ、そんなの。僕が絶対に許さない。
You can't do that. I won't ever allow it. Misyr, the young man. Perhaps because this is their first time meeting face to face, Misyr looks shocked when he sees his face. Yeah, but you have elf ears. What a surprise, you really do have the same face as me.
その皆、僕に送れ。
I've already had this part, it's fine.
君の力とその姿は、あの時、丸ごともらったと。
Your power and form, I took it all back then. Or so I thought.
まだその姿を保っている上に、弱いとはいえ、
魔法を使う余裕まであったんだ。
You still maintain that form, and even while weak, you have the strength to perform magic.
しぶとさだけには自信があってね。
I'm only confident in my tenacity.
まあ、君が俺の力そのものを奪ったおかげで。
Although I can thank you for stealing my powers for that.
こうして、この世界でも、異形に戻らずに済んでるのは、皮肉としか言いようがないけどね。
As you see, I'm not returning to that strange form. Even in this world, I can only call that ironic. Misyr holds me up like he's shielding me and glares intensely at the young man. While watching the man state to run at any moment, he slowly backs away. I don't understand what that means, but okay.
君は何者だ。魔界で俺に干渉してきた剣といい。
Who are you? You interfered with me in the demon world.
ここに俺以外の命が存在するはずができるわけがないのに。
No other being should exist here aside from me. They couldn't.
触れただけで俺の力を奪うなんて、そんなとんでもないゲート。
You stole my powers just by touching me. That's quite a ridiculous feat.
君は
Who exactly are you? Misyr asks questions to try and create an opening in the man. You must really think this is hilarious.
おかしい。
That's rich.
それを君が聞くのかい？他でもない君が。
You of all people ask me that? None other than you?
君は僕のことをずっ
For
と
all this time, you.
ずっとはるか昔から知っていたはずなのに。
Are they twins or are they the same person? Which one is it? For so long, you've known me since the distant past.
僕は君にとってたった一人の同郷の仲間なんだから。
To you, I'm your only friend from the homeland. The moment he hears those words, Misyr's face goes stiff. However, he uses the young man's opening.
どうにか頑張って落ちないように捕まってて。
Try your very best to hold on to not fall. Misyr prioritizes escape and holds onto me and runs at full speed. The young man doesn't rush and intensely sees us off without moving a step from that spot, simply smiling. As Misyr walks while holding me. Much like me, fresh blood also spills from his mouth. I try to call out, but my lungs hurt like they're burning. My body torments me like it's poison. Misyr desperately protects me with the robes he's wearing. Misyr! Between my hoarse breaths, I try to call his name.
喋らないで。
Don't talk. We're both gonna die, Misyr. Look at you. Voice mixed with worry prevents me.
詳しく話してる暇はないけど、この世界の大気は人体に有害なんだ。長時間さらされれば。
This part actually hurt me. I was so scared for them. It feels like there should be like, if this was a, gosh, Dragon Escape? What is that game? Where like, go left, go right. If I was in control, I would just lead them to a brick wall and they would die. I don't have time to go into detail. The atmosphere in this world harms the body. Exposed to it for too long and you'll die.
この姿の俺なら君を運べるからゲートまでもう少しだけ耐えて。
I can carry you in this form, so just hold on a little longer until we reach the gate. As if to mock his determination, smoke rises from the ash in front of us and... Spartoi.
この世界の産物だとは思ってたけど、なんでこんな時に
I figured it was a product of this world, but why now of all times? The ones from before, the menace we saw on Amasaki Island, they swarm us all at once. The usual Misyr could crush all of them with a single glare, but as he is right now, he can only smash the approaching spotted toy one by one, and he doesn't seem able to fly. Spartoi, a non-human that appears on Amasaki Island, a skeleton made out of ash from the world of end times, where Misyr lives. Happily, I might add. He loves it here. Still, while avoiding the spotted toy, he continues running through the wasteland. Did he lose the spotted toy? Or did they let us go? Despite them disappearing from sight, Misyr's steps grow more and more dull. Hoarse breaths begin to wheeze from his throat. It becomes injury and with blood dripping down.
頑張ってあと少しで
Leah, hold on. Just a little more. We're almost at the gate. Using his own body as a shield, he strongly embraces me. Misyr simply repeats in desperation.
大丈夫心配しないで
It's okay, don't worry. I'll get you back.
必ず
Enchante. Each time the storm blows fiercely, Misyr holds me a little bit tighter. Misyr, he says that, but I don't know if those spotted toy or that young man will catch up. Misyr, if you carry me, if you go by yourself.
君を見捨てろって冗談じゃないね
Do you want me to abandon you? That's no joking matter. In my thinning consciousness, I try to call to him once more, but in this world that was empty until now, I realize that a small change occurred. As far as I can see, there are small hills at regular intervals. What are those? We don't have the time to chat, I know, but to maintain my consciousness, I instinctively ask Misyr.
あれは墓標だよ
Those are grave markers. What?
不幸にもこの世界に迷い込んで死んでいった人たちのね
Unfortunately, they lost their ways and came to this world. They died here.
俺はその中のただ一人の
I'm among them,
生
the
き残り
only
で
survivor.
かつては君と同じ
I was once like you.
人間界の人間だ
I
ったん
was
だ
a human. The human world. I know it's disgusting. You don't like monsters. I'm so sorry. Misyr walks on, speaking in a hoarse voice. He talks about his life, about a history long ago. We get a backstory. Lego. You say that, but it's hazy to me too. I don't remember much about that time. The only thing carved into my brain are memories barely remaining as knowledge. It goes back tens of thousands of years, right It's an era known to humans' descendants now as Genesis. Genesis refers to the distinctly ancient era where Misyr was born, possessing advanced technology in the Bible of the human world. This era is told of as a time of creation and the birth of humanity. I'm sure to people now, people have the idea of stone tools and humans living as hunter-gatherers. Oh. The reality was nothing like that. The human world at the time had far more advanced technology than the modern day. Magic and science, all techniques, were fused to extreme limits, creating an advanced civilization. In such an era, I was born as an ordinary human. However, by the time I reached adult age, I left my homeland, the human world. At the time the human world knew of worlds outside our own, we had observed the existence of them. All technology at the time was utilized to cross the boundary between worlds and develop means to move into them. The results of that was called an ark, a vehicle that could travel to other worlds. Refers to a rectangular ship appearing in the Bible of the human world. In this game, it means ships used by humanity to travel to other worlds in the era of Genesis, like the angel world, where they ruined it. I was chosen as a human to ride an ark in search of new lands and other worlds. Why did we seek other worlds? Why did we need to leave the human world? The reason I don't remember it anymore. For the journey, loaded in the ark was a door, a gate, that connected space-time to connect the world with the human world. A door of space-time loaded into an ark connected other worlds to the human world. Likely if another world suitable for an habitation was found, humans planned to use the gate to move to the new world. The gates that existed in other worlds, including the one in Enchante, were probably left for that purpose. However, among the many arcs that departed, the arc I was riding, it suffered the worst luck. It was swallowed by a wave in space. Much like being a castaway, what we reached was... The world I reached was this world. We called it the world of end time, appropriate to its name. This world bestows an ending upon all who visits. The atmosphere of this world is not something the human body endures very well. On the first day we arrived, about half the crew came with died. I came with. They did not come up with death. They just died. After realizing the abnormality, we turned to flee, but there was nothing we could do. Naturally, I was no exception. The ash that entered the body stabs into it, causing one to vomit blood. The wind burns the skin of those exposed. The people around me suffered and suffered and suffered. In the end, their bodies would erode and become ash. They would die and become part of this world. Objects were also no exception. All things would arrive at the same fate. I watched it all with vacant eyes, enduring the hellish agony myself too. Before I knew it, I was the only one left alive. Before long, like my friends, I too would perish and become ash. That's what I thought. For some reason, only my body began to experience strange mutations. My body twisted. My bones stuck out. My skin hardened and the color changed. I no longer needed food nor drink. Perhaps absorbed from the dead, my body gained immense magic powers and began to grow into something enormous. Kill me. Just let me die. I can't take it anymore. It was the suffering that made me crave death, yet the transformation's torture didn't stop. It took several hundreds of years to end. Then all that remained was this body reduced to a grotesque form. After that, learning to move around decently took another few hundred years. Then finally I began to realize I was going to be truly and utterly alone. Even the giant ark that we rode and carried us here, even the gate to travel to and from our original world, during that long time I was suffering had all been buried in ash and had vanished. Buried, not destroyed. I was at a loss for words at the things he had told me as he continued walking. Then, Misyr, that form.
そう。多分、環境への適応ってやつ。
Yeah, that's right. It's probably an adaptation to environment.
俺の体だけが、この死の世界で生き抜くための変化。
Only my body changed to survive in this world of death. Maybe it's about evolution.
あんな滅びをまき散らす異形の姿になる形で生き
That
残
form
って
that
しまったん
spreads
だ。
ruin. I survived in that grotesque form. After enduring hell for hundreds of years as his body changed, when it was finally over, his human form was traded for this one, grotesque and with the power of ruin. Okay, let's stop using the word grotesque. It's not... Did I say something? Pain? Pain. It is pain. It might not look normal. That doesn't make it grotesque. That's not how grotesque works. And after all that, for tens of thousands of years, he lived in this lonely world. I can't even imagine what kind of hell that must have been. But the world eating away at me now is more evidence of it than anything else. I had shed tears before I knew it, and Misyr wipes them away with a finger.
これはもう過ぎ去った過去でただの事実起きてしまったこと。
Those are just facts of a past that's long past. What's done is done.
けどね。
But Misyr smiles. I didn't think this world would make me suffer once again. The beautiful, sweet smile.
こんな俺の人生にも救いはあった。手をね、差し伸べてくれた人がいたんだ。
Even my life had its salvation, a hand, someone who had extended a hand to me. When did I do that? How old was I? I had taken grotesque form, but at first I wasn't discouraged. The ark and the gate, they might have remained somewhere in this world. Especially the gate. It wasn't something that could be destroyed physically. So I searched the world thoroughly. I might find it somewhere. I might be able to return to the human world. I simply wanted to escape this world of end times and return to my homeland. I wandered, searching this barren wasteland for tens, hundreds, thousands of years. Despite searching for it so long, I couldn't find a single clue. My journey of thousands of years in vain. The moment my heart broke, I collapsed my knees and screamed. I tried to take my own life, but the ash would immediately shut my wound. With every breath, with even death denied to me, I gave up on everything. I was prepared to live an eternity in solitude here in the world of end times. But even in this world of nothing, there was one thing that brought a change. That was rarely once every few decades a wormhole would open. I mean, I saw that. Most of them closed instantly and were fragile. But once in a while, from the wormholes from the otherworld, life forms would fall. That's right. Aside from myself, this world bestowed an end to visitors. Demon beasts from the bestial world, fairies from fairy world, demons from the demon world, angels falling from the heavenly world, and from many other worlds. At first, I thought I wouldn't be alone anymore. I ended up feeling happy. That joy was short-lived. Unlike me, there wasn't a single one suited to this world of end time. Not even the angels. That's right, everyone who fell in would die. In agony, they would turn to ash. Even if I tried to help, I'd turn life to ash simply by touching it, so there was almost nothing I could do. If there was one thing, though, in regards to the countless lives that vanished with the passing of time, I could attend to them and listen. Help me. I don't want to die. I want to see my family. I want to go home. Why won't you help me? Repeatedly listening in such elimination, I could only watch those countless lives die. I learned about the other worlds as I cared for them, and the powers I stole from the dead afforded me the ability to wield magic. It's ironic that really it is all I can say. And they passed and became ash. I would make a grave mostly for myself. All I did was watch my visitors die for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Tens and hundreds of thousands of people. Becoming the ashen gravekeeper, that was my life. The life of Misyr Rex. Is this a game? Not that kind of game. Is this name an anagram? Can we move this around and make it a different name? After starting that, I wonder how much time passes. One day, suddenly at the edge of the graveyard, a fist-sized fissure or wormhole opened. It was really small, but it was my first time encountering a wormhole that didn't vanish in a moment. At the time, due to tens of thousands of years of despair and solitude, I had lost the ability to think properly. I was taken in by the light leaking from it. Unconsciously, I was peeking inside. There I found my salvation. There was a young human girl there. The girl could see me through the fissure and looked up with curiosity. Who are you? Oh, are you a friend of Grandpa? She gave me a pure smile. An innocent face, not knowing a single trace of sorrow and despair of the world. I felt hateful. Will I spend an eternity in this world, my heart eroded and tended to the dead? This girl, just thinking about her living so carefree, revived the negativity that had died in me. I'll kill her. As if to vent my anger, I eagerly reached my distorted hand to the fissure. When I did, just before the girl ran out of my field of view. That was only naturally. With such a monster before her eyes, of course she would run away. More than failing to kill her, my heart was wounded upon realizing that reality again. However, I was wrong. She bring you a cup of coffee in this special cup. Here, you can have this coffee. What? The girl came back with a cup in her hand, saying this with a smile. Inside was something black. At the time, I didn't even know the name of the beverage, but it was steaming. Your voice was really dry, so you must be thirsty, right? I did my best to make this. That's right, that girl. Upon hearing my groans, while still a child, she was concerned about my lack of vitality and took the trouble to bring a drink to make coffee for me. Oh, it's a secret from Grandpa. Grandpa said I'm not supposed to use hot water while he's gone. Also, if it isn't good, I'm sorry. How can I put it? This child talking to me like it was normal left me completely dumbfounded. Before I realized it, I had accepted it with a trembling hand and brought it to my warped mouth. That one cup of coffee. Hundreds of thousands, no, after how many tens of thousands of years, this warmth given to me from a living being, I couldn't stop my tears. Right at that moment, it wouldn't have been strange if the cup and the girl turned to ash and vanished. Why were the girl and cup safe? Even now, I still don't know the reason, but that miracle, it made me happy. When my tears fell and soaked into the ashen land, a heartless wormhole began to close. I started to lose sight of the girl. I didn't know if it would reach her, but just before it closed, I called out to the girl. Thank you. I have nothing right now, but one day certainly. I will thank you once again for this drink. I'll go there to tell you myself. Definitely, no matter what. She's like, okay, bye! And she just waves and he's gone. No longer able to walk by my own strength, I bury my face in Mysyr's chest as he supports me. That's...
だから、頑張ったんだ。絶望から立ち上がって。
That's why I worked so hard. I stood up from my despair.
めげそうになった時も、あれから大事に守ってきたコーヒーカップを心の支えにして。
When I felt discouraged, that coffee cup I guarded dearly would give my heart support.
歩いて、歩き続けて、地中深くに埋もれていた船の残骸と、
I walked and I walked and I walked. Buried deep in the ground, I finally found the ship's remains and the gate.
体を作り変える痛みにもう一度耐えながら、力を抑える姿になる術も必死に身につけた。
I endured the pain of reforming my body once again. I frantically learned these techniques to suppress my power.
あの女の子へ言った。約束を果たすために。
All to fulfill the promise I made with that girl.
もう分かったかな。
Do you understand now? Yeah, you fell in love with like a baby.
俺がコーヒーを好きな理由も、一番好きな
The reason why I like
コーヒーの理由
coffee.
も、
The reason for my favorite coffee.
その時俺に、ミシェル・アレックスに、ぬくもりを与え、
Back then, what gave me
心を救っ
warmth
てくれたの
was
も、
Misyr Rex and saved my soul. Also, tens of hundreds of thousands of years. Guess who lived a few hundred years and had a really rough time? His name's Anku. Back to peeling the label back, and it's actually just virtually everywhere.
君だよ。
It was you, Leah. Me.
うん。俺がアンシャンテに来る前に、俺はもう君と出会ってたんだよ。
We had already met before I ever stepped foot in Enchante.
ただ、残念なことに、俺がアンシャンテに行けるようになった頃、
Although,
もうすで
unfortunately,
に君は店を離れてたけどね。
by the time I was able to visit Enchante, you had already left the shop.
君の家に会いに行こうと思った時もあった。でも、その度に思いとどまった。
There were occasions I thought about going to see you at home, but each time I reconsidered and stopped.
君に会うなら、ここがいい。君と出会ったアンシャンテがいいなって。
If I was to meet you, it should be there, where we met at Enchante. I see. That's why it was fate.
ん？せっかく時間があるなら、いろいろ話してみたくてさ。俺は君のことを知りたいし、君に。それはもちろん。
We're destiny. You know, like you said back then, like this look on his face is just, oh no.
あの時は正直、君にもう一度会えて、かなり舞い上がってたから。
To be perfectly honest, I was in pretty high spirits back then just from seeing you again.
でも、そうだね。
Yeah, that's right.
運命だと
If it's fate, I'd be
嬉しい
happy.
な。だから、一緒に帰ろう。そんな運命を紡いでくれた。あの
So let's
温か
go
な
back together,
喫茶
back
店に。
to the warm cafe that spun those threads of fate. Yeah. When we go back again, I'll make coffee for you. And then
楽
she
しみに
dies
して
here in
る。
this field.
そのために
And
も
he just buries her right there.
必ず助けるよ。
I look forward to it. I'll save you so we can do that.
今度は俺が
This time,
君を救う番だ。
I'll be the one to save you. Misyr Rex, born in the era of Genesis, after drifting to the world of end times on an ark, this former human transformed into an abnormal form to suit the environment. He was in despair at his eternal solitude, but was saved by meeting the heroine as a child. Misyr continues crying out to me like this. For hours and hours, he walks and runs without a single break. How far away is the door?
着いたよ。
We're here.
もう大丈夫だ。
We're here, Leah. We're gonna be okay.
今、開けるからね。すぐに、リンドウやイルたちに治療してもらえれば助かるはずだ。
About that, Eel's been kidnapped by angels. Rindo might care. Ignis is in the Bestia. Canis is in Medio. We got nobody at the house right now except for Kororo, and I don't think he's helpful in this situation. But good luck. I'll open it now. If we get Rindo, Eel, and everyone to treat you right away, you can make it. Misyr continues to hold me up with one arm. He approaches the gate leading to the human world.
行かせないよ。
I won't let you go. After fleeing for so long, after walking so far, there wasn't even a trace of him until now. Yet the young man appears like it's natural in front of the gate, blocking the way. In the same moment of surprise, Misyr makes space between us and him.
そんなバカな。どこから。
That's impossible. Where'd you come from? I'm trying to look at the lines on his body because it looks like it's the opposite of Misyr's, but also not entirely.
ずーっとそばにいたよ。
I was next to you the whole time.
君が彼女を抱きしめて自分の過去を語ってる時も
You were holding on to her and talking about your
僕
past.
はずっとその隣で話を聞いてた。
I was by your side listening to it all.
どういう意味だ。
What's that supposed to mean?
ねえ、ミシェル・アレックス。
Hey, Misyr Rex, you.
君が箱舟に乗るきっかけになったとある事件。
The incident that gave you the chance to write an arc.
当時のその事件。大災害に名付けられた名を覚えてる？
The incident way back then. No, the catastrophe. Do you remember its name?
そう。覚えてないんだね。
I see, so you don't remember.
けど、英語に近い絶望で心も記憶も削り取られてたし。仕方
Well,
ないね。
the nearly internal suffering wore away your heart and your memories. Makes sense.
それなら教えてあげる。
In that case, I'll tell you.
あの大災害の名は。
The name of the catastrophe.
人々と君が僕につけた名は。
By them. By you. The name given to me.
この世界の名前は。
The name of this world is
Noah.
Noah. Like the ark.
それが僕の名前だよ。
That's my name. He's so happy. Look at him.
僕この世界
You, this world. Noah? Misyr reacts like he doesn't understand, but the young man Noah ignores this.
さあ、質問には答えたよ。もういいでしょ？彼女を僕にちょうだい。
Now I've answered your question. Isn't that enough? Leah, give her to me. As if he was coaxing, he holds out both hands, urging Misyr to hand my body over.
君は一度どころか二度も何度も彼女に救われたんだから、もう
Not
十
just
分満
once,
足したでしょ？
but multiple times she's saved you. Haven't you had your fill already?
今度こそ僕に譲ってくれるよね。
This time, can't you just give her to me? Misyr glares at Noah, and in the space between us and him, a light bursts like a flash grenade. Using that chance, Misyr runs full speed towards the gate. Still holding on to me, he reaches his hand towards the doorknob.
ダメだよ。
Nope. The flash doesn't work on Noah, and his arm is seized by him. That moment. Strength leaves Misyr's body in moments. He had never given up until now, but this brought his knees down to the ash. I fall from his arms on the impact.
もう話したりしないよ。
I won't let you go again, Leah. After I fell to the ground, Noah picks me up. He distances himself from Misyr. With no energy to resist, I simply am carried away. However, perhaps thinking of something, Noah stops.
ここで少し待ってて。
Leah, wait here for a little bit. Saying this, Noah gently puts me down, then he approaches Misyr, who's on his knees and is trying to stand back up. I got a bad feeling. It's more like a hunch, maybe. But unable to speak, all I can do is watch this unfold in my waning field of vision.
彼女を元の世界に戻せ。でないとこのままじゃ彼女までこの世界に。
Send her back to her own world. If you don't, this world is going to kill her.
悲しいな。君はまだ僕という存在を理解してくれないんだね。
How sad. You still don't understand what kind of being I am.
僕は彼女にそんなひどいことをするつもりはないのに。
I have no intention of doing such a terrible thing to her.
僕は
I
まさか。
Don't say you're.
ミシェル・アレックス。これ以上彼女を独占しない。
I'm lost. Misyr Rex, that's enough. You won't hoard her for yourself anymore.
君はもう異形の姿も滅びの力もない存在。無力で無価値な存在。
You no longer have the strange form of that, or that power of ruin. You're a powerless and worthless being.
君はあっちで幸せになればいい。これは
You
僕からの
should find yourself a little happiness in the
最後
human
の
world.
プレゼント。
That's my parting gift to you. Noah, with the same face, gently places his hand on Misyr's shoulder. With a kind smile, he thrusts his hand into Misyr's chest. A large pool of blood stains the land with ash to a reddish black. Groaning in shock in Misyr's chest, Noah's palm that's still inside of it.
バイバイ、ミシェル。
Bye bye, Misyr. Inside his body, something makes a crushing sound. Misyr's body convulses violently once then. Noah removes his hand, dripping in red. A spray of blood rains down on the spot and he collapses, with not so much as a finger twitching. The only thing moving is the blood flowing outside of him. There's no sign of his wound closing. My voice goes hoarse at the horror. I gather all my strength to reach my hand towards him.
今までありがとう。でも、今の僕には彼女がいるから。
Thank you for everything, but now I have Leah. I feel like the sand around him is CG in a weird way. Like it gives reboot vibes. Like,
もう君はいらないんだ。
I don't need you anymore. Noah grabs the collapsed body of Misyr with one hand and throws him into the gate. I didn't even have the strength to cry, but I called to him desperately as his figure leaves my view. Noah seems so deeply happy and picks me up once again.
これで二人きり。
With this, it's just the two of us.
そう。二人きりなんだ。もう邪魔者はいない。
That's right, just us two. We won't have any more intruders.
だから今度こそ
So now, this time,
僕を救ってくれるよね。僕の愛しい愛しい最愛の人。
you'll save me, right, Leah? My dearly, dearly beloved. How does one save someone? I think maybe you have to save yourself, sir. Misyr chapter 5. We won't make a mistake and accidentally hit load instead of save. Why does Misyr have so many chapters? Why is... Also not called the last chapter. How many chapters does he have? This is the third chapter that started with ... by the way. Remaining in my ears. The sound of ash blowing in the wind for thousands upon thousands of years, and someone desperately calling my name only to be silenced. The voice of someone I cherish. I will look it up to see how many chapters he's got. Thank you, Asia. I'm so confused. Everyone else had 4, plus the end epilogue. The first thing that leapt out of me was a ceiling of a familiar hue. This place. Enchante's empty room. Why am I in a place like this? I can't remember. My mind is a hazy fog. What was I doing? Up until now, where the question repeats several times. An intense pain pierces my chest. It resurrects my memories in an instant.
バイバイ。
I recall the memories pouring out from my mind. Aren't from a dream. I sit up immediately. Chapter 5. Okay. And then final chapter is technically 6. And then we get these. There's 7 chapters. Misyr, you are spoiled rotten. That's what you get when you have 2 love interests in one route. Right, Verche? You get a very long very long story. I recall the memories pouring out from my mind aren't from a dream. I sit up immediately.
そうだ。俺は
I was in the world of end times. Leah? I called to her despite the pain in my throat, but I received no answer to my cry. Not even someone in...
な
No way.
まさか俺は
Did I
あの世界に彼女を
leave her behind in that world? You were thrown out of that world, my guy. You have no choice in this. One more chapter left, the final. I wonder how long this chapter and the final chapter are. It's hard to say. I thought I could finish Ignis's story in 7-ish hours because a couple of the chapters are like an hour long, but then the next chapter is 3 hours long, and I'm like, I don't think you understand how chapters work. What's the date? What time is it? How many hours have passed since she was taken into that world? That's wrong if I have time to think about things like that.
今すぐゲートに彼女を探しに行かないと。
I'll go to the gate now. I need to go and look for her. Main love interest always get one more chapter. He's getting 2 more chapters, actually. Actually. 2. My body was in anguish, but I spurred myself on and managed to get out of bed without falling to the ground. After rushing out of the room, I staggered down the stairs. I nearly slipped several times, but I finally make it down into the shop. Unlike the usual scene, the owner, this is a lonely space without her. Standing in front of my object, the room with the gate.
Yeah.
Hey.
リンド。
丸2日。君はピクリともしなくてね。さすがの僕も焦ったよ。
2 whole days, you didn't so much as lift a finger. Even I was panicking. Does she turn into a monster in this round? Is that weird? She's now the monster instead. He's a normal boy and she's got like a 3rd eye. It'd be cute. Two days. For 2 whole days, I left her in that world. Both despairing and impatient, I continue to walk
どこ行
forward.
くつもりだい?
Where do you think you're going? The answer was clearly written in the panic on my face. Blocking my path, he approaches me and speaks with a tender
落
voice.
ち着きなよ。僕のお手製でよければ、コーヒー入れてあげるからさ。
The main guy from Radiant Tell got 10 chapters. That redheaded guy got 10 chapters. How long are the chapters? Calm down. No. If you don't mind that it's me making it, I'll brew you some coffee.
それから、互いに情報共有を。
We should share the information we have. I'm in no mood for Rindo's interrogations. Feels like I'm in a feverish delusion and I only have one thing on my mind.
彼女
Leah.
助けに行かないと。
I need to go save her. I brush Rindo aside and head towards the gate, but he grabs my arm with ease with one hand.
君の焦りがわからないとは言わない。彼女の身が何より心配なのもわかる。
I don't remember how long the chapter is, plus there's a long common route. You're not selling me on this. Again, they don't have to be long. They make them long because they feel better, and I don't agree with that. They just explained in like 2 to 4 paragraphs. What? It's true. They took 2 paragraphs for us to understand that Il came to Enchante before him. And it took 4 paragraphs. Radiant tells a good trust me. Okay, first off, I trust you. That's not the point. The point is if that game is more than 90 hours, they need to calm down. They're making them too long. We're not getting enough spice for that. That's not justifying it. I won't say I don't get the panic. I know we're more worried about her than anything. You're, not we're. You are.
けどね。
But
少なくとも今の君にできることは何もないよ、ミシェル。
at the very least, for this moment, there isn't anything you can do, Misyr. Is he normal? Does he not have horns anymore? Is his ears normal too?
離せ邪魔
Let me go. Don't get in my way. I tried to shake off Rindo's hand as I screamed my emotions, but my arm can't budge a thing. A strange sensation. If I recall, even compared to Connus and everyone, I have more strength than this. But you don't win. You're just a regular boy. You got what you wanted. You're normal now. Rindo is an ordinary human, yet he's easily restraining me. I shouldn't be this weak. After all, whatever I am, I'm a non-human.
いつもひょうひょうとしていた君がそんなに取り乱すなんてね。
You were always so easygoing, but now you're so shaken up.
とにかく今は冷静になるんだ。そして
Listen,
状況を理解するんだ。
Rindo with your beautiful blue eyes and, I don't know, your monster face in another universe and your sister complex. I don't know if you should be speaking, okay? Just take it easy, calm down, and understand the situation. Rindo releases my arm as he gives his advice. He urges me to look. And there, looking down on my own body. The first thing to enter my view is my fingertips. They were round and lost their edges. The robe and clothes that usually adorn me, they've disappeared.
Huh?
I nervously touch around my ears. I felt no indication of my horns. Then I become aware of my body. I'm a real boy.
No.
What? Get it? Because in all the other stories, she dates monsters. And then he gets to be human. And in the one where it actually starts off as a human, he turns into a monster by the end. So of course he turns into a human because she never had a chance. But is she a monster? She's the monster now. Because she stayed. She can't live there. She'd have to develop lungs that can breathe in harsh environment. She'd have to know a scientist that can make your lungs stronger. Like Sheen. No longer did I hold the form of the demon king of Cafe Enchante. All that's left is this convalescent, what a big word, the form of a frail, weak human.
なんだこれ
What is this?
この姿は
This form? Although not so unusual to see as I utilize magic to imitate a human much like the one I am now. I miss them. Yeah, if only they bring that fan disc over and we have something to do this Halloween. During the time I was unconscious, I couldn't have been able to do such a thing. I have a bad feeling. Right away, I tried to gather magic power into my palms, and it didn't matter what kind, just activate any sort of magic. I need Virtue Fandis so I can spend time with Sheen. That's what we need. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm gonna be present and screaming during that video. And I still hate ad pull. Listen. Okay. I get it. He's not a fun guy. But in that ending, our sweet Nadine is alive. Nadia. I'm gonna say Nadia. Nadia is alive. And that's all that matters, okay? She deserved to live. She deserved to live. She deserved to get older. In that route, I don't care about ad pull. I care about Nadia. There's no sign of magic or even magic powers collecting. Why?
理解できたろ？君が寝てる間にね、アスモデウスにも見てもらったんだ。
Do you get it? While you were sleeping, I had Asmodeus check too.
今の君の体は全ての魔力を失っているそうだ。
Right now, your body
そ
has
の
lost
姿といい
all its magic power, that form included. I only said that just in case if anyone wondered if I hate him. Just in case you're out there and you're not sure if Asia's like, oh my god. Someday she's just like, Adolf! And then she's just angry again.
今の君は正真正銘ただのどこにでもいる普通の人間になったんだよ。
Right now, you're a genuine, ordinary, run-of-the-mill, normal guy. Look at you! You could be with her, except she's in another world now. LOLOL. Right? What a weird life. Like your white stripe of hair, though. Wink, wink, wink.
人間
Human.
俺が今さら
Me, after all this time. After living tens of thousands of years in that grotesque form. You got your wish. You can stay in the cafe now.
ミシェル・
lol.
アレックス。これ、君はもう異形の姿も、君はバイバイ。
I saw an Oedipal image on Instagram and I was like, I still hate him. Aww. It can't be helped. He was the only one with short hair. He didn't have a good chance to begin with. He's also the one that she called brother the whole time, which just isn't the most comfortable sentence for a love interest. A chill shoots through my body and I immediately place my hands on my chest, but I still feel a pulse. I realized then that this hasn't killed me.
全ての力を奪われた感覚
The feeling of all the power being stolen. From what I heard, I was covered in blood and completely naked. I was collapsed like I was dead in front of the gate. Completely naked. My horns, claw, robes, everything. It was all made from magic powers. It was part of my non-human form. If it's gone, that's all the evidence I need to know that now I'm completely powerless. I saw Lucas fan art and I was like, nice fan art, but still hate Lucas. Yeah, Lucas can't. They could have done so good for Lucas. Lucas could have had like the sexiest story about a guy who's struggling with some internal demons, right? But instead he locks us in a cage and force kisses us and kills our mom if we tell our mom that he's a monster, and our brother if we tell our brother that he's a monster. And somehow we fall in love with him. I'm still not buying that. Oh god. And then his sister, his poor sister. I can't like Lucas. I can't. He had such good potential. He's beautiful. I've been writing that script. I wrote how much I liked him just from appearances alone, and I'm sad. There are two other characters that just like Lucas, but I actually like them though. They was better than Lucas because of what they did. I felt like he needed a balance and he didn't get that balance. He leaned too far over to the dark side. And they tried to be like, oh, but he's actually being given injections which causes him to be bad. And I'm like, I like pure evil. Be evil. You don't need someone to make you evil. But like, you're like, but that girl there, I would never hurt that girl right there. That girl's my love, and I will kill everyone in this room to protect her. That's sexy. They didn't do it. They just made him weird, and he kills her in multiple endings, and I'm just like, eh. No thanks. If it's done, if it's gone, that's all the evidence I need to know. He's got no clothes. He's naked. They had to put clothes on him. I wanted to return to my humanity. Just a short time ago, the thought of being able to spend more time with Leah would have brought me to tears. However,
なんでこのタイミングで無力な人間なんかに
even if he was being brainwashed, it was still his choice to kill Relivers. Yeah, he chose that because he was brainwashed in a way where he's like, look, your sister's getting better now because we killed this Reliver. And he started calling them bad names, like words I don't even want to say. Like he was calling them monsters, and that's so rude. Some were bad, but like Gross. Gross. And he killed Mom. He killed my mother. And my mother may have killed me in one route. But her brain was going bad. She was losing her mind. She also had a moment, but she had a moment that was good, you see? She was more good than bad. Mom made up for it. Why now? Yeah, calling the monster while he's the monster. Listen, I will continuously talk about Virtue evermore. It's inside me. Why now of all times would I become a powerless human? Now, at this time, losing the power I had is simply misery and nothing else. The young man called Noah took all of Misyr's powers, a normal form, and magic, which brought Misyr back to his form, normal human form, that he lost tens of thousands of years ago. I'm just curious, was he naked before he got thrown through the portal? Did she see him naked? I'm just curious. I just want to know. I stagger and I head towards the gate, and this time Rindo doesn't stop me. That's right. Having power or not doesn't matter. As soon as possible, I need to go save Leah. I promised, after all. I said this time I'd save her. But you can't open the door because you're human. What the heck is this? No matter what, we will always bring up Virtue during Ignis's route. You said something even more dark, and I was like, Virtue ruined you. Virtue did ruin me. God. We watched a man murder prostitutes so he could take their uteruses to try and make a baby. Okay. And that wasn't the worst of it? What a game. What a game. I go speechless, and before my eyes, the gate that should be closed clatters and shakes, and leaking from the slight gap from another world, the wind of ruin. The room exposed to that breath is filled with gray smoke. As I stand there, confounded, Rindo's eyes cast down, mutter behind me.
これはこのゲートに限ったことじゃない。
What a game for sure. I don't think I will buy it. You have to feel the same pain though, Jay. It's good for you. I don't know. I bet you're gonna bring up Virtue during Sympathy's Kiss streams. We're gonna find out who's got the dark past, who's secretly a murderer. Huh? Who kills people because they're different. We're gonna find it. I actually don't even know what the plot really is for Sympathy's Kiss. I know she gets a job. Asia will bring it up if you don't. Oh god. I'm gonna bring up K-pop idols. Whoever designed those boys watches a lot of K-pop. They're right there with me. We're sitting side by side going, look at that. Look at Sehun. Look at Sehun over there. Look at Taemin. This it isn't just here at this gate.
今やすべてのホールや亀裂、人間界だけじゃない。他の異世界のそのすべてが
Right now, all wormholes and fissures, not just in the human world, but in all other worlds.
君がいた世界に強制的につながってしまったんだ。
That world you were in is forcing a connection to all of them. A sad world that ushers in death by simply existing within it. No longer non-humans having become a human. If I set foot inside and the result of that, I know better than anyone what would happen. However, still,
いいか、なきゃ。たとえ死んでも。
I need to go even if I die. I want to save her. I need to save her. I am going to save her. Repeating this in my head, my hand reaches towards the gate. From behind, Rindo restrains my body and drags me back to the shop. Then,
いい加減にしろよ!
get it together. That's when he starts sounding like his old self. He slams me against a wall and punches me clean across my face.
なんで何も言わないんだ
Why? Why won't you say anything?
今の君に何ができるこの僕にすら劣るような君に彼女が助けられると思ってるのか
What can you do now, huh? You, who's weaker than me. Me! Do you really think you can save her? Friendo takes a big breath, then tightly clenches his fist.
頼れよ僕たちを
Believe in us.
ここで君があの世界に向かったところで無駄死にだ
If you go to that world now,
一人消えるだけ
your death will be in vain. All we gain is the loss of one of our own.
彼女だけじゃなく君は僕たちに友人すら失わせるつもりなのか
It wouldn't be just her. After everything, do you really want us to lose a friend too? Friendo. This unusual anger of his shakes my mind violently. I look to the gate. If I'm being honest, I just want to jump in this very second. I don't care if I die. I need to save her. That's all there is. But right now, if I die now, it wouldn't help her at all. His yelling reminds me of that reality and allows me to find my composure after I had lost sight of what I needed to see. I rub my stinging cheek, take a deep breath, and let out a laugh, sudden and awkward.
ちょっと殴る力
Was it that punch a little too much? I only just healed up, you know.
困った魔王様にはこのぐらいのお灸がちょうどいいだろ
Isn't that the kind of juice you need to rekindle a troubled demon king? Rendo's arms gripping to my collar begins to relax its strain. And then I run for it anyways. Then we start talking even about the things that happened, including the time I was absent. I'm like, by the way, I pretended to be a demon king because I didn't think you guys would appreciate my true form, which was like a 7-foot tall hunk of a man. It's huge. Huge. Mia went missing most likely the night before last. From what I heard from you, it was around that time that the young man called Noah dragged her into the gate. We arrived at Enchante the next day. After realizing she was missing, we put our efforts into trying to locate her. At that time, Ignis and Canis, who had been searching for you, also returned to Enchante. We made a thorough sweep of the surrounding area, then the entire town, but there was no sign of her anywhere we looked. As a result,
ゲートにかかったプレートは
the plate on the gate is set to open,
つうことは
which means
ああやはり異世界に向かったのだろう
yes. She must have gone to another world again. She has this weird habit of just jumping into other worlds.
ゲートを一人で自分からくぐるとは思えないし。
I can't imagine why she would go through the gate by
や
herself.
っぱり天崎島の時みたいに変な現象で飛ばされたのかな。
So just like the Amasaki Island, could she have been taken by a strange phenomena?
だろうな帝が開発したという装置が反応を示した以上
Most likely according to responses from the devices developed by Makaido, were they really installed?
飛ばされた先はミシェルのいる世界が最も可能性としては高いはずだが
The highest probability is that she was sent to the world where Misyr is.
それも断言はできん
This is no guarantee.
一番手がかりになりそうな装置の録音機能とやらも大半が雑音ばっかりだったしな。
What should have been the biggest clue was that the sound recorded on the device was mostly just static. As Ignis said, the devices installed by Makaido may be influenced by your world or maybe just a coincidence. They mostly didn't pick up any decent sound.
しゃあねえ。できることからやるしかねえな。 片っ端から探しに行くとしようぜ。
Then we just have to start with what we can do. We'll search every way we can.
現状の我らにできることはせいぜいその程度だな。
Indeed, at the present time, that is the most we can do. What is it though? Thus, I want to see my girl. How's she doing? Do I have a third eye? Do I look a little like Medusa? Like, am I hot? What's happening? Canis went to Medio. Ignis went to Bestia. Each returned to their home world to try and find her, but sometime after they both had left, an abnormality occurred. Suddenly, a fierce ringing sound assaulted the ears of the entire world, and with that signal, those fissures made an appearance in the human world. Of course, they damaged their surroundings, but in some areas, Spartoi, maybe, even appeared, causing a major panic. Everything was in chaos. Government agencies globally, including the GPM, were overcome. Even worse, the gate at Enchante and the GPM's wormhole. All connections around this world to alternate worlds were overwritten and only provided a connection to your world. It's likely that gates in other worlds were no exception from this. That means Canis and company can't return to the human world. Okay. The human world. Realizing the situation at hand in this world and others, Misyr sighs and nods.
つまり、
Look at him!
終わりの世界による各世界への侵食。
Just looks like a normal boy now. In other words, the world of end times is eroding all other worlds, right?
世界の侵食。言えて妙だね。
Eroding the world? It's a fitting phrase.
ところで、今ミシェルの言った終わりの世界っていうのは
By the way, what you just said, what's the world of end times?
ああ、俺が勝手にそう呼んでるだけだけどね。便宜上、俺の本当の世界の呼び名だよ。
That's just my name for it. It's what I call the world I'm really from.
なるほど。それにしては、名は体を表すというか、随分なことをしてくれちゃってるけど。
The name expresses this nature that it's doing something really terrible. I'm aware of that more than anyone, Misyr grumbles and holds his temple.
ともかく、その世界の侵食について、まずは原因の特定をするべきだと思ってね。
About the erosion of the world, I think we should identify the cause first.
起き抜けで悪いんだけど、ミシェル、今から GPM に。
I'm sorry, I know you just woke up, but we should go to the GPM now.
原因というか、きっかけなら分かってるよ。
The cause, more accurately, I know the motive. Putting Rindo's surprise aside, Misyr takes a deep breath and speaks these words firmly, as if he's telling himself for the first time as well.
あの世界が本当に狙っていたのは人間界ただ一つ。
That world was aiming for the world of humans exclusively.
そればかりか、人間界の中のたった一人。
To be
俺た
exact,
ちもよく知る女性。
one person within the human world, a woman we know very well, Leah Owaki. Human Misyr is cute, and he honestly, I like him a lot more than Demon Misyr, because I was saying he had too much going on. He had too many things happening on his body, and I just didn't like it. And I didn't like the weirdness in his hair. It turned out it was other horns hiding his hair. So yeah, I like this look. He looks precious. Like, look at him. He also looks comfortable. Leah? Yeah, I'm that cool.
終わりの世界が彼女という存在を求めた結果がこの世界の侵食ってわけさ。
That's right. As a result of the world of end times seeking her, it enroached into this world. Also, I got more visual novels by the same streamer gifted me. One of them is called Corpse Factory. He's in his winter boyfriend outfit. Honestly, yeah. He looks like he's in a music video, honestly. I'm loading a document now so I can see what a Corpse Factory Otome game looks like. Is it Otome or is it just visual novel? Corpse. And after receiving more information, Rindo summarizes what he said despite his confusion. No, she told us who the streamer was. She did. Corpse Factory. Save 50% on Corpse Factory. Corpse Factory is a visual novel driven by pure suspense. It's a psychological thriller with full English voice acting performed by an all-star cast. Become part of the story and influence the end of a spine-chilling tale. Well, if it's in English, then I don't have to read every single thing. But I enjoy reading every single thing. He's live right now. He's live right now. That's messed up. Got 2 streams going so you can win more streamer prizes, I think. After receiving more information, Rindo summarizes what he said despite his confusion.
つまり?
Maybe if he streams for a long time, we can just, I don't know, raid his stream at the end of this. He was trying to gift me some Otome games from the wish list, but the stream was acting weird, and it was because regions too. Is he not in the US, or are you not? No, wait, you are in the US. You have to be. You're 2 hours ahead of me. I mean, that could put you in Canada. I just corrected myself. That is correct. In other words...
君の住んでいた終わりの世界。それにはもともと人格のようなものが宿っていて。
The world of end times where you live, it has its own personality. He's not in the US. I see.
それがノアと名乗り、彼女を自分の世界へと呼び込もうと人間界へ侵食したっていうこと？
It called itself Noah and invaded our world to try and call her to it, right? World of end times. Noah. The identity of the mysterious young man, a cruel world that bestows death upon visitors. His true identity is the world of end times that Misyr lived in itself, a non-human personality dwelling there. For some reason, he's fixated on the heroine. Because he's hot, obviously. If you're hot, you're attracted to the main character. That's how it goes. You saw how Asmodeus acted around her. He was instant. He was like, oh my god, I've never seen anything as beautiful as this random woman who just appeared before me right now. In a... I just forgot the name for apron there for a second. In an apron is what I meant to say. But I forgot the word. Rindo speaks awkwardly and Misyr quietly nods with no trace of hesitation. Astonishment. He had no other words to respond with.
俺だって未だに驚いてるよ。数万年あっちに住んでても全然気がつかなかったわけだし。
He's not. Okay. Even I'm still shocked. I lived there for tens of thousands of years and didn't notice at all.
どういう理屈でいつからあの世界に人格が宿って何がきっかけで彼女を求めたのか。
You idiot. By what logic? When did that world get a personality? What gave it a motive to seek her?
正直さっぱりだよ。
To be honest, I have no idea. 'Twas you, for the time being. Putting the conclusion simply.
一つの世界そのものが意志を持った人外で僕らの敵っ ってことか。
You said that Cafe Enchante has a fan disc. Do you get a date Noah and the fan disc? Is that an option? I'm curious. Cafe Enchante fan disc. No. Oh, you don't know if it's true? That's sad. I'm just saying Noah deserves love too. He's got a nice tattoo on his neck and I think that's cool. And I like tattoos on people's necks apparently. I didn't know this about me. The entire world itself is a non-human and has a will of its own. And now it's our enemy? Such a thing can make a man like Rindo pray. No fan disc, sadly. Aww. However, just because of this, neither has the personality to give up.
あの世界に普通の人間が向かったとして、
Honestly, I was
どのぐら
hoping
い生きていられる?
Cafe Enchante would be kind of like Coffee Talks. I don't know if you've seen that game before. I want to play it. I've watched someone play it. It's my sister, by the way. And you get to actually make the coffee in between the stories. And I'm like, dude, I want to make coffee and chill. Let's make coffee and chill. I thought we were going to make coffee and chill. And this has not been chill at all. Fairy murders. Beast murders. Angels murder. It's ridiculous. People murder. One of them, I'm sure. If an average human went to that world, how long could they survive?
長く持っても24時間。
At best, 24 hours.
ただそれは
I got some Uktomi game ideas. Alright, Asia, what's your first
確
plot?
実な死までの時間。基本は
However,
普
that's
通で指一本も
only
動かせない
before they turn to ash. At that time, they'd meet death. They'd be paralyzed by physical agony.
ノアは彼女を殺さないと言ってたし、そこだけは例外だと思いたいけど。
But Noah said he wouldn't kill her. I want to think she's exempt from it, that. And the truth is, Leah was still physically active for a while after entering that world. But despite that, there's no guarantee that Noah won't harm Leah, especially if she won't hold his hand. Doesn't change her dangerous situation.
カヌスとイグニスがいないなら、残った戦力は俺と君の2人だけ。
An MC is a mermaid, but the love interest is a pirate, a man, maybe a prince, and another fish species. Ooh, okay. What if it's Cthulhu? The other fish species, that's like the last one you unlock, and it's Cthulhu. It's gotta be just Cthulhu. Just Cthulhu, just hear me out. He could have a hot bod, makes up for the face. Because I'm not falling in love with Cthulhu. Sorry. But yeah, see, give them all a little bit of differences. There's a prince. There's another this. The pirate would be a cute one. That'd be pretty fresh. Could also have another mermaid. We can do a girl route. I miss when they used to throw in a girl route here and there. Be like, hey, I can date a girl. Yes, you can. If you want to. What if the pirate's a girl? Even better. Picture a pirate dressed... a woman dressed in manly pirate clothing. It's hot. It's hot. We did it. If Canis and Ignis aren't here, our only remaining forces are me and you. Actually, my friend wanted to make an Atomi game, and I said if they did it, I'd play it, but they haven't actually made it.
あれ、そういえば、イルは一回も話に出てこなかったけど。
Another one is about Fae. You know you can't tell a Fae your name, but what if you tell your name to a different Fae love interest? Then you unlock their route. That'd be interesting. I mean, to be fair, you can't give any fae your name because they will take it from you. So I don't know if you can tell another fae your name. If they say, give me your name, that means they want to steal your identity, and then you're not a person anymore. If you make it Sookie Stackhouse inspired, your character is also a fae, but half fae only. Which, if it's like elves, faes don't look at half faes as humans, and they don't like them. And humans view faes, half faes, as like mystical, magical looking people. Like they don't think they're not human, but they also don't really understand them. I would love a fae world. Oh my god, that'd be so cute. We missed out because Connus is a Dullahan. What about Il? He's never come up once?
ああ、伝え忘れてごめん。イルも展開に彼女を探しにね。
I forgot to mention, Il went to the heavenly world to look for her. He did not.
そっか。イルも。
He didn't. You're wrong. I see, even Il. Depending on the love interest, like one of them trying to take your name, another one lets you tell them your name so that they can protect you from something. That one has tattoos. The one that's protecting you has tattoos. I've decided. That's my visual headcanon just did. He's got a tattoo. It's a cool tattoo though. I mean, if it's like Wizard of Oz might be right. Wizard of Oz or Alice in Wonderland, kind of like where she falls into the Fae world and she's just trying to get home, but then she has to decide who she wants to trust, and that's how the love interest happened. I like the tattoo idea. It could be a neck tattoo. Hear me out. I'm not obsessed. I mean, Fae Farm, you can date a fairy. They're not hot like this. Like, they don't look like these boys, but you can date a fairy in Fae Farm. I actually played Fae Farm for a few hours and have stopped playing. And maybe the tattoo is connected to the plot for some reason. I feel like there's a story about this. Tattoos sometimes can signify a character that is less than. Like, you get the tattoo against your will, and it's proof that you are not like someone that can ever be in charge. So it could be like a sign that he's a lesser seen fairy, but he cares, and that's why. And like, it's a tattoo that could be removed with magic kind of thing. So like, if you redeem yourself, they'll remove the tattoo off your body. See, we got this. We can make an Atomi game. We'll just do this all in the Discord. We'll write it out ourselves. We'll create the characters. We've got to find someone to draw them, though. That'll take a while. After thinking everyone internally, Misyr solidifies his determination again.
ともかく、彼女を救うためには、
Problem is, Misyr has no
終わりの
powers.
世界に行く必要がある。
He's weaker than oh gosh, I forgot his name. Kiria? He's weaker than Kiria now. Regardless, to save her, I have to go to the world of end times.
無策で突っ込むことはしないけど、その意志を曲げるつもりはないよ。
I won't charge in without a plan, but I don't intend to back down from this.
ああ、わかってる。
You're weaker than Rindo, my guy. You're cute, but like, that doesn't save your life. Of course, for the mermaid one, the pirates got to have a very painful past. I watched too much of One Piece. Pirates always have painful past. It's true. It's true. Okay, so this specific pirate has the reason this pirate even spoke to a mermaid is because on his or hers first trip to sea, it crashed and their parents died, and they somehow miraculously made it to shore. They're the only ones who made it to shore. And you find out as you progress through their story route that it was that mermaid that saved that pirate's life. I need to write these ideas down. Quick, clip it. I'll do everything I can do to save her too. And this is a great line. Anyone can use this line. Rindo nods in agreement.
ミシェル、さっき僕が言いかけた件、GPM でのことなんだけど。
I feel like in the mermaid story there should be another mermaid, and she's like a little bit nefarious, and she's a little bit down to get this mermaid in trouble all the time. She's talking to people on land a lot. She's letting her feet show, you know, like she's getting out of the water too much. About what I was saying before about the GPM.
彼女を助けることにつながると思う。その下準備をしてもらうから、少し電話をしてくれ。
I think there are some things we can do. I need to make some preparation, so I need to make a call. Wait a bit. Don't go into that room. Don't open that door. Rindo scans the outer wall of Enchante, why fortunately had not been affected by fissures so far, then presses the call button on his phone. I've seen an Atomi game that's got mermaids and pirates. I don't know if I've seen one. I mean, fairy tale's a very good theme. I feel like a lot of them go with the fairy tale themes. And magic. Magic's always good. Pressing the call button on his phone.
ああ、ミシェルが目覚めたから、例のものの準備を進めるよう、帝に伝言してくれる？
I think also reincarnation is fun, and I think that could be a fun Atomi style game with reincarnation brought into it. A destined character patch, if you say, and of course that one's going to be the last route you get. But in all the other routes, they're just supportive of you because they're just happy you're alive again. Like, oh my god, they're just happy that they're alive. They're like, you can be with whoever you want. I love you regardless, but I would love to be with you too. I just don't think I deserve you because of something in our past life. Like maybe I had to stab you in our past life, and I was trying not to. I didn't want to stab you. I just had to stab you, but I loved you so much, but I thought you betrayed me. Kind of like Inuyasha. We can go that route with it. But yeah, reincarnation, my favorite. Except when it's the end plot and that's how you try to make the story sounds like it was better. It's not. You can't use reincarnation that way. It makes me upset. Nothing in this room would make you think of reincarnation. Misyr woke up, so let's start preparing for what we talked about. Can you tell Mikaido? We'll just have a day. We'll plot out an Atomi game. We could do it tomorrow. Who wants to be on tomorrow during the Aka stream thing talking about an Atomi style game? Okay, is that a good idea? Not to tell Misyr about that? In response to Misyr's question, in place of the busy Mikaido, the person entrusted with his phone, rather the Demon King.
くどい
So long-winded.
あの天使、イルが天界にさらわれたことは、エセ魔王には伏せておけ
The angel eel being abducted by the heavenly world should stay hidden from the false Demon King. Asmodeus, why did you say dot? Look how hot this guy is. You hate him? He genuinely tried to save her life twice. Like, he's doing the best he can. And he's got a shirt similar to Ignis's. I think look at his little fang. How cute. What a cute guy. And he's got like a ring on one of his fingers. He's got a vibe here. He roars.
今、エセ魔王は、我が花嫁のことでいっぱいいっぱいだろ
Right now, that false Demon King likely has his mind fully concerned with my bride. I think when I saw him, he annoyed me too much. He's the loud character. They always have one in every Atomi game. However, his motivations aren't bad. He fell in love. He wanted her to be his bride. He took her to the demon world. He started to put his hands on her inappropriately. That was stopped. You don't know if he would have continued. That is fair. However, after the world is set to ash, he literally saves her life. He's like, don't go over there. That thing is dangerous. He lost his arm for her. Like, whoa. I'm just saying. Sometimes the side characters are better.
そこに
And he
天使
still
の
says
問題
my
まで挟んだ
bride,
ら
like he
キャパオーバー
accepts.
するに決まっている。
If you add the issue with the angel, it would certainly be overwhelming.
そもそもその天使本人が自分のことは後回しにしろとそうメッセージを残したのだからな。
Besides, that angel himself said to save his matter for later. That message was from him.
あんなけなげな願いを俺様たちがかわんで何とする。
Such a commendable request. If we don't respect it, who will? I will try to be nice to him. Never mind, I can't be nice. I can't stand a guy who is like, she is mine, dude. She doesn't like you like that. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But again, as long as he's not too, I don't know. What's that word again? Like the guy from Lover Pretend. That's like, she should date me because I've been her friend her entire life. I hated his route. As long as he does not have expectations. There's a difference between going, I yearn, I pine, I want, and being like, no, you have no choice in this matter, and I'm mad at you because you decided you didn't want to be with me. A webtoon character pulled that, and I hate him. Sometimes you just gotta hate, guys. It's fine. I guess. Well, invasions and her aside, he's pretty good at reading the room. His character isn't so bad either. Rindo's idea of Asmodeus improved. See? However, if the devices Mikado installed in each room didn't have a sound recording function, they likely would have misunderstood that Eel had also gone to the world of end times.
では展開に戻るぞ。断罪の使徒よ。再接続は後ほどとし、まずは今展開には未曾有の危機が本来の姿
Fire
に戻
retrieval form is required. To think at the worst possible time in Mikado's assistance. No. Apparently an angel, Solitus, would reveal his true identity and whisk Eel away to the heavenly world. A webtoon side character dyed his hair to main character's favorite character, but she didn't like him like that. She is an alien, but she was uncomfortable. Plus, she liked someone. Yeah, see, that's too much. That's too much. There is, again, the reincarnation thing. Like I said, that person being happy for her and all the other routes. Like, he's not pushy. He's not like, no, you should be with me, not that person. Maybe one route he can have that attitude, but like, her favorite hair color, that's okay. It's the same vibe. Yeah, that's too much. There is a difference between you will be mine and I want you to be mine, and you will be mine only works if the girl's down. If the girl's not down, it's stalking. Of course, Rindo is also worried about Eel, but it's exactly as Asmodeus said.
何よりも、マスターとミシェルを。
More important than me, Lee and Misyr. Eel himself, just before being teleported by Solitus, he had left such a message. But that's only if you force your tell. So he's calling her his bride. Who in this room has not called a character their husbando? You know, like it's okay. It's when you force it on the other person that is not okay. To think that angel was the angel of judgment even spoken of in the demon world, I never would have dreamed.
最強の天使である以上、大抵の困難は自力で突破するだろう。
As the strongest of angels, he could overcome most difficulties on his own.
そもそもだ。俺様たちに天界へ向かう手段がない以上、花嫁のことを優先するしかないであろう。
Besides, we have no means to get to the heavenly world, so we have no choice but to prioritize my bride. Rindo can only nod at Asmodeus's sound argument as Misyr rides in his car and heads to GPM headquarters. Also, if anyone needs a webtoon recommendation, I got you. Webtoons is just like manga if anyone don't know anything about webtoons. Nice. Yeah, oh gosh. I was reading that one with the fern. Under the Willow, Under the Fern Tree. I can't think of the name of it right now. That one was fun so far. And he has Your Mind vibes, just saying. As Misyr rides in his car and heads to GPM headquarters. Under the Oak Tree. Yeah. Yeah, that one. I've read that. Well, I don't know where I'm at right now. I think they were on like a break, the last thing I remember. That one's really well written, and I enjoy the thing. I like the princess when she became like BFFs with her. I'm like, oh, they thought they were gonna fight, but they're just friends. Meanwhile, Heavenly World Kelm, a garden of a world, a cold environment where change and illogicality and wholly eliminated are wholly eliminated. Oh goodness. Standing at the center, at the far-reached summit of the tower where the mechanism god dwells. The voice that spins immaculate arrays now only performs strains of agony. From the threads of light restraining Ill's kneeling body flows acute pain directly tormenting the mind. For each time it shoots down, Ill's body leaps violently, bending backwards. Yet due to the tangling threads, it's not allowed the respite of collapse. As Ill's screams ring out. God, please wait. I read the latest chapter on some manga website. Ooh! Maybe I need to catch back up then. Sounds like maybe it's time. There was another one I had been reading, and it was like, it wasn't actually a webtoon. Let me be clear. It was a manga, but it was like someone had uploaded the manga, and it's like a vampire story. And I liked it at first, but then it got a little weird in the middle, and I was like, maybe not. The apostle of the oracle, Solitus, pauses the heavenly world's ruler who inflicts pain. I was reading, like, I got pregnant by the tyrant or whatever story. I had to skip to the end. And what was hilarious is as I skipped to the end, because I like to read the comments, someone else said, I got into this chapter and then I skipped to the end and this is not how I thought the story was going to go. I'm so confused. I'm like, oh good, it wasn't just me. Because at the end, like, she ends up with him and they end up going to, like, I don't even, it was so weird. The apostle of the oracle, Solitus, pauses the heavenly world ruler who inflicts pain. But like, yeah, it was wild. What lost me in that story, she gets kidnapped. And the tyrant guy's like in love with her. He's like, this is my girl. Touch her and you will die, kind of vibes. She gets kidnapped. And at first she doesn't like him when they first get together. Like, she's not into him. And then she finally starts to get into him. But she gets kidnapped and I don't even understand. I can't even describe. It was so random. She was kidnapped. She's being restrained. And then he shows up. And then, like, someone, like, attacks at him. And then somehow she just, like, she's free now. She's not being restrained. So she punches. Why would you let her go? What? She was being restrained. How did she get free? And that's when I was like, okay, this story's not for me. It lost me right then and there. But it was pretty far in. I had read so much, and then I was so disappointed by the end of it. If we burden the Apostle of Judgment any further, it may impede even his basic functions.
皇帝、私も神罰の一時中断を決定した。これほどの苦痛でも揺るがぬか。
There's 2 webtoons that disappointed me so badly. Go on. Don't be shy, we're interested. Affirmative. I've also decided to suspend his divine punishment. He remains unshaken despite such suffering. While the restraints remained in place as torture, divine punishment halts as strength leaves Ill's body. Since being captured by Solitus and brought before God, This torture was repeated countless times. However, still he refused to submit to God. I thought... Oh. See? And in her route, she rejects him, so he rejects emotions. But he hasn't done that yet. I reject you. After I finish reading some webtoons, I will rant about them. It pisses me off. Oh no.
あなたに再接続などしません。私は皆のいるアンシャンテに
I will not reconnect with you. I will return to where everyone is, to Enchante. With no warning, intense pain flows again and sparks fly in Il's vision.
神よ、何を
God, why?
不快であると表現しよう。己が半身たる私への再接続を。
I shall express it as displeasure, although half of me, for him to deny our reconnection. Il still refuses to allow it to happen, telling of how meaningless the torture is to him. God determines this right away and employs a different means. In the floating world of Kelm, a phenomenon that could never occur, an earthquake shakes the tower. Around the tower, the sky of Kelm echoes with the sound of a scream. Along with a howl like someone's voice that shakes the entire world itself, the closest floating sector to the tower. Together with fluttering ash, is instantly swelled up into a fissure that suddenly appears. Yay!
これは一体
What exactly? Even God is unable to grasp the situation, collecting information from all angels' minds. However, faster than that, the answer to this phenomenon visits. In the always lit sky of Kelm, a new fissure forms. It's a lot. From the gap, much like a hologram, that world scenery appears. At the voices flowing from there, Il instinctively raises his head. It was right now. The image of two people he's most worried about. Misyr carrying Leah is battered. More than that, Leah is weak and looks like she might stop breathing. During this, Misyr talks to her about his cruel past, living in the world he calls the world of end times. Right when he thinks this, the scene quickly changes.
それなら、人々と君、このNoah、それが
A young man appears. The young man calls himself Noah, persistently pursues Leah. Persistently pursues? Ew. Bye bye, Misyr. Bye.
今までも
I don't need you anymore. After stabbing Misyr through the chest, he throws his body into the gate. He disappears. He despairs, leaving Leah behind. He also disappears, to be fair. Those are two things. After witnessing this chain of scene, his captured body shakes. Could this be? What happened to Misyr? Could it be a scene that already occurred? Why was Lee in Misyr's world? One webtoon second guy got together with MC, but my issue is there was no development. There was some plot holes, like MC's first toxic relationship, or her guy friend got feelings for her brother. Do we talk about that? No, never mentioned it again. I hate that. I hate when they're like, you know what, let's just be this. I feel like we need 2 or 3 like events to unfold where you kind of like see their connection. Like Boys Over Flowers, great character development. She ends up with a guy you didn't want him to be with at first because he sucked, and then he got better. And then I was happy. Second guy cares about first guy, his best friend more than MC. Like some people was hoping for a poly relationship. Oh. Just unhealthy, toxic relationships. Got it. Those are also my least favorite webtoons. When they get little like, I love both guys, but can we stop with the love triangle? Honestly, the only thing that's interesting about Atomi is they don't have any love triangles. I'm so used to love triangles, especially in webtoons and like K-dramas. Like the love triangle is there. And sometimes they're done good and sometimes they're done poorly. Like you can always tell when the love triangle is not going to work out well. And it's usually because the girl just doesn't act interested in the second guy at all. I can see what they were trying to do. Like I give them a benefit of the doubt and it's their first webtoon. Oh, that's fair. I mean, who knows? Maybe you'll like the next one more. If you like the writing, that's what's important to me. Because I can read some of the dumbest stories and be really sad. Like I was painfully reading a book not too long ago, and the next book I got, gorgeous, immaculate. If you haven't read the book Gallant, it is not romantic at all. At least not so far. I'm over 100 pages in. Gorgeous, love it. I hate that they're okay with the ending. That ending was rushed and some parts kind of stupid. Yeah, sometimes they have to end. I don't know too much about webtoons and if they have like rules or if they like get told, okay, this has to have a true ending and it has to have this. But sometimes their stories change against their own will. Why was Leah in Misyr's world? He immediately understood the reason.
まさかあの夜私が拘束されて彼女のそばを離れた。
Don't tell me. It's because I was captured that night and left her side in front of Il, who understood and lamented. Second webtoon, the author got random guy dating MC, like the more like best friends plus. Oh. Like it started with a random guy? Because sometimes that's how you just learn you're in a bad relationship. God calmly observes that scene and produces a conclusion.
今の映像と現象にて理解した。
I understand the image and phenomenon now.
そして事態は予測よりもはるかに深刻だと判断する。
I have determined that the situation is far more grave than predicted.
おそらく数時間以内にあの区画に起きた現象がこのカエルム全体に広がるだろう。
Likely within several hours, the phenomenon that occurred in that sector will spread to all of Kelm.
ノア、よもや数万年以上の時を経てその言葉を聞くことになろうと。
Noah, to think I would hear that name again after tens of thousands of years.
神よ、あの世界についてご存知なのですか?
Crossing my legs and trying not to like feel pain all the way down my back. They made the main guy as a bad guy, like he did something bad. He didn't do anything. The author got random guy dating MC in final season. Like, who is this random person? Oh, so it's like Fruits Basket, where Yuki suddenly is just dating a girl that reminds him of her. And I'm like, okay, sure. That's a character development. Honestly, I don't know if you've ever watched this K-drama. I really liked it. I'm gonna say a thing I didn't like about it, but I really liked it. It was called Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha. And you kind of get like something bad happened. Like he has something happened in his past and it was bad. And they kept alluding to this bad past. And I had a theory. And my theory was so much better than what happened. It was so much better. My theory was 10 times better than what they actually went with. I was so mad. I was so angry. Like the first 2 seasons is good, but the 3rd season is trash. Main guy didn't do anything wrong. It was pointless drama breakup. Aw, man. This reminds me of that 70s show when they broke up, the one couple that I thought was actually good together, and then they like made him get married randomly in the next season so that there was no way they could get back together, and I hated it. Yeah, Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha. I had such a better plot. I had such a good twist, and their twist sucked. Oh god, do you have knowledge of that? Oh god, do you have knowledge of that world?
皇帝。秘匿情報としていたが、
Affirmative. This was secret information, however.
状況が状況である。現時点をもって、お前たちにも情報を共有しよう。
The situation calls for it. As of now, I shall share this information with you. As God plays in front, a hologram produced with light rises up. There's a webtoon I read yesterday. I hate the webtoon, but I only read for certain good characters, like 4 or 5 characters. It sounds terrible. Maybe not that one. Stop reading that one. As God plays in front, a hologram produces with lights rises up. While directly into Solitus's mind, as Ill's connection is severed, the information flows as images and sounds. Come on, Solitus, share. Tens of thousands of years ago, in the time of Genesis, when Misyr Rex lived as a human, that civilization, that world, an event occurred, collapsing it. Spatilal collapses. But the beginning of the webtoon in first season was good except for one trash scene. And now they're all trash according to you. It's time to let it go. Sometimes you just let go. Without any prior warning, this anomaly of unknown cause occurred. All lives and worlds themselves were swallowed one after another. It became a catastrophe that truly was the end of the world.
現在発生している異常と記録データを比較する限り、
After comparing presently occurring abnormalities with recorded data,
その原因は当時名もなきあの終わりの世界からの侵食が生んだものと予測される。
the cause was estimated to be the erosion from the thread world of end times, which was unnamed at the
そし
time.
て人間はその大災害の原因を突き止め、ある機関の名を取り、こう名付けた。
After humans determined the cause of the catastrophe, they took the name of a certain organization and called it
ノアの大災害。
Catastrophe of Noah. A giant disaster that occurred during Genesis. Automod's like, do you want this word in there? The word kiss is in here. MC best friend kissed her coworker without consent. And MC without consent wasn't highlighted, just kissed her was highlighted. And MC and her boyfriend got into a pointless argument out of nowhere. MC was like, I will stop talking to him. Like, what the fuck? He didn't do anything wrong. MC's best friend kissed her coworker without consent. Was he agreeing with the kissing without consent? What happened? A grand disaster that occurred during Genesis that threatened to destroy the world and space-time itself. In the human world, this has been passed down as the Great Flood that wiped out the world in the book of Genesis. He was not okay with the kiss. But the MC was defending her best friend in this situation? Is that what's happening? To escape the catastrophe of Noah, humans at the time began a certain project. It was called the Ark Project. You gotta have your girls back. Okay, you're like, she made a bad choice. I still love her. She's gonna be mine forever. You gotta accept sometimes there's a little evil in your friends. You got to. If they learn from it, great. If they don't, let them go. But You gotta protect them a little bit. It's okay. She had her friends back in this one situation. You disagreed with the act that happened. She doesn't want to turn her friend away because everybody deserves love. She is trash. Remember, everyone deserves love, even trash. Trash deserves love too. Anyway, it's called the ARC Project. Got a lot of issues with her. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you just don't gel well with certain people, and that's okay. They're everywhere for me. Even using technologies in the heavenly world, it would be impossible to reproduce the gates they loaded inside. A lot of people hate her. I always think of Full House. I hated her friends. Her friends were the worst friends in the world, and she still forgave them. Sometimes you pick your battles. Humans were sent on journeys to other worlds using arcs to travel through space-time. It was a project, the dictionary thing popped up on here and it made everything weird, sorry. It was a project to discover new lands affected by the catastrophe of Noah the humanity itself could migrate to. A project in the era of Genesis to send ships loaded with gates to other worlds in search of new lands to escape the catastrophe of Noah. Misyr was one of the participants. On some ships, the strong obtained a greater right to speak. Some ships were loaded with many seeds to develop culture based on nature and the world they migrated to. Wink, 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 wink. Some ships were loaded with advanced science and technology from the human world. Wink, wink, wink. Each ship would reach its own world to build their own unique civilization. In the end, the human world was reduced to 8% of its population at the time. Avoiding total extinction, a different development, a new civilization was built, and the world restored. In other words,
この展開をはじめとしたいくつもの異世界は
this heavenly world included the various other worlds.
人間界から分かたれたと言っても過言ではない。
It would be no exaggeration to say that they are branches split from the human world.
さらに人間界において人外と呼称される生物は
Furthermore, on the human world, creatures known as non-humans
祖は箱舟にて流れ着いた人間であり、彼らがあらゆる可能性の進化を遂げた
I've done
存在である
something
と
to the stool
推
under my
測される。
chair because it's moving the desk even when it shouldn't. Alright. Their ancestors are humans who arrived on these arcs. I assume them to be evolutions called by various circumstances, especially mating. I'm just gonna say it. During Genesis, arcs from the human world reached many other worlds, and these newly arrived humans developed in new ways, changing in different forms. They are what are now called non-humans. Oh, a webtoon I was just reading. It lost me with a stupid arc and gave a villain a redemption arc. She doesn't deserve it. She needs therapy and to go to jail. People need to stop thinking, oh, let me give her someone that will have a crush on him that'll fix her perfectly. No. There's a Bob's Burgers episode where they're like, and Tammy just did it because she's jealous and doesn't like not being in the spotlight. At the very end, they're like, I need to learn this. And she's all like, and it's okay that I'm a jealous and mean girl. And they're like, no, fix yourself.
このカエルムで私に生産される天使も同様にな。
That includes the angels I created here on Kelm.
天使が人間?
Angels are humans? As if to show evidence, God reveals the history of Kelm as well as the process and materials to create angels, because no one doesn't enjoy a long monologue. The crisis visited upon Kelm, the collapse due to angels' annihilation. He speaks of the project for salvation, the plan to absorb humans as materials for angels. Based on the information from God, Solitus continues the conversation.
その救済実現のため、我らは幾度となく実験を繰り返してきた。
To implement salvation, we repeated experiments a countless number of times.
救済用のホールを天界から人間界へとつなげるために。
What if Solitus's wings go black in this world? Be hot. I hate that writing so much. It pisses me off that I can see characters deserve a redemption arc, don't get one, while others that don't deserve it get it. Yeah. There's a couple Star Wars routes where that happened, and I was just like, that could have been a good story. To connect a wormhole from salvation from the heavenly world to the human world.
だが、それが裏目に出たようだ。
It seems to have
よもや我
backfired
らの実験が
due to our experiments.
終わりの世界を人間界や我が天界へみすみす近づけることになるとは。
To think the world of end time would draw nearer to the human world and our heavenly world without our notice. Il couldn't ignore the words of God and raised his voice against him.
どういう意味ですか?
What does that mean?
我らの行った実験は空間の境界を揺るがし、
The experiments we performed shook the boundaries of space-time. Whoopsie.
各地、あるいは各世界にホールを頻発させるという影響を与えた。
In various lands, various worlds, it had the effect of increasing wormholes occurrences.
重界ベスティア。あの世界がいい例だろう。
Beast World Bestia, that world's a good example.
他世界に比べてホールの発生頻度が異常なほど多いのは我らの実験結果とも言える。
Compared to other worlds, their abnormally high wormhole occurrence is a result of our experiments.
人間界へのアプローチはそれほど高精度に行えていなかったはずだが。
Our approach to the human world was not conducted with very high precision, but
おそらくあの終わりの世界とやらはそれを中継点として利用し、人間界へと接近したと思われる。
it is likely the world of end times used it as a relay point to get closer to the human world.
現にお前の回収成功を見越し、救済前の最終実験として行った。
In reality, anticipating a successful recovery of you, we performed a final experiment before salvation.
人間界、天崎島上空で行ったホールの最終構築実験では、終わりの世界がその間に割り込んでいる。
In the human world, our final wormhole constructed experiments over Amasaki Island was intruded upon by the world of end time.
神よ、提供されたデータとあの映像の内容を照合するに。
Oh God, comparing the supply data with the content of that footage.
自身そのものを終わりの世界だと。ノアだと名乗ったあの男は。
It was the world of end time itself, the being who calls himself Noah.
皇帝、世界の核に近しい存在と判断できる。
Affirmative, that being is determined to be much like the world's core.
繰り返される執着を意味する発言から予測するに、
Estimating from the meaning of the remarks obsessively
どうや
repeated.
ら終わりの世界ノアはあの娘を狙って人間界への接近を試みたようだ。
It seems the world of end time Noah was attempting to draw closer to the human in the aim of that girl.
その身柄確保が侵食開始の決め手となったか。ゲートの間に誘導したのは握手であった。
Securing her person was the deciding factor in beginning the encroachment. Sending her to the gate was a poor move.
よもやあの凡庸なる娘に我らを脅かす脅威との直接的な関連があるとは。
To think such an ordinary girl would be directly related to the threat currently haunting us. How indifferently God and Solstice speak of this. The world of end times, Noah, the aiming for Leah. The heavenly world's experiments ended up lending a hand to Noah's drawing closer. You bastards. And that night, to recover him, Solstice sent Leah to the gate. As a result, drawn into that world, Leah, and trying to protect her Misyr. In his chest, blood and heat, a feeling he can't express rises. When he realized it, Il had forgotten about being held captive. Do not joke around.
Nani?
What?
ならば今ミシェルやマスターが苦しんでいるのは
Right now, the reason Misyr and Leah are suffering
何もかもがこの展開あなたたちのせいじゃないか
It's all because of the heavenly world. It's all because of you. He throws away the calculations in his mind and shouts as his heart tells him to.
よくも名ばかりの救済などのためにそんな身勝手な理由で
How could you? How could you? For salvation only a name for such a selfish reason.
それじゃあさ、
What's
君
your
の
name?
名前は
My name's Misyr.
そう、彼のことを
Can you let me care for him?
私の仲間を家族を
My friends, my family. Not caring if it tears up his body, Il desperately withers, snarling at God as a culprit. However, his mind is unable to keep up with the massive shock to his brain. The moment he breaks through the restraints, Il loses consciousness and collapses.
我が最高傑作たる個体が見苦しい。深刻な不具合が発生していると判断できる。
How unsightly for the individual that is my greatest masterpiece. I determine that a serious malfunction has occurred. I will literally laugh if there's someone on YouTube say, oh, I know that webtoon she's talking about. If someone does, I will let you know.
ソリトゥス、ロより専用培養層へと霊力を送る。
Solitus.
断罪の使徒を幽閉、休眠させよ。
I shall send spirit energy from the furnace to the nourishment tank, confine apostle judgment and put him into sleep.
回復次第、次回の神罰でこそ再接続を申請するよう、通覚などを高める処理を行う。
After recovery to force connection during the next divine punishment, I shall adjust him to raise his senses of pain.
了解。御心のままに。
Understood, as you will, my God.
おいおいよ
Whoa, whoa,
空に映
whoa!
ったあの映像が何かと思ってダメ元で塔へ盗聴を仕掛けちゃ見たが
I wondered what was in the sky and tried spying on the tower. I had nothing to lose.
またとんでもねえ事実と状況を知っちまったな。こりゃどうしたもんかね。
I discovered yet another ridiculous truth unfolding. What should I do about this? I don't know, Anku. What should you do? Going back in time, Misyr went along with Rindo and arrived at the GPM headquarters. All personnel are desperately dealing with the abnormalities occurring worldwide, and angry shouts ring out from time to time. Led by Rindo, everyone gathers in one place.
いやあ、魔王様。本当に人間になっちゃったんだね。
Hey, Demon King, you really turned into a human?
ああ、正真正銘、ただの人間だよ。
Yeah, I'm a genuinely ordinary human.
そっか。なんというか。とにかく僕も驚きだよ。
I see, what can I say?
クーちゃん。
I was really shocked, right, Q?
でも、目が覚めて本当に良かった。
But I'm really glad you woke up even though you're weaker than me now. Q! Mikaido, Enchante, Kororo, Misyr could have predicted this assembly. However,
やっと来たか。魔界では世話になったな。エセ魔王。
so you're finally here. I'm indebted for the demon world, false demon king.
ん？ああ、いや、待て待て。もはや貴様に魔力はないのだったな。
Wait, you don't have magic powers anymore, do you?
ならば、あえてこう呼んでやろう。魔王改め、魔力の抜けた王。略して、魔抜け王。
In that case, I will call you instead of Demon King with no powers. For short, Demonless King.
これもきっと魔界で散々俺様をビビらせてくれた報いに違いない。
I can't be nice to Asmodeus. Aww. No mistake, this is just a reward for spooking me so much in the demon world.
うるさい。少し黙ってろ、バカ魔王。
Shut up. Shut up for a minute, idiot Demon King.
見とらんのか。
Karia's firm kick to the shin, digging into a weak spot, stops Asmodeus' high energy. Stop laughing, thank you. Why, you...
先代の勇者と同じく俺様最大の弱点を瞬時に見ることは
Like past generations of heroes, my greatest weak point, to think you'd find it so quickly. It must have hurt a lot. Asmodeus collapsed with force and rolls around in agony on the spot.
やはり年の割にはなかなかやるではないか。
I'd expect someone your age to be capable of such power.
どうだこれを機に魔王軍に入らぬか妖精少年。
So, how about taking this chance to join my Demon King army, young fairy boy?
誰が入るか。
Who the hell would join you? Yeah.
あたたた痛っほんと痛いぞ。
Ow! That really hurts! Stepped on by a middle schooler, the man, ruler of the demon world, is also headbutted by a seal like Demon Beast. This is the real Demon King whose title I borrowed. Right, it's because my appearance after using mimicry happened to look like that. Maybe I made a mistake in choosing an occupation so misrepresented. Misyr looks down at him and slightly regrets his past choices. Afterwards, when Asmodeus stands back up with teary eyes, the discussion finally begins. Although perhaps because Rindo had sent word beforehand. So I can show you the true Demon King, me? Since when? Whoa. Sharing information with Mikaido and everyone went very quickly.
終わりの世界への突入。ね。
Venturing into the world of end times, you say.
普段なら、なんて無茶ぶりを
How reckless!
いうところなのだ
is
けど
what I'd respond with, but...
完全に死を無効化してほしいというわけでなければ、ある程度は
I shall be a true Demon King. This is my villain arc, basically. If you aren't asking me to stop death itself, it should be possible to implement this to some extent.
本当に
Really? Look at this normal boy.
こんな状況で嘘はつかないとも。
Yes, I wouldn't lie in a situation like this. Mikaido hits his chest with full confidence. He then removes something from a medical bag on the desk nearby.
これは
What's this?
人外抑制薬、サプレシオ。人外のみが持つ特殊な力を抑制し、行動を制限する薬さ。
Non-human control drug, Suppressio. It suppresses the powers of non-humans and restricts their actions. Suppressio, like a magic trick, like spoop. A non-human control drug developed by GPM, it can suppress or cut off powers possessed by non-humans, allowing restraints of their action.
詳細は省くけど、普段は危険な人外への対処に使っていてね。
I'll exclude the details, but we use it to deal with non-humans. That would normally be too dangerous.
あの世界が正真正銘ただの世界というのならこの薬は何の意味もない。
If that world is genuinely only a world, the drug would not have any effect at all.
ところがだよ。君からの情報を
Now I
聞
need an
く
Atomi
限り
game with a villain main character. Excuse me. Jay's been playing that. It's called being reincarnated as a villain. Hang on, I can't remember the name. I was reborn a villainess in a Atomi game. I can't remember the name. However, though, according to information from you...
あの終わりの世界、ノア君は世界という名の形をとった
I mean a different villain MC. Oh, I'm so sorry that villain MC wasn't good enough for you. If that world of end time, Noah assumes he's non-human in the name and shape of the world then? But Karina isn't much of a villain. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You're right. I mean, we went on a date with death. That was literally death. You want the main character to be a demon? That'd be like Sucker for Love in reverse, wouldn't it? Like... Mikaido says it with a grin, and Rindo, standing next to him, responds, if there was a villain MC, hang on, I'm not done with this. An MC that's a villain, one of the love interests would be her bodyguard. Another love interest would be like opposing kingdom, somebody from the opposing kingdom. I don't know, someone that's literally like she's torturing on a daily basis. That'd be one. That's 3 so far. Maybe they're trying to set her up to get married, so maybe there's more than one potential bachelor from another world. But if you want to make it scary, it's there's a town person that likes her, but like she tries to kill him. You know, normal things. You like that idea? Perfect. We've done it. Picturing a castle. Honestly, I want an Atomi game that is set in a haunted house. That's what I want. I want the weirdest Atomi game ever. It's set in the haunted house. One of the love interests is a ghost. He's a ghost. He's the ghost. He's the ghost haunting you guys. One is like her friend who went with her. That's another love interest. Like you get to pick which like floor you want to go on to, right? There's the basement. Ooh, spooky basement. There's the first floor. There's the second floor. There's the third floor, and there's the attic. And those are like where whichever one you choose is the love interest you're following. And one of them is a ghost. Maybe more. Kaido says it with a grin, and Rindo, standing next to him, responds.
形はともかく生きた人外である以上
Now that I think about it, is there a Tomy game about heroes and villains? Well, never mind. I just remember the one. I can't spell the name. Is it Paradigm Paradox? That had heroes and villains, and my favorite was the villain. Brr, 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 brr. I loved him. I just like how I accidentally went on the villain side without even going to the good side, and then the good side made me mad because my best friend dies on the good side. I'm like, this is stupid. She's dead now. This game sucks. Regardless of the shape, as long as it's a living non-human.
ノアの世界いや体に対してもサプレショは有効ってことか
The world of Noah and his body, Suppressio, should be effective against him. He's an entire
そういうことだと
world.
思う。まあ、さすがにあの世界に薬を散布して攻撃っていうのは体積的に無理だけど。
That's right, although sprinkling the drug on the world and attacking it might require a volume too great.
君の肉体に投与して受けるダメージの影響を軽減するのは
Administering it into your body might reduce the damage he can inflict upon you. Might. Mikaido announces this to do that. It was improved to liquid form based on data gathered from ash and atmosphere until now.
俺とこのアホ魔王はそのテストのために呼ばれたってわけ。
He called me and the stupid Demon King here to test it.
試しに ちょっと一滴触ってみたら完全に体から力が抜けちゃったし、俺も人外だからさ。
I tried touching one drop as a test, and all the strength left my body. I'm a non-human too, after all.
自慢ではないが、俺様は一瞬意識が飛んだほどだ。
Well, this is no boast. I lost consciousness in a single moment. I need a villain MC like one love interest is also a villain, enemies to lovers. Perfect. Yes, yes. Another love interest, a hero. This man can fix MC, but written in a good way. A normal human, friends to lovers, but he don't know MC as a villain. Ooh. Okay. What if it's like reverse Aladdin? So she sneaks out of the castle. She's like got like a special robe that makes her look normal, like a normal person. And so like she just meets this normal human in that form. And that's how they find each other. And then at one point, like the robe gets ripped off of her and everyone realizes she is the villain of the cat town and ruining everybody's life. Because that's going to be the best way to make it so it happens. Like something subtle. Like Omo. He thinks she's a frail girl and it turns out she can like literally like burn down the whole town if she wants to because she's got dragons in that house.
本当に自慢にならないね。
That's really is no boast at all.
まあ、とにかく投与する場合は純粋な人間にしかできないし。
Anyways, it can only be administered to pure humans.
この作戦を実行できて、かつ終わりの世界に突入できるのは、おそらく全人類の中で。
There is only one person who could invade the world of end times and execute this operation in all of humanity. Misyr.
ミシェル君。君だけだ。
Like, look at his eyes. Like, look at this boy's eyes. When he makes this face, I think he's so cute, and I'm mad about it. I literally took a picture of the idea. I didn't feel like writing anything. It works. It works. Like, he looks so pretty. This is like, God.
俺だけ?
And he still has a fang. Only me? Well, yeah, you've been there before. Mikaido nods and gives him a serious look.
異形になり果てたとはいえ、君は終わりの世界で唯一生き残った人間。
While you may have taken a strange form, you were the only human who ever survived in the world of end times.
だから、あの世界がもたらす死に最低限の耐性ぐらいはあるんだよ。
That's why you likely have a level of resistance to the death caused by that world.
君以外の普通の人間にこれを投与して送り出したところで数分しか持たないってことみたいだね。
Injecting this into a normal human aside from you is, and sending them there, I assume they would only last a few minutes.
だから僕もついていきたいところだけど、そううまくはいかないみたいだ。
That's why I'd love to go along with you, but it's really not that simple. I see. In tens of thousands of years, that world produced no survivors besides from Misyr. Reality isn't so easy as just taking a drug. Yet still, seeing there is at least a little hope of saving Leah, this was a godsend to Misyr. If anyone needs visual novel ideas, I will be like, well, I got some ideas for you. Just credit me since I came up with the idea. So, I have been wanting to write a book for years, and I have so many stories that I have like written the synopsis for. They're not love stories typically, they're more like adventure stories, but like if I let me depress myself. I will depress myself. Hang on. If I can open it, that is. I have a folder that's literally called my writing folder, and I put all my ideas in it. I'll let it load. It's loading slow because I have too many things going at once. Seeing there's at least a little hope of saving Leah, this was a godsend to Misyr.
ただ、逆に聞きたいのだけど、君は大丈夫なのかい?
Okay. Oh, it's worse than I remembered. Okay. I would love to work on a game. I can draw, but I need practice. Plus, I write manga ideas. I want to make a manga. Honestly, my character that I draw, I did not draw that. I don't know why I said that. My character that's a drawing. She has lore. She actually has lore. So originally I was gonna have I'm gonna go to Cam just to show her. This girl right here, she has a whole story that goes along with her. She has her little friends that pop up on the stream. They all correlate to her story. So she buys a cabin in the woods and is remaking it, and that's when she meets the cat that lives in the barn. And then she's just kind of chilling out, living her life, and then this bunny, which is Chomper, which is the bunny that sits on her head right here on this bar, the one over there, that bunny, finds her because he ran away from home because he became addicted to video games because someone dropped a Game Boy in the forest. This is his lore. And so he became obsessed with video games, so he found the real world in the process, and then he couldn't find his way home. And then he heard that there was a bunny living in the woods, so he went to go find the bunny because he's a bunny, and he found her instead. And so she promises to help him find his way home at some point if she can. Like, they look for clues, they're trying to figure out where he's from. And then there's another bunny called Caramel Latte, and that bunny isn't her bunny. That is her friend's bunny who comes and drops the bunny off every day that she works because she babysits the bunny when she's at work. And Chomper has a crush on Caramel Latte. Don't tell anyone, it's a secret. And then there is a lamb, which I don't think is on any of my stuff right now, but his name's Gabriel. They also found him when they were just taking a walk in the woods. He was like covered in thistles. Poor little boy. So yeah, I have a whole story there, and like she's got depression because we all do. Like I have a whole story for her. But in terms of actual stories, I have premises for. I have 18 stories that I have premises for that I have not turned into actual stories. One has a vampire in it. One involves animals turning into people. There's a lot. Oh, there's one that's a Romeo and Juliet, but Juliet actually is a monster. It's a whole thing. I also have one that's based off Beauty and the Beast. You know. They're fun. I got 2 manga ideas. That's awesome. I also need to practice drawing too. I always want to draw, but I'm not a good artist. I wish I was. I wish I could make what I vision turn into work of arts, but I can't. However, I'd like to turn it around and ask you, one of them involves MC lost her memories, but she can touch a victim's body and get their memories. Oh, that's cool. I've seen a similar premise, and that's really neat. It's how you develop it, right? Like the concept into it. It reminds me of iZombie. Although I don't think she lost her memories. She just became a zombie. And if she eats brains, she gets their memories. Which makes her a great autopsy person, because she can help solve crimes. Are you okay with this?
あくまでこのサプレシオは応急措置。もっとひどい言い方をすれば悪あがき。効果だっていつまで続くかわからない。
Suppresso is merely a stopgap. To put it even worse, a desperate struggle. Who knows how long the effects will last? Also, do we know if getting her back is gonna save the world? I'm also lost here.
だというのに、そんな薬だけを頼りに、それでも君はたった一人で。
Got more details, but I'm always worried that someone will steal my ideas. So many artists, people steal their art. It pisses me off. Just like my stories. Like I told you how many I have written. I don't want to tell you too many of the premises because if I get too in deep, it also like it's one of those things, and I know this as someone who likes to write stories. It's all been done before, kind of thing. Like the way you present a story, it can have similar feels to a different story, but the way your characters are written and how you develop those worlds, it can make such an incredible story. But it's so hard. For me, I didn't know this for a long time that I had ADHD, but I will sit here and I'll stare at a page for hours and get nothing written. And then sometimes I'll sit here and I'll have like 20 pages written in a day, and I don't know how I did it. And I want to recreate that every single time, and I can't. So that's part of why. And then because I have so many stories always playing in my head, like every single story is playing in my head all the time. And I feel like I should focus on one, but then it's like I'm telling myself no to focus on this other one. It gets bad. My brain gets bad. It's like I float around these stories all the time. I really like my Beauty and the Beast inspired story. It was actually a dream I had. And I will say it, the beauty in that story, she's actually almost blind, like she can barely see, and that's why she's around the Beast. Ooh, it's not really the Beast. It's lots changed, but the premise is similar. And yet relying only on that drug, being alone by yourself.
あの絶望に満ちた世界へ足を踏み入れるというのかい?
Oh, second idea is a boy sees a girl and they become friends, but later he sees a poster of the girl. I didn't have a name for her yet, and he realizes she's dead the whole time he was talking to a ghost, so he plans to find the killer. That's awesome. Names are hard. Names are so hard. I think for one of my stories, I literally refer to them as their occupation. I'm like the singer, the actor, the dancer. Like that's how I refer to them because I just don't have names for them yet. Like it takes time, but the concept and that are two different things. And that sounds like a really cool premise. And if you turn that into a manga, I think it'd be really cool. And she can show up every now and then and say a couple words, and he can be a little closer to the thoughts. Would you set foot into that world of despair knowing that? Misyr, do you like me?
少しのためらいもないよ。
Without any hesitation, I definitely would. I have to save her. Beyond anguish, beyond hell, understanding the difficulty that awaits, it didn't matter. With hope, dismissing despair, he takes a suppressio without hesitation.
ではエセ魔王、出発前に Well then,
false demon king, before you leave, I too shall give you encouragement.
よーし、じゃあ、アンシャンテに戻ろうか。
Alright, I'll be heading to Enchante now.
聞いてください、お願いします。
Listen to me, please. At his begging, Misyr reluctantly turns around. However, when he actually looks there, on Asmodeus' face, none of his pathetic aura remains.
いいか、貴様は偉大なる俺様を語り、不尊にも魔王を名乗っていた身だ。
Oh, he met her when he was a child. At the time, he didn't know she was a ghost. That's also interesting. It almost takes like The Ring, but instead of it being an evil, it's more of a sweet story. Listen well, you defrauded me, calling yourself the Demon King in arrogance.
だが、偽物でも魔王ならば魔王らしく、真の魔王たる俺様のように。
To be one, you have to stand like this when you're him. I think I'm doing it right. Oh no, sorry, backwards. However, to be one, you must act. I don't have long fingers. I can't do it. A demon king, you much like me, the true demon king.
欲しいものはその手で奪い取れ。
If you want something, take it with your own hands. When told this, Misyr is confused for a moment. Naturally, of course. Like a demon king, he makes a fearless smile. Oh, he's got such a cute smile. But he's just a normal boy now. After this, Misyr slips through the streets. There was confusion everywhere, brought back to Enchante by Rindo. Poor Eel. Eel wants to come back. From the departure of the world of the end times, they stand in front of the door leading to the gate room in Enchante. I just realized both manga ideas do involve mystery, but the first story will have romance since MC will work with the detective. I feel like that's okay. That means similar genres. I feel like most of my genres are a little romantic and mystery and adventure. Not too much mystery. But I like fairy tales, so a lot of my stories have fairy tale vibes to them. Like the one where there are foxes that turn into people, like that one is I know how I want it to be. I don't know if I can write it the way I want it to be because I'm not a very talented writer. But that story is just like a coming of age story. It's about two siblings who get separated. It's very, I would say, if you want to compare it to something in real time, like the Snow Queen-ish, they get separated and one's on a mission to find the other. And they have a connection because they of how their situations are, and they meet people along their ways. I've got a third idea, but I don't remember. It's been a while since I think about the manga ideas. You should do what I did. I made a folder for my stories, and then I made an individual folder for each story. I'm not saying it's helpful. It might not be. If I ever see like a picture that reminds me of my story, I put it in the folder with it. I have one for technically there's three Word documents in there. One is characters, one is the outline that I go through and like modify as I go, and then my first draft, because none of them's passed their first draft. So my first draft, all are in there, and that way I kind of have it all together, and I can open it all up and look at it all at once if I need to. And I have the pictures for references to kind of give me motivation as well. They stand in front of the door leading to the gate room in Enchante. Due to the absence of its owner and regulars, the shop is incredibly lonely. Obviously, I have not completed any of my stories. I may not be the best ideaist, but that's what I've done to help keep my stories together. Only Rindo is there to see Misyr off.
じゃ、行ってらっしゃい。可愛いマスターとの帰還を待ってるよ。
Alright, get going. I'll be waiting for you to return with the cute owner.
それと、うっかり死なないように。君が死んだら、軽口を叩く相手がいなくなる。
Also, please don't get yourself killed. I won't have anyone to joke with otherwise.
俺はもう魔王ネタ使えないから、今後の返し方に困っちゃうな。
Getting food. I'm also hungry, honestly. I can't use Demon King jokes anymore, so I'm not sure how I'll parry you anyways. Saying this, Misyr holds out a clenched fist to Rindo. Rindo understands the meaning of this and takes the same pose.
行ってきなよ、悪友。元魔王らしく、大暴れしてきちゃえ。
I'll see you later, my friend. Like your old demon self would do. Give him hell.
そっちこそ。人間界もいろいろ危ないんだし、自分の身は自分で守りなよ。
You got it, you too. Things are heating up in the human world, so be sure to watch yourself. They bump their fists together. Woo! Misyr stands in front of the gate, ready to enter the world of end times. Then he injects the needle with the suppresso inside his arm. A light pain spreads through his arm, but there are no major changes. That is because he's already a genuine, ordinary human.
さて、向こうは世界そのものなんて、ラスボス以上に反則級な敵。
Now then, with the world itself facing me, this enemy is more cheat tier than a final boss.
対してこっちは、無力な人間がたったの一人。具体的な救出プランすら考えてない。
Meanwhile, I'm just a lonely, powerless human. I haven't even thought of an escape plan.
というわけで、なかなかに絶望的な状況だけど。
Clearly, the situation before me is pretty desperate, but Misyr, out of habit, makes his usual gestures of fixing the robe he used to wear.
ま、適当にちょちょいっと。なんとかなるさ。
I'll just wing it. It should work out fine. With the words he said to his friends on Amasaki Island in his heart, to search for the beloved owner, he sets foot into the world of end times. I want to go home to the shop, to Enchante.
そっか。
I see.
じゃあ、その願いを叶えてあげる。
Then I'll fulfill your wish.
あのアンシャンテがあれば、
If I give you Enchante, will you
ずっとずっと僕と一
always
緒にいてくれるんだよね。
and forever be with me? What was her answer? The moment he set foot inside, he feels stinging on his skin.
はあ、入った途端に血ヘドハックとかにならなくてよかった。
Woo! Vomiting blood the moment I enter. I'm glad nothing like that happened. Right as Misyr mumbles the words, he sees that the suppresso is having an effect. From the ash blowing in the wind.
ミシェル、戻ってきてたんだね。
Misyr, so you've returned. Noah? As if noticing. That's not the word. As if nothing happened, the enemy who took Leah takes form. It's natural, all things considered. One could say this place is on his body. It doesn't matter where one tries to hide, they would always be found. Also, attacking this body wouldn't affect him as the world itself. In that case, Misyr decides that he shouldn't provoke him. Extracting information is the best plan.
ミシェル、どうして戻ってきたの？
Misyr, why did you return?
どうしてって、君がそれを聞いちゃうの？
I just needed a cough. I might need a cough again, oh no. Ahem. Is that really something you need to ask?
うん。だって、わからないから。
Yeah, after all, I don't have the answer.
せっかく僕が人間界で幸せになれるようにって、その姿をプレゼントしたのに。
I made it so you could find happiness in the human world. That form I gave you was a gift. His honest confusion and his sense of kindness are wrought with ill intent.
じゃあ、それに答えるために、こっちも質問。
Well, to answer that, I have a question.
彼女は生きてる？
Is Leah alive?
生きてるよ。
She is alive.
この世界と、いや、僕そのものと同化しつつだけどね。
That is with this world. No, with me and self. She is being assimilated.
同化？
Assimilated? Oh, thank you. His understanding couldn't keep up with Noah's words. But without regard for his response, Noah seems like he could start singing as he seems to have a happy tone about him.
そう。彼女は今、不要な人の姿を失いつつあるんだ。
I was given a drink, that's why I said thank you. And they took my old drink away because they're so kind. And they're my sister. That's right, as of now, she's lost her unnecessary human form.
最後に残されるのは意識のみ。彼女の意識と僕の意識。
I said that so fast without thinking. She lost her unnecessary human form. All that remains is her consciousness and my consciousness once the assimilation is complete.
彼女と僕はまさに一心同体。
She and I will truly be as one.
共にこの乾ききった永遠を生きてくれる。
She will live together with me in this arrayed eternity.
僕を孤独から救ってくれるんだ。
I would be forever safe from my solitude. Well, he's happy. Like, how can you be mad at that? He's having a good time. What is that? I had ramen for lunch earlier. I left the bowl here. I was like, what's in the way of my Kirby's?
なるほど。それが
I see.
君が彼女に望むことか。
So that's what you wanted from her. Noah's feelings for Leah. It's clearly a train of thought birthed by pure insanity, and despite a chill running up his back, Misyr lets out a small sigh and continues his words.
それじゃあ、俺も君の質問に答えるよ。
He's a really lonely guy who wants a companion. That's the simplest way, right? He's like, he's lonely, he wants a friend, you like her a lot, it seems to be working for you. He probably saved your life. There's like a question mark after that, so that he wouldn't be alone already. To be fair, he's been alone for tens of thousands of years. He doesn't know how to make a friend. Alright then, I'll answer your question now. Why I returned to this world.
君の敵として、俺ははっきりと正々堂々と言わせてもらう。
As your enemy, I'll tell you honestly with full transparency.
救われたかどうかなんて関係ない。
Being saved or not doesn't matter.
俺は君と同じく、ただひたすら彼女を求めて、
I'm just like you.
戻ってきたんだ。
I returned to this world wanting nothing but her. Faced with this, Noah's expression does not change.
そっか。
I see.
どうせできやしないんだ。特に止めたりはしないよ。
You can't do anything, so I won't try to stop you. His ashen body scatters and he quietly disappears in front of Misyr. No, to be precise, he begins to observe Misyr from both land and sky. He probably thinks that Leah can't be found and is confident in that assumption.
この何もない灰の大地から彼女を見つけるか。
In this land of ash with nothing in it, finding her, huh? In the past, such a feat wasn't fulfilled for tens of thousands of years and he gave up. Even when he learned to stand again, it took more than a few years. And now, in this moment, he has to do it all before Leah's time limit arrives.
とにかく歩いて歩いて歩きまくる。
For now, I will walk and walk and walk some more.
今の俺にはそれぐらいしかできないよね。
For me right now, that's about all I can do. He realizes there's no other play. He solidifies his determination, and Misyr once again sets out on his journey through hell. Chapter 6, final chapter. Damn it.
あんまりだよ。僕から君を奪おうとするなんて。
It's too much to try and steal you from me.
ミシェルは贅沢者だ。これ以上何を望むって言うんだろう。
Mysyr's greedy. What more could he wish for? It's dark. I don't know where I am. He's the world of end time itself. That's what Noah told me. Each time he speaks gentle words, my body slowly crumbles away. At first fingertips, next feet. This is a horror movie. What silently approaches at the collapse of my body is fear. Not feeling pain is actually terrifying. I was quiet the whole time until he spoke to me. But the word Misyr he utters finally causes me to raise my head. There, with childish expression tilting his head, looking much like Misyr, but very different in expression.
不思議だよね。彼の考えていることがまるでわからない。
How strange. I don't understand his thinking at all.
僕とミシェルの何が違うのかな。
What's the difference between me and Misyr?
僕だって彼と同じく
I'm just like him.
もともとはただの人間だったのに。
I was originally just a human too. Human? When I instinctively asked, Noah smiles happily.
嬉しいな。僕のことを知りたいって、
I'm happy you want to know about me.
そう思ってくれるの？
Is that what you're thinking?
それなら、君には特別に見せてあげる。
Then I'll make a special exception and show you. Show me?
もちろん、僕の記憶だよ。
Of course, I mean my memories. Taking he's my entire world to another level. Dear God. Oh God. Oh, my literal world. Oh my God. Look at his hands. Like his nails didn't look that long earlier. That's interesting. Quietly, with no sound, Noah extends his hand. Much like a dream I saw before, it melts into my chest. Now I might be the one being drawn into his ash body.
さあ、おいで。僕の記憶の世界。
Now come to
そ
me
して、
into the world of my
君の記憶
memories.
にもなる世界へ。
What will be the world of your memories, too? Much like singing a lullaby, with his soft voice slowly, my consciousness is invited into memories of ash. With a prickle, my closed eyes react to the light ahead. The radiance is too strong, it won't allow me to sleep. Praying that it won't injure my eyes, I slowly push my eyelids up. There, I notice I'm standing in a place I don't recognize. Strange light spills around me. Mysterious symbols written on the walls and floor move like they're alive.
すごいな。
Amazing.
まさかこんな場所に何の才能もない僕が連れてきてもらえるなんて。
To think someone with no talent like me would be brought along to a place like this. I recognize my voice, and I finally realize right now I'm me, but not me. I'm seeing Noah's memories through his eyes. I have no horns, wings, or anything, a common normal human unaware of the concept of non-humans. It's a time when he was an ordinary human. A sad memory. His line of sight traces the surroundings and goes to a man wearing a black robe walking next to him. The human Noah speaks to his unknown man with a
こ
smile.
こって各分野に特化した専門家しか入れないっていう祭壇ですよね。
This is specialized for each field, an altar that only specialists can enter, right?
最近発見された異世界についても調べてるっていう。
They even said they're researching other worlds recently discovered.
本当に僕なんかに手伝えることがあるんですか？
Is it really okay for someone like me to help with something like this? The man doesn't speak but nods. The time when Misyr and Noah lived as humans, an era called Genesis. Science and technology like a sci-fi movie with magic in every form of the mysterious. Such things existed like they're naturally grafted into people's everyday lives. It was a civilization overflowing with wealth and brilliance, not unlike a city of gold. It seems Noah's memories here is before Misyr's birth. Likely a few decades earlier. How are you so sure? At the time, the human world had just barely recognized existence of other worlds. Beyond space-time, completely different unknown worlds. At this, many admired the romantic sound of it. Large numbers of people with pure curiosity began researching all the ways in which they could be reached. Born into this era, Noah.
異世界か。行ってみたいな。
Other worlds, huh? I really want to go. This truly, truly ordinary. I'm trying to pull my blanket casually pulling a blanket up over my legs. With a bit of yearning at the sound of other worlds. Quietly and gently, young, family-loving man. Family? Where's his family? Was brought to this place when he became an adult. This place, called an altar, was something like a head temple. Consolidating the technology of Genesis. I did it. I ate my food and for some reason I want more. Are you Ignis now? Are you Ignis? Careful, you'll start craving blood. And then what'll happen? It'll be bad. The people working here follow the factions they belong to and their specialized faculties for research. Yep, just admit it. Just admit that you're gonna try and devour the world. Noah was brought to this altar by someone from one of these factions. From what he said, he was scouted directly by this faction and was to start working
ちょ
here.
っとしたデータの整理なら得意だったけど、
I was pretty good at sorting a bit of data, but
天才と呼ばれるほどの技量はもちろんないし、
I never had the technical skills to be called a genius.
どうしてそんな僕が祭壇に？
Why was I brought to an altar? While filled with such questions, Noah was genuinely happy. If he could be involved in work related to other worlds even a little. As a sincere man, he thought of ways to repay the faction that selected him. Anything his ordinary self could do. To give it everything he had, he worked feverishly every day, without even a shred of doubt that it was all for nothing. His cruel fate began to visit him several years after starting work.
これが異世界へ続く
So this
空
is
間の穴。
a hole in space leading to other worlds. Created by his faction as a prototype, Noah had came to study what is now called an artificial wormhole. Acigenus? What am I? Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. Asia genus. I see. Ignis. Asia genus. I can't do it. I can't combine these two words. I get what it means, though. If you're that interested, you should take a closer look. At the suggestion of someone in his faction, Noah, carefully not to fall in the wormhole, cautiously approached and peeked inside. Of course, it's something inside can't be perceived, and he doesn't know the destination. However, humanity would eventually move through these gaps in space to go on adventures to other worlds. He heard that presently other factions were already developing means with which to move through them. Just imagining the sight, Noah's eyes glimmer like a child. Then he... By someone from his faction, the man who had scouted Noah that day shoves him from behind. That's a ship name right there. He is my husbando. Noah? I knew it. That's a ship's name, get it? Alright. Before Noah could even understand what had happened, Noah's body, with no means to stop, was sucked into a wormhole before his eyes. It was too abrupt, it only took a moment. The men who pushed Noah in started snickering on the spot. I put the tracking spell on him. If successful, it's a big achievement for us. You found a great disposable pawn and such. That's right. His scouting was all for this moment. The people in this faction didn't have the slightest interest in him for his scholarly talents. They only dreamed of bringing about a new era of otherworldly travel. Their sense of ethics had long collapsed. They were but a group of mad scientists. To them, Noah was just to check if the human body could endure traveling through space-time. He was a test subject. There was no reason for choosing him. It was nothing but happenstance. After this treatment, Noah was swallowed in the waves of space-time for quite a duration and arrived at, rather, he was ejected into nothingness. There was no life, land, or atmosphere. Something before a world takes shape. A space of nothing. After arriving there, Noah, much like Misyr, no more than him, in the worst possible way, he lost his human form. Unable to even scream in pain. Endless expansions of his body. Enough to feel that space of nothingness that should have no bounds. Without pause, he stretched. Until a certain time, his expansion finally stopped. However, at the price, his body withered completely. As a result, that's right. Noah didn't suddenly become a personality inhabiting this world. He didn't wash up on this world and end up combining with it.
積もる灰の大地は砕け散った僕の残骸。
The ash piled up on the land, this is the shattered remnants of me.
聖者を苛む乾いた大気は僕の呼吸。
The dry atmosphere that torments the living, this is my breath.
ミシェルが環境適応として異形になり果てたのと同じように、
Just like how Misyr was reduced to a grotesque form to adapt to this environment.
僕は終わりの世界という世界そのものになり果てた。
I, the world of end time, I was reduced to this world itself. What's likely the voice of Noah now showing me the memories echoed out. That was the signal for me to wake up. Like peeling away from Noah's body that I was being assimilated into, I regained my consciousness. Noah.
やっぱり嬉しいな。
I really am happy.
僕のことを知ってくれてすごく嬉しい。
You know who I am. That makes me
ありがとう。
so happy. Thank you, Leah. He is in front of my eyes, looking similar, yet doesn't to the him I saw in his memories. Of course, that's the case. A former human, reduced to the world itself. That Noah's true identity. Originally, like Misyr, he was a human born during Genesis. After being expelled into the space of nothingness, he was reduced to the world of end time itself. The form of him standing before my eyes right now is only an illusion created from ash. As though reflecting on it, the agony and despair from that time, Noah's face twist.
辛かったよ。本当に辛かった。
It
言
was
葉では
terrible.
言い表せないほどに。
It really was terrible. Too much to express with words.
せめてもっと綺麗な世界として生まれれば、まだ救われていたかもしれない。
If only I was born as a more beautiful world, I may have been saved.
あるいは一層、自我や心まで消えて、ただの世界になり果てれば楽だったのに。
That, or if myself and my mind disappeared, I could have just become the world.
不幸なことに、僕は人間としての意識だけは保ち続けてしまった。
Unfortunately, my consciousness as a human was preserved.
世界になり果てたという絶望。
The despair of being reduced to a world
この過酷な空間に自分しかいない。
in this cruel space all alone, solitude that was too difficult to endure.
僕はそれに耐えきれなくて。だか
I
ら
couldn't take it, so I wanted to go home.
帰りたかったんだ。帰りたくて、帰りたくて。家族に会いたくて。
I wanted to go home so badly. To see my
だか
family.
ら必死に身を揺らし、元いた人間界へと手を伸ばして。
So I desperately shook my body to reach my hand to the world where I was before. As if reproducing it, Noah's fingers extended and caressed my cheek. Then, The moment of the Genesis civilization collapse appeared inside my mind. Cities crumbling one by one. People sucked into fissures, likely connected to this world. It spread further and further. Within days, the damage was on the level of most of humanity driven into the abyss of death.
けど、僕のその願いは、自分でも抑えようのない思った以上の
But
力が
my
働いて
wish,
しまっ
I
て、
had used powers beyond what I thought I couldn't even control it.
人間界そのものを崩壊させかけてしまった。
I nearly collapsed the human world
途
itself,
中
so
でそれも諦めた。
partway through I gave up on that.
それは僕の本意じゃないから。
It wasn't my intention.
僕はただ帰りたかっただけ。こうなったことを誰かのせいにして
There was a hair
何かを破壊したいわけじゃないんだ。
in my face and it's gone, but I don't know what happened to it. I thought it was on my hand. I just wanted to go home. I wasn't blaming this on anyone or trying to destroy things. He sadly cast his eyes down and gently placed a hand on his chest like he's caressing his own heart.
でも僕が必死になったおかげなのか、何も悪いことばかりじゃなかった。
Maybe because I tried so desperately, not everything was bad. With the collapse of the world I caused, humans built arcs to escape and survive, and I gotta meet him. The other humans couldn't endure this world's environment. They all died before I knew it. Only he, despite taking an abnormal form, managed to survive in this world. I was happy from the bottom of my heart that I wouldn't be in solitude anymore, but he in his strange form, me in my world, me being the world, probably because we changed from form to accommodate different environments, my words wouldn't reach him. He didn't acknowledge me. I was sad. I was sad, but still. It was better than being alone, and I watched over Misyr the whole time. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years.
僕を孤独にしないで、一緒に絶望してくれる人。
The person who made me not alone, someone to despair with together.
それだけで十分だったんだ。
That was plenty for me. But the modest wish of mine, one day suddenly it crumbled away. Despair is used a lot in this game. Yeah, all of the characters in this game have some form of depression. Survivor's Guild. There's a few things. Everyone's sad. This is a game about sadness. That's why it's Virtue Evermore, but with a cafe. That's why it's just peel that down and you're like, ooh, wait a second. Depression. Where he built grave markers on my body, a small wormhole opened nearby. I saw Misyr peek inside it and here, you can have this coffee. What? One girl from the human world, my homeland. I witnessed the moment she saved him. I immediately thought this.
裏切られた。
I've been betrayed.
なぜ？
Why?
どうして彼だけが救われるのか。
Why is he the only one saved? MC don't have curse like Virtue MC, lol. You know what MC does have? The ability to make every single guy that sees her want her for some weird reason. Just inadvertently. They're like, dang, look at that. Every one of them.
どうして僕だけはそのままなのか。
Why was I left behind?
僕を一人置き去りにして、人の心を取り戻した。
Leaving me by myself, he regained his human heart. You mentioned Virtue during Witcher's Wish streams too. Yeah, but that's because it also she could see strings. She could see death. She was connected to death. And there was a character in that was deceiving everybody with a smile in this game too. They both had a smile on their face and they turned out to be terrible people. Terrible. But they smiled a lot and you thought they were nice. Leaving me here by myself, he regained his human heart. Listen, Verche, we talked about this. I'll never let Verche down. It's there forever. The envy and jealousy made me want to tear apart this world, tear apart my own body. I don't think I'll be mentioning Verche too much during Cupid Parasite, just based on the concept. And, on top of all that, he also found the gate loaded in the ark that fell onto me. Using that, connecting to the human world, he started moving his daily life into Enchante. In this world of end time with nothing but wastelands of ash, he left me. Misyr's heart was stolen by Enchante. Now I'm excited even more for Sympathy's Kiss because I wonder how you connect with Verche during Sympathy's Kiss streams. You don't know if she gets locked in a cage yet. There could be a Lucas in that game. We don't know yet. We haven't got there. What if one of them's a serial killer? Sure, you won't mention Verche during Cupid Parasite. Again, what if someone locks her in a cage? I can't help mentioning that. What if people have misfortune every time they're... What if she accidentally burned down an orphanage with just being alive? I can't help it if things remind me of Verche evermore. Misyr's heart was stolen by Enchante. What? Imagine.
彼はミシェルは僕を再び孤独にした。
Misyr made me alone again.
たとえ温かみのない灰だとしても、たとえ死をもたらす風だとしても、
Even if it's ash with no warmth, even if it's wind that brings death.
彼をずっと見守り、寄り添っていた僕を、あんなにもあっさりと。
I always watched over him, nestled close to him, yet he did that to me so easily. He didn't even know you were there. Jealousy, envy, hatred. I can't understand or empathize with any of his anguished words. But still I can tell to a painful degree that his suffering is not fake.
けど、それでもいいんだ。彼が救われたなら、それもまた僕にとっての一つのしるべなんだから。
That's okay. If he's been saved, that's like a guide for me.
ね。君もそう思うでしょ?
Right, Leah? Don't you think so too? Girl, I don't think of anything.
ミシェルが救われるのなら、僕もまた救われるべきだって。
If Misyr could be saved, so could I. Ooh, what did I do? I accidentally hit auto. Hang on. Don't do that. I don't know how I turned it on auto. That scared me. What the heck? If it's something Misyr obtained, I should also be able to obtain it. With kind, passionate words, Noah. Gently, like touching something beloved. Caresses my cheek. I'm unable to move.
だからね。僕は君が欲しい。
That's why, Leah, I want you.
ミシェルと同じように、僕も君に救ってほしい。
Just like Misyr, I want you to save me too. I want to see your other eye.
一緒にいてほしい。
I want to be together. Oh, are you in love with Misyr? Are you trying to pretend to be me? Are you gonna like do the same thing you did to me earlier and try to be me and then try to trick Misyr into thinking you are me, but I'm gonna like figure it out right away because you're gonna act
君のため
weird?
にできることは何だってしてみせる。
I'll do whatever it takes for the sake of you.
たとえ今できないことだって必ずいつか形にして君の思う世界を作ってみせる。
That's pretty romantic, honestly. Even if I can't do it now, certainly I will make it take shape one day to create the world you want.
だから
So,
どうか僕と一緒に
be with me.
どうか僕も
I'll
一緒に
be with you by your side. I can't speak, I can't answer, but still, the pure sadness I feel from him for me to cry tears of sympathy, that sorrow was more than enough.
僕は君を何度も求めたんだ。
Leah, I sought you countless times.
でもそのどれもこれもが
But every single one
君に届くことはなかった。
I was unable to reach you.
どうしてダメなのか。どうしたら君は僕の手を取ってくれるのか。
Why wasn't it good enough? What was there that I could do for you to take my hand?
必死に考えたよ。来る日も来る日もずっとずっと
Thought about it desperately day in, day out, always, 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 always.
そして
Then I had an
思い
idea.
ミシェルが救われるなら僕もまた
If Misyr could be saved, then I just had to become him.
だからこうして
So like this,
僕は僕を作り上げた。
I created
顔
myself.
も体もミシェルをもとに
My
僕を形
face,
作って
my body, I shaped it based on Misyr.
そして声も君が気に入ってくれるように限りなく本人の声を再現した。
Then, in order to make my voice one you would like, I reproduced him as closely as I could.
まあ思ったほどうまくはいかなかったけど、
Well, it didn't go quite as well as I thought.
でもその強い思いがあってこそ僕は今まで概念的存在だったにもかかわらずこうして仮初めとはいえ受肉ができたんだ。
Using those strong feelings despite being only a conceptual existence before I managed to incarnate temporarily like this.
そのきっかけとしてはミシェルの裏切りも悪い結果ばかりじゃないのかもしれない。
For giving me that chance, maybe Misyr's betrayal wasn't an entirely bad thing.
そうでなきゃほら僕は君とこうして触れ合うこともできなかった。
If I didn't, well, you see, I wouldn't be able to touch you like this, Leah. Softly, Noah smiles happily from deep within. It's fleeting, but it's a sad expression.
ねえひたすらに君を求めるこの気持ちはきっと
Hey, Leah. This feeling of only wanting you is probably...
恋とそう呼ぶんでしょ。
Isn't that what it's called?
僕はきっと
I probably like
君
you.
が
A gentle whisper. An unexpected confession. Noah's emotions directed at me is the one feeling for someone dear. But is that what this really is?
僕は君が好き。
I like you, Leah. What about you?
君は
Even I, the same as Noah, not any less than him. I have someone I desperately seek and wish to meet. But I can't say that name with my mouth.
ああ、そうか。もう声を出すこともできないんだね。
I see, so you can't even speak anymore.
でも大丈夫だよ。
But it's okay, Leah.
僕らにはも
We no longer
そんなもの
require
必要
things like communication, a mutual understanding.
うだって僕たちは一つに溶け合うんだ。
After all, we are going to melt into one
境も何もない。
with no
本当に一
borders,
つに。
truly as one.
さあ、おいで。僕の愛しい人。
Now come, Leah, my beloved.
僕を救っておくれ。
Come and save me. If no one embraces me again, I know the faint senses I still have will quietly vanish. The person called Leah Owaki, everything, will turn to ash and despair, body, soul, thoughts, everything. Yeah, as a person, Leah Owaki right here has died. Chapter 6. As usual, I have no idea where Leah is. I can't afford to not take action just because of that, though. For now, I advance towards the place I used to spend my time by the grave markers. I simply walk on through the clinging ash, continuing through the wasteland. An absurd stroll, a solitary journey without end. If I let down my forces, the ash touching my cheek will unsettle my consciousness.
サプレッシを打っても痛みはあるってわけね。
So even with suppresso, it still causes pain. In that case, to distract myself from the hurt dwelling in my brain, I dig up memories of Enchante as I walk along. I will not do flashbacks. Shrouding myself in the mimicry spell, I finally managed to pass through the gate. My first surprise was the human world on the verge of ruin had developed into a form completely different from Genesis. To be honest, at first I couldn't believe it was my homeland at all. Then, when I entered the shop I had met that girl in, there was no sign of her. Instead, a man who, despite his refined looks, had a hearty voice and personality so on. He accepted me as a guest with ease, and I was in shock, honestly. But when I saw Connus in the backyard, I understood why he was so accustomed. I had also heard that one was the longest-serving non-human here. If possible, I wanted to be the very first from another world. Secretly, I've always been a little jealous. When I'd gotten used to the shop and world, I met Il, who had fallen in despair. I had heard of him from a fallen angel I had attended to before. I knew he was the angel of judgment. At first out of sympathy, then out of feeling responsible for giving him a warped personality, I was concerned. I started looking after him. While I no longer remember them, having family must have felt like this to me before. By the time I realized it, I thought of him as my little brother. Before I knew it, Ignis, Rindo, they became regular customers of Enchante. It was only natural for them to be around. Then, over 15 years passed, and I was finally reunited with Leah, who saved me before. After passing through the gate, the moment I saw her figure and lovely eyes, I knew it was her right away. Too much happiness and emotion without realizing it, I had forcefully embraced her body. But it was just how overcome with joy I was. As I think back, I sense a strange presence. I casually look up at the sky and, as if rebuking me, a sharp wind blows against me. Was I actually saying all that out loud? In that case, the presence just now, Noah. I can't see his form, but he's there. Confident of this, I asked the world. Do you not like it when I talk about Enchante? To me, it was intended as a genuine question. But the reply to it was an even stronger gust of wind. With no moderation, the storm. It's violent enough to drop me to my knees. What a modest harassment. But in reality, it is effective. As an ordinary human now, even the wind, when blowing this strongly, is a worthy threat. At any time, if he wanted, he could create Spartoi to obstruct me. Seeing how he's not, Noah probably doesn't view me as an opponent worthy of that. He must have figured there's no way I could save Leah anyways. He's making light of me. If you're going easy, I'll take advantage of it. Sorry, but I don't know how to give up. I force myself to stand and forcefully press on through the ash storm that obscures my vision. 1 step, 2 steps, even when I stagger, I move my feet forward with certainty. Leah, for sure, you. The moment I take my next step forward with enthusiasm, the storm around me suddenly stops. Just like that, the storm. This calm feels unnatural. Don't tell me Noah's gonna start something. At the thought, I increase vigilance of my surroundings, and from an unexpected place, at the worst timing, it comes from inside me. It was almost laughable how I lost strength. I collapsed my knees on the spot. At the same time, from my mouth, a large amount of blood gushes. The scattered blood is sucked into the ash like it's lapping it up. Don't tell me this. The suppresso's effects wore off. When I perceived this, as in the past, the pain I felt while being reduced to this strange form, the despair is revived. I scream and writhe around. My skin burns, the flesh under my clothes fester. Regardless of inside or outside, my whole body has a sharp pain like it's being torn apart. With each breath, I spit up so much blood. Because of that, it becomes difficult to inhale. That vicious cycle makes my breath painful. I kept trying to say breathing. The ash falling onto my blood sends deadly poisons into me. This isn't the bad ending, right? Right? This is just supposed to happen. This is supposed to happen. All of my blood boils. My internal organs die. He's fine. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. He's fine. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's so painful. I want to kill myself. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. He's fine. Everything's fine. He's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Kill me, please. It's okay. An unending pain that creates this despair. He's fine, right? It torments me once again. He's just gonna turn back into the one we know, right? Right? I didn't get the bad ending. You got the bad ending. Pathetically, I lose consciousness. For tens of thousands of years, I was living here as if it was normal to inhabit a place like this, huh? I think it's supposed to happen. Oh god, I truly think this time I spent living as that strange form was a frightening one. My field of vision oozes red, as though poison has been directly injected into my eyes. Stand up. If you don't stand, I scold myself like this, but it's been years since I saw this game. Oh no. If I move even a little, intense shocks run through my body as if I'm being punished for it. In a place like this, I don't have time to stop. I grit my teeth, and while groaning, I move my hand. Oh no. I bump into something. In my blurry vision, something that isn't made of ash emerges. I remember this! Okay, great. It could still be bad. I'm curious about the density I felt while enduring the intense pain. I lightly squint in. What I got from Leah. I see. I thought I dropped it when I was attacked by Noah, so this is where it was. That reminds me, for some strange thing, this thing doesn't turn to ash no matter what. I think this absent-mindedly. It's made of ash, is what I thought. have nothing right now, but one day I will thank you, no matter what. Oh, he's not looking so good. His eyes are not glowing. Seeing it, I remember. That reminds me,
昔のことを語っただけで、ちゃんとその時の俺、言えてないじゃないか。
I only told her about the past, my thanks for back then. I didn't say it. That's not all.
俺はまだ何一つ。
I was about to say I do remember a scene, and I will let you know if you're getting the good ending. The CG of him made me remember so quickly. Okay. I'm just like, he's coughing up blood a lot. This is not good. It's getting flashes of it hurts. It's usually how you get Finn at the end of it. Still I not once.
彼女に大切なことを伝えて。
To her, what's really important, I haven't told her. I being completely cloaked in lies. That's the being that is me. That's why I want to see her.
嘘のない
No lies. I want to tell her my truest words.
言葉を君の入れてくれたコーヒーを飲み
Made by your hands, the coffee I want to drink. I want to drink it. Well, there he goes. He's got the color back in his eyes. He's real again. I see. I still have reasons why I can't die. Reasons to stand up and walk. An entire mountain of them. A feeling that overcomes the pain well up. I apply strength in my arms. The crack of a bone breaking resounds. I don't care. I can still stand. I put strength in my legs. The crack of a bone breaking rings once more. Is that actually your name, though? I just want to know. I'm sorry. Is that not in the right time? Just tell me. I, Misyr Rex. I raise my head and glare at the world. I spit out the bloody vomit and boldly smile. Of all the worlds, in this world where all life is lost, I was the sole survivor. I'm the king of humans and non-humans alike. In this world that bestowed death upon all, already riddled with wounds, all limbs and my vision, every part of my body screams out, but who cares about that? To see her, I would pay any price. That's... Even if I'm reduced to that grotesque form, I'll find her. My body trembles enough to make me laugh at myself, but I put strength in this stand. I wipe away the blood flowing over my eyes and mouth and start walking again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With certainty, while heading towards death, I advance seeking a woman I can't see. I shake off the intense pain running through my body with just one feeling. However, it's pretty cool, honestly. A large number of spiritoi appear as if covering the whole world, as though mocking my determination and trying to break it. Then... How distasteful. To even reproduce me. If that has even reproduced my powers, if I go near it, would I instantly turn to ash? I figured this is no time to joke and desperately go to move my feet. Of course, there is nowhere to run. The incarnation of ruin approaches. How much can I resist turning to ash? Without giving up, Misyr starts thinking of ways to overcome it when... Eel? When his arms grasp, he's floating into the sky of the world of end times. Wondering what happened, he looks up and... I made it in time. Eel? Why are you here? Eel flaps his wings scoldingly, as if to suggest he should know the answer. Goodness, and you're the one who always says you're concerned about people. You're the one causing everyone else to be much more concerned, you know? The fallen angel makes a pouty, angry face unfitting for the dramatic scene. Misyr weakly draws a smile when at the same time, an enormous slash, a bright hellfire. All of the Spartoi covering the wasteland turned to ash. After confirming the enemy was scattered, Eel meets back up with Connus and company.
Misyr! 救援が遅くなってすまない。
Misyr, apologies for my late support.
つーか、しばらく見ねえ間にイメチェンか?
Whoa, did you come all the way out here just to get a makeover?
血みどろのボロボロだけどよ、イケてんぜ。
You're covered in blood and look like shit. Pretty cool. God, thanks for that. More importantly, why are you guys here? How exactly? Asking that question after recovering some stamina with Eel's magic.
Huh? What?
Obviously, we jumped in here through the gate. Yes, as for me, I managed to escape the heavenly world. Indeed, glad to see you're safe, Eel. I don't fully understand what they mean, but it seems these three came to help me and Leah. And understanding just how dangerous this world of end time is... Misyr, we have no time to explain, but... The information you provided about the world of end time, we also have knowledge of most of it. Most of it. Truly, this environment is pretty severe even for us. But we're different from your run-of-the-mill non-humans. Indeed, several hours of action are possible for us, and turning to ash would not be immediate. Hell. Therefore, Misyr, leave the elimination of enemies that are likely to appear to us. You should focus on searching for Leah. Yeah! Yeah, hurry up and bring back that shop owner. I haven't had enough to eat. Yes, her as the owner and you as the everyday customer. The two of your smiles together make Enchante. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. This blood. You three. They aren't telling him to withdraw from this world. Despite his inability to move decently, their enthusiasm entrusting the search for her to him. They trust in him, even though they don't realize he's dying.
わかった。じゃあ、全力で頼らせてもらう。
I understand. I'll be relying on you for everything. Misyr nods without hesitation, then scans his surroundings with his pained vision. All that exists are the endless graves he made over tens of thousands of years. Dig up memories, make use of the screaming pain running through his brain. He finds the irreplaceable memory from over 15 years ago.
俺と彼女が出会った場所。
Place where Leah and I met. Look, he's a vampire.
そしてきっとノアにとってもそれが一つの始まりだった場所。
And probably for Noah too, this is the place where it started. The place where the wormhole appeared, where he first met Leah. That must be the place.
あそこに彼女は。
She should be there. It's only a hunch. There's not a shred of evidence. But Misyr and Leah and Noah, the place certainly connected all three of them. In that case, there's no choice but to try. With this conviction, Misyr to the lives he once buried.
みんなごめん。この世で一番大切な女性のために。
I'm sorry, everyone. But for the woman most important to me in the world,
君たちの眠る場
I
所
will
を
destroy the place where you sleep. After declaring this, he makes a certain request to Connors and company. Final chapter! We did it, guys! That means there's only 2 chapters left because there's always an epilogue. Woo! That was the path the regulars took to reach Misyr. Each was the result of their own story in each of their own worlds. Bestia world. Beast world Bestia, sorry.
ちょっと、イグニス、もっと丁寧に私を運べないの？
Ignis?
お腹痛いんだけど。
Can't you carry me better? It's making my stomach hurt.
あのさ、わざわざ助けてくれてるんだし、この状況でそれはちょっと。
He took the trouble to help us, saying that right now is a little...
何よ、文句あんの？年頃のメスはデリケートなのよ。
What are you complaining? Females of my age are delicate.
うるせえガキどもだな。
If I don't say anything for a while, you know I fell asleep. To be fair, it is almost 10 o'clock, which means it's almost midnight there. I understand. Unless the time zone changed. I never remember. Ours doesn't, so everyone gets weird for me. You're such loud breaths. I had planned on finishing this. Honestly, my back was hurting so bad this morning, I couldn't even, like, move right.
亀裂に飲み込まれたくなきゃおとなしくしてろってな。
I mean, I could finish this tomorrow, and then we could do the Akia stream, and then I could start keeping Parasite, but who knows how long this is going to take to finish. If you don't want to be swallowed in a fissure, just be quiet. 11:32. Well, we haven't spring forward yet, so it'll be later for you soon for me. Behind them approaches a fissure in space-time large enough to swallow an entire mountain. Under both arms, while carrying the demon beast girl he met in the past, and also a boy escaping from it, Ignis rushes across an icy field. At his back, weaker demon beasts similar to the boy and girl follow Ignis's lead and manage to keep up. The fissures are spreading across Bestia now. Possibly related to the ease at which wormholes occur now, it's harder to find safe locations in this harsh and cold world. About the only place still safe is the fire wolf.
なんとか到着したな。
We arrived somehow. Deep, deep in a remote region, the homeland of Ignis, Minotaur territory is the only safe place. After the turmoil surrounding the search for Kororo's family due to rumors from the girl he's carrying about him never killing many of the weaker demon beasts didn't hesitate to answer Ignis's call to evacuate. After seeing them taken in one after another by his kind, his fellow Minotaur.
お帰りなさいっす、兄貴。状況はどんなもんすか？
Welcome back, bro. How's the situation? Shut up, Dromi.
こっちに向かってきたスパルトイは全部燃やした。ま、どうせまた湧いてくんだろうけどよ。
I burned all the Spartatoi headed this way, although they'll probably sprout up again.
それより、亀裂の方が深刻だな。
The fissures are getting furious.
全滅とまではいかねえだろうが、避難が遅れたやつ
They weren't completely wiped out, but survivors who were late to get out, I doubt there are going to be many. Most of those lost were the brutal and savage demon beasts like the Minotaur who rejected Ignis. Although the deaths are seemingly meaningless, it is still a loss. When Ignis says this, Dromi hangs his head. He notices his shoulders are trembling. So even this positive guy would get gloomy over such a ghastly situation. I thought I was gonna fall asleep a couple of hours ago. IDKY, but after Like a Dragon 8 made me cry so much, I got so sleepy. It's because your body's like, I need a break from this. When Nick just thinks this, he goes to pat him on his shoulder. Kidding. You gotta be kidding! The young man removes his bandana, throwing it to the icy floor and yells. For a moment, he was unrecognizable.
Oi, Dromi.
Hey, Dromi. While stomping the bandana, Dromi goes into a fit of rage. How much do you think I meticulously planned everything out? For some shitty, meaningless world like the world of end times or whatever, it's making it all for nothing. Wiping out demon beasts and this world without even leaving drops of blood or an ounce of flesh behind? The one to win in this world is my bro. That's right, the life-devouring Benar. This shoves it all away, and for what? Dromi changes and shouts in succession. During this, upon hearing a disquieting term he hasn't heard before, Ignis. Hey, Dromi. Grabs Dromi by the head, then forcibly turns his neck to face him.
今の口調と俺がどうだのはなんとかがどうだの
What you just said, something about me and this whatever thing?
どういう意味だ詳しく話を聞かせてもらおうじゃねえか
What are you talking about? Why don't you tell me all in details? Are you an idiot?
何がバナルだ人をろくでもねえことに巻き込むんじゃねえ
What do you mean, Vinar? Don't get people involved in something crazy like that.
この世界の理不尽なルールにバナルなら勝利してくれるかなって。
But I figured Vinar could be able to win over this world's absurd rules.
ぶっ飛んだ思考しやがってベスティアのルールが気に食わねえってのはまあわかるけどよ
What a crazy idea. Although I get you not liking Bestia's rules. Dromi rubs his head and looks up displeased with Ignis.
兄貴、ずいぶん冷静っすね。自分が過去に捕食してたことに思うことはないんすか
Bro, you're being real calm. Do you really not think anything of your predation from the past?
そりゃ今にも吐きてえぐれに気分が悪いが今はゲロってる場合でもねえだろ
I just miss you. That's all. feel sick, like I really want to throw up, but this is no time for puking.
このやべえ状況と、さっき亀裂に移ったミシェルたちのこともあるしよ。
This situation is really dangerous, and that Misyr from earlier was what's going on with Misyr and the others. Dromi makes a face of discontent, and then next to him,
あれやっぱりあの時の人間と真っ黒な男だったわけね。
that. So it really was the human and the dark man from back then.
びっくりしたけど、イグニスの知り合いなんだ。
I was surprised, but do you know them, Ignis? Apparently they had come to give their thanks, and as the demon girl and boy appear, the girl frankly says,
何よ、気になるんならあっちへ行けばいいじゃない。
If you're worried, why not just go?
Huh?
What?
ちょっと自分で忘れてんじゃないわよ。あんたはイグニスはベスティアの最強なんでしょ。
You should be the very last to forget that you're Ignis, the very strongest of Bestia, right?
だったらちまちまとベスティアの亀裂から逃げたり、よくわかんない骨の相手をするより。
So instead of running away from Misyrs and Bestia or fighting those weird bone
元
things,
凶っぽい向こうにある世界を何とかする方がよっぽどいいじゃない。
it would probably be far better if you take care of the culprit in the other world.
うん。僕たちのことならここまで守ってもらえただけで十分だよ。
Yeah, protecting us this much has been more than enough.
もし他に魔獣が残ってても、避難させるぐらいなら僕たちにだってできる。
Even if other demon beasts survive, we could help them evacuate. So you should go. At the grown boy's appeal.
Oh.
Have to protect them. Those he always thought. But gosh. Those he always thought about. Those he always thought this about have a stronger look in their eyes than the others, more savage demon beasts. With their words pushing Ignis, he rubs their heads and steals his
あ
determination.
りがとうよ。じゃあ、ここはお前らの強さに任せて、遠慮なく行かせてもらうぜ。
Thanks. Okay, I'll leave this in your hands and go in confidence. However, before he goes to that world,
おい、ドローミ。
hey, Doromi. To his little brother obsessed with calamity, he offers words to dissolve his belief.
今このベスティアは、あの亀裂、終わりの世界に食われてるも同然だ。
With those Misyrs popping up here in Bestia, it's almost like the world of end time is devouring
そ
it.
のせいで、弱者への差別も虐殺も、魔獣たちの頭から吹っ飛んでる。
Because of that, the thoughts of demon beasts aren't focused on slaughter or picking on the weaklings.
つうことはだ。
In other words,
お前の目標だった。この世界のルールを任すことは、もう叶ってるとも言えるんじゃねえか。
your goal to break the rules of this world, it's like you made it, right? Dromi makes a face as if to say that he can't accept the words of Ignis.
それでも俺は兄貴に憧れのバナルにこの世界に勝って欲しかったんすよ。
Okay, but still bro, Vinar, I looked up to you. You wanted to beat this world. Ignis sighs at Dromi's staunchly jealous spirit. Zealous.
じゃ、お前の望み通り、勝ってきてやるよ。
Okay, I'm gonna win just like you wanted. He says that while casually shrugging his shoulders, not understanding his intent, Dromi makes a perplexed face at him.
どうせこの後、あの世界に行くわけだしな。
I'm about to go to that world anyways.
ミシェルたち、常連仲間を助けるついでに、
Misyr and everyone, I'm gonna be helping the regulars.
俺が、あの世界を、ぶっ壊すなり燃やすなりで、勝ってきてやるっつってんだ。
I'm gonna go to that world and I'm going to burn it. I'm gonna break it down and win.
ベスティアに勝ったあの世界にさらに勝ちゃ。
If I win against that world, that's already beats Bestia.
実質、俺がこの世界に勝ったようなもんだろ。
In effect, that means I beat this world too, huh? Ignis doesn't forget to mention that he won't become Vinar, though. What outrageous logic, but also, there isn't any way to face off against such a dangerous world. Anyone would find Ignis's Wild theory, absolutely lunatic. However,
んだよ。まさか俺が負けるとでも思ってんじゃねえだろうな。
don't tell me you think I, of all people, would lose. The fanatic who was fixated on victory over this world, our Ignis's self-proclaimed little brother.
まさか最強の兄貴に燃やせないもんなんてあるはずないっす。
No way. You're the strongest, bro. There's nothing you can't burn. I don't care. Dromey can die. While his dream of Anar beating this world was crushed, if the choice was winning or losing against some other world out there, his big brother, the strongest, was coming out winning. That was the obvious choice, he thought. Thus, like throwing away his faith, returning to his usual form, Dromey sees Ignis off.
いってらっしゃいっす。この射程ドローミー、兄貴の勝利を信じてお待ちしてるっす。
See you later. Tell him your little bro Dromey sent ya. We know you're gonna crush it. Fairy World Meteor. Much like Ignis, Canis has also been fighting the threat that visited his homeland. Dromey, I forgot you exist. Just like Dahat, right? What is that? It's white and thin and creepy. Hurry to the queen. I'm sure the queen will protect us. A large number of Spartoi extend their hands and mercilessly hunt the powerless fairies. All of them are chopped down by Canis' single slash. The fairy of death, Canis Espada? You saved us?
礼はいい。今やこの辺り一帯が危険地帯だ。早く
No need for thanks.
女王のいる中枢へと。
This entire area is dangerous now. Hurry off to the core where the queen is. Unknowing to the fairies floating in the air, only Canis feels the land shake. Completely unaware of any danger, Canis takes the fairies in front of him into his arms and leaps backwards. As he lands, a weird crack. There's a hole where we were.
いくら好奇心旺盛とて断じて見に戻るなよ。あちらに落ちては助けられん。
Regardless of your curiosity, you must not return to take a look. I cannot save you if you fall in there. Canis continues to shout at the fairies as he runs to escape the fissure. After evacuating them to an area near the core, he pushes them from behind, almost throwing them, urging them to fly.
次から次へとキリがない。これではメディオを離れられぬ。
One after another, there's no end in sight. I can't leave Medio at this rate.
こうしている今もおそらくミシェルとマスターが苦しんでいるというのに。
It is likely that I am doing this. Misyr and Leah are out there and they are suffering.
我は友のために何をすることもできるのか。
And I do nothing to help my friends. He recalls the painful sight of them in a huge fissure that appeared earlier. But as his anger at himself for being so useless, from above, gentle, several flowers come floating down. He reflexively takes one into his hand. Can you hear us, Canis?
お勤めご苦労様です。そのまま亀裂から適度に逃げつつ、こちらの話を聞いてください。
Thank you for your work. Please avoid the fissures as you see fit and listen to what we have to say.
ティタニア、ベニア。
Titania? Vinia?
急にどうした？お前たちは避難させた妖精たちへの説明や指示に追われているはずでは。
What is this so abruptly? I doubt you have trouble issuing orders to evacuate the fairies.
それが一段落したので、あなたに声を飛ばしているのですよ。陛下。
We have completed that for now, so we're speaking to you, Your Highness. Yes, Canis, listen well.
そなたが休まず戦い、妖精たちを守ってくれたおかげで、
Thanks to your ceaseless efforts fighting for and protecting the
自
fairies,
己判断が困難な精神の幼い妖精たちの誘導はほぼ完了した。
guidance of young-minded fairies who have trouble making their own decisions is nearly complete.
というわけでカヌス、
Which means
あなたは
Canis, you
一時的に
are
お役御
temporarily
免です。
dismissed.
何？どういうことだ？
What? Why is that?
確かに亀裂の影響は我にはどうしようもないが、
True, there's little I can do about the effects of fissures,
未だ
but
そこから発生するスパルトへの脅威は残っている。
the threat of spotty toy appearing from them remains.
我が戦わなければ他に対抗できる戦力は。
If I do nothing, who has the combat power to resist them?
それが複雑なことにあるのじゃよ。
While we have mixed feelings about it,
あの亀裂に体をえぐられ、スパルトイにも傷つけられているせいか。
with its body gouged by fissures and injuries inflicted by spotty toy,
再生力で負けていた世界樹も、ようやく本格的に枯れてたまるかと抵抗を始めたようでして。
though Yggdrasil is losing its strength of regeneration, it has started showing resistance and is refusing to die.
自らの木々やソウルイーターを用い、スパルトイを攻撃し始めたのじゃ。
So using its own trees and soul eaters, it's begun attacking the spotted toy.
養分の吸収や再生よりも、それら元凶、いわゆる害虫への対応を優先したのじゃろう。
Rather than absorbing nutrients or using regeneration, it has prioritized responding to what it would be called pest.
いまいましい世界樹が姉さんの生命力を奪わず、化け物や亀裂とその身を潰し合ってくれる。
The accused world tree, instead of stealing Big Sister's vitality, wears itself out with monsters and fissures.
僕にとっては最上の幸運だ。むしろもっと発生してくれていい。
This is supremely good fortune in my view. In fact, I would hope more appear.
世界樹への恨みはわかるが、さすがに不謹慎じゃぞ、ニーヤ。
I understand your resentment for Yggdrasil, but this is unscrupulous, Nia.
まあ、ニーヤの主張はともかく、そういうことで、このメディオのことは、しばらく任せてくれてよい。
Anyways, putting Nia's opinions aside, due to that, when it comes to Medio, you can leave it to us for a time.
今のそなたには、他に行くべき場所があるじゃろ。
Right now, you have somewhere else to go, don't you?
わしも、大事な友人たる彼女を、
I also
この
don't
まま
want
死な
Nia,
せとうない。
my dear friend, to die.
よって、命じる。拒否権はないと思うがよ。
Thus, I command you, you have no right to decline.
カヌス・エスパーダ。
Canis Espada,
死を告げる妖精ではなく、メディオが誇る
not as the
気
fairy
高
of
き
death,
騎士として、
but as a proud and noble knight of Medio,
友のもとへと駆けつけ、その命を救ってくるがよい。
rush to your friends at once, go and save their lives.
心得た。
Understood.
この礼はいずれ我が剣で必ずや。
I shall repay this gratitude with my sword for certain. It's gone. Heaven World Kelm. What a terrible font choice for that. Somewhat faster than Ignis and Company's information of Misyr and Company's crisis flowed into this world. Several hours after that, a large number of fissures opened in the sky. Due to them, one after another, many angels and sectors fall into the world of end time and are annihilated. On top of that, a large number of spotty toy also go around destroying important facilities. Along with rising ashes, the perpetuity that God prioritized more than anything crumbles away. While God sends his oracle to the consciousness of angels under his control to deal with it. Solitus observes the progress of the Apostle of Judgment, unconscious and limp in a nourishing tank. The damage inflicted by God has almost been recovered, however, since before the intense malfunctions causing such resistance to God remains
あ
unresolved.
れは一体どのような思考の結果出力したものなのか。
What exactly? What kind of thinking could result in such an output? Before Solitus can find an answer to that,
ソリトゥス、終わりの世界からの侵食速度が予測よりもはるかに速い。
Solitus, the encroachment of the world of end times is happening faster than predicted.
よって即座に断罪の使徒を再覚醒させ、
Thus awakened the
あの
Apostle
脅
of
威へと
Judgment
対
at
抗さ
once
せ
to
る。
deal with the threat. The oracle from God, his voice has fallen upon Solitus's
了
brain.
解。
Understood.
しかし、神よ。断罪の人が次の神罰にて再接続を申請する可能性は。
However, O God, the likelihood of the Apostle of Judgment requesting reconnection during the next divine punishment. He still hasn't performed adjustments to increase his sense of pain. Therefore, if he reawakens, he would simply refuse again. Reading such a thought from Solitus to God.
皇帝、可能ならば洗練されたかつての状態に戻したかったが、
Affirmative. If it was possible, it would have been best to return him to his past polished state.
もはやその時間すら惜しい。
However, time is of the
よって
essence. Therefore,
リスクを承知で断罪の使徒の人格に私の人格を強制的に上書きする。
understanding the risk over the Apostle of Judgment's personality, I shall overwrite with my own personality. With that oracle, Solitus' thoughts freeze.
神よ。
Oh God.
それはどのようなご意志
That, with what intention?
単純な解である。再接続による完全支配が不可能というのならば、
The solution is simple. If complete control via reconnection is not possible,
私へと同意するようふさわしい人格を与えるまで、
I must bestow him with a suitable persona that will agree with me.
私が私の思考を却下あるいは拒否するはずがあるまい。
For me to dismiss my own thoughts or reject them would be unthinkable, yes. That means, in other words, without waiting for Solitus to reply, likely using remote control God, one of the nourishing tanks functions, the personality data window floats up. And as though to fulfill that command, begins to move on its own.
神よ。どうかお
Oh
待
God,
ちを。
please wait. Why did he suddenly try to stop him? Even Solitus doesn't understand. Possibly because he predicted the unreasonable fate about to be performed. The Apostle of Judgment. He stirs like he's surfacing. Seeing this, Solitus understood the intense emotion the Apostle of Judgment displayed before. Then, acting on impulse born from his chest. We don't need that, that's okay. He shatters the nourishing tank before his eyes using his spear. Released from it, the Apostle of Judgment tumbles out and braces himself. They escape by flight. Alarms ring over. Angels who receive the oracles pursue him. However, Solitus's brain no longer hears such oracles.
いや、たとえ聞こえようが、もう私には関係ない。
Even if I could hear them, it has nothing to do with me any longer. Likely before long, the wings on his back will turn black. While holding the Apostle of Judgment, Solitus glides at full speed, aiming for the first floor. Forcefully removed from hibernation and from the wind hitting his body, the Apostle of Judgment slowly regains his consciousness. Memories of the intervention on his brain and what was about to be done to him remain, but... Solitus. Why? He can't understand why Solitus opposed it.
と答えが
This individual, no,
私が
I,
どんな手段を用いても取り戻そうとしていたのは
what I was trying to reclaim no matter the means.
数千年共に両翼として生きていたお前だ
For thousands of years, who lived with me as dual wings was you.
故にお前が完全なる別人に
Therefore, for you to become completely different. Why is his necklace longer?
それもあのような神そのものになり果てるなど
On top of that, to be absolutely reduced to a god like that?
私は断じて認めん
I could never accept that. Solitus flies out of the tower with no destination, just soaring as far as possible. To let his friend escape. To keep his friend his friend. While various disasters befall the Kelm in all area, understanding the danger there, the sight of fallen angels headed to the tower controlled by God.
エピロギさん、本当に断罪の天使を助けに行くんですか？
Epilagi, are we seriously gonna help the angel of judgment?
お前らは複雑な気分だろうが、俺に免じて力を貸してほしいんだ。
I'm sure you guys have mixed feelings, but I want you to do this favor for me.
事情は全く知らねえが、あの時響いた仲間のためのあいつの叫びは。
I still don't know the situation, but what rang out at that time, his shouts for the sake of his friends.
兵器には絶対に不可能な、命あるもんにしかあげられねえ心からの叫びだ。
That's definitely impossible for a weapon. It was a shout from the heart that only someone with life could make.
あれを聞いて、知らぬ顔して放っておくことなんざできねえだろ。
Hearing that, to look the other way and do nothing, I could never do that.
まあつっても、どう助けるかはこれから考えんだがな。そもそもあの塔への侵入をどうやって。
I say that, but I need to think about how to help him. First off, how do we get inside that tower? At the same time, the fallen angel leader Epilagi crosses his arms and ponders. He sees carrying the angel of judgment, the apostle of the oracle Solitus, flying out from below a cliff. However, from Solitus's floats a panicked expression unthinkable of a true angel. What? Before he could even process what happened, the fallen angel leader, Epilagi, an individual thought to be hiding in a base impossible to find even by God himself. He had seen information about him before, and Solitus, upon recognizing him by sight,
打天使たちよ、我が魂にかけて契約する。
Fallen angel, I offer a contract upon my soul.
神の処刑からお前たちの命を逃がすと、ここで誓おう。
I swear to spare your lives from God's execution.
その
In
条件として
exchange,
我が友イルファド・デ・リエを
my friend Il Fado de Rio,
何としても神の手から逃れさせよう。
do whatever it takes to keep him from God. He determined that this would be the best to save his friend.
はあ?
Huh? As unexpected contract from God's right hand, while he doesn't know what the situation, there could be no better offer in the view of Epilagi. However,
いえ、その必要はありません。
no such a thing is unnecessary. With that, the apostle of judgment himself, no eel, refuses. He had recovered his body functions and managed to support himself.
今の私には他に行くべき場所があります。
Right now, there's somewhere else I need to go.
私がずっと価値を証明したかった。
I always wanted to prove its worth.
彼らが互いに向け合うあの美しい感情を
That beautiful emotion that they had for each other.
私はあの世界に奪わせたくない。
Won't let the world take it away.
何よりもう二度と 私は大切な人たちを失いたくない。
I did forget that. You'll witness two people fall in love and watch them die. So yeah, this would be more emotional to him than his actual arc, I feel. Yeah, that's fair. And more than that, never again. I don't want to lose the people I cherish. At Eel's powerful, noble pledge.
神託の使徒様よ。あんたの気持ちはうすうす察したが。
So great apostle, the oracle. I had a vague guess to your feelings, but
どうやらうちの最強の天使様は過保護に守られるほど心も体も弱くねえみてえだぜ。
it seems our strongest angel friend here isn't so weak in heart or body that he needs your overprotection.
だいたい俺らの拠点に隠したところで、あそこもいつ亀裂に飲まれるか分かったもんじゃねえしな。
Besides, even if we hide him at our base, he might get swallowed in a fissure. Who knows what could happen?
だから見送ってやれよ。お前のダチだってんなら
So see him off.
その決断を誇ってな。
If he's your friend, you should be proud of his choice. As Epilocky's persuasion, while Solitus hesitates a little with his newly budding emotions. Upon looking at Eel's unwavering eyes,
お前が
if you
お前がお前として戻ってくるのならば
if you return as yourself, I affirm
そ
your
の意見を肯定しよう。
I affirm your
十
opinion.
分です。ありがとうございます。ソリツス。
That's plenty. Thank you so much, Solitus.
ただ出立前に
Although before I leave,
ソリツス、神が用意していたという救済計画用のホール、
Solitus, the wormhole for the salvation project that God was preparing.
その構築術式を私にも共有してください。実験に参加していたあなたなら詳細を把握していますよね。
Please share the assembly spell with me as someone involved in the experiments. You understand the details of it, yes?
そしてあなた自身にもそれを使って協力してもらいたいことがあります。
Also, there's something I'd like you to help me with by using it. When Eel requests this, the two don't understand his intentions and make questions expressions. Questionable, even. Dang, I wish Cafe Enchante fan disc could exist. I want to date two angels. I know, right? One of them is Anku. So why wouldn't we want him as dateable? And then we can date a whole planet. I've never thought about wanting to date a world before. Like when they say F the world, literally, you could in this particular game. Dromi can still die. Is there anybody else in any world that'd be interesting to date? I can't really think of anyone else, but those two would be great. I would still be down if they did, like, again, 10 years later or whatever, and it's you play as Kadia and he gets to go date girls. As the three recall each of their arrivals here under their eyes, in the wasteland of ash, the wind makes sad tones. Far above it in the sky, Canis, Il, and Ignis, and a formation surrounding Misyr, each has reached their position. Under the feet of the three who can't fly, magic circles of light made by Il float, holding them up.
それじゃあ、まあ、俺の頼もしい常連仲間。
All right then, my reliable friends. Is he gonna, like, volunteer? He's like, give me the girl back. You can absorb yourself into me. We can share a conscience. We're both from the Genesis period. We understand stuff. We were both betrayed. I don't know. All right then, my reliable friends.
遠慮一切なし。ラスボスの名にふさわしく、思いっきり豪快に頼むよ。
No need to hold back. Live up to the name of the last boss and let's make this very impressive. At Misyr's voice.
任せとけ。元からんな加減なんぞするつもりねえからな。
I want to hang out with Kadia. He's kind of like adorable little bro. If they did a fan disc and they had like a little side story for him, like maybe you spend the day with him, and you can like meet like his classmates or something, and then he can have a crush on someone. Again, I think it'd be cute to see his life blooming and growing. We got this. I never planned to hold back anyways. As once used in Bestia, Il's magic's making communication possible. Connects Misyr and the distant three conversations.
ミシェル、あなたから預かった大切だというコーヒーカップ。
Misyr, the coffee cup you lent me, the one you cherish.
そちらも必ず私がアンシャンテへと持ち帰りますので、ご安心を。
Certainly, I will take it back to Enchante, so there's no need to worry. When he receives a reply of thanks through the magic circle, Il smiles, but Kana sends him a voice with some concern in it.
我の準備は万全だが、お前の方は大丈夫なのか？イル。
Our preparations are complete. However, will you be fine, Il?
この世界にはカエルムのように、お前のエネルギーになるものがないようだが。
Unlike Helm, this world has none of the energy you can use.
ああ、その点についてはご心配なく。たった今、故郷から供給しますので。
No need to worry on that point. Right now, I'll have a supply from my homeland. The side character in Code realized that I can't wait until you meet him. He's kind of like little bro. There was side story for him. He's one of my favorite side characters. So I'm making my notes for Verche Evermore, and the character that does Mathis, he only had one other voice, and he played a church child. I don't even know where to say it. I hope there's a Nadia side story in Verche fan disc. I hope Nadia grows up in the Verche fan disc. I want adult Nadia. With a grin, Il says this. In the fan disc, if you did Adipole, who you hate, it's fine. They're the happy ending. Everyone's happy in that world. So it could be 10 years later in that world. And she could have like their first baby. And then Nadia, she was 14, I think, she'd be 24 now. And I could see her adult and I'd be happy for her. If Dahat hadn't chose violence, Dahat and her could have dated. He chose violence. Who is Adipole? I don't know. You're the one who made up the name. You tell me. While enduring breathing the air that eats away at his lungs, he watches the sky of the world of end time. At the same time as his one wing beyond space-time, they play a melody that rings out through the world. A fissure runs through the sky and creates an encroachment of the world of end times in a certain location. Hadpole is, let me be nice, the person that she ended up having a happy life with, which is ridiculous because Eves was made for her. Made for her. They die in a hole together. Ridiculous. That is the happy ending. That was their happy ending. That was.
ホール発生の前兆確認。無事に開きそうだな。
Soulmates who die together. That's it. That's their good ending. Their good ending is death, and I'm so mad about it. They deserved 3 children at least. Adorable babies. 3 adorable babies. They deserved a wedding. They deserved to go on trips together to other countries. No. They die in a hole. And then you get through Adolph's ending, and he's like, part of him feels like him and her belong together. Well, guess what? I saw what happens when you end up together. They die in a hole. That's their good ending. What a good ending. I mean, their bad ending, she caresses his charred body. Oh my god. Confirmation of wormhole occurrence. It seems it will open safely. What do you mean what? What did you just scare yourself?
おっかねえ。今の音だけで寒気が走ったぜ。
That's spooky. Just the sound gave me chills.
俺らもとっととおさらばしねえと巻き込ま
You
れそう
don't
だ。
remember that? You don't remember their good ending? Their good ending? Hang on. We're gonna interrupt this cafe Enchante to continue to talk about Virtue Evermore. It's gonna take a second because I got 1,931 photos on here and Virtue was a couple games ago. Still in Cafe Enchante. Now we're in Winter's Wish. We're getting there. We're gonna find it. Still in Winter's Wish. Still in Winter's Wish. Wow. Okay. We get through this nightmare. You might remember this whole nightmare. There's Lucas's nightmare. And here they are literally dying in a hole together. This is their good ending. So until the end of my life, which is soon because he's dying from the disease that she spreads, please stay by my side. Yeah. Yeah, that's their good ending. They died in the cave together. I'm so sorry you apparently blocked that from your mind, but I didn't because I was so mad. I was so mad because you get the good ending for Adolphe and he has this little thing where he's like, I kind of felt like we belonged together. I'm like, I did too. But apparently you guys together, bad. Yeah, he died. If we don't hurry out of here ourselves, we'll get sucked in too. Heavenly World Calm. Anyways. Near the summit of the tower, in other words near God, a fissure occurs. As it gradually spreads further, I think I really blocked that out. I mean, it was so mad because I expected them to have the happiest ending together. This is why I won't get over it. This is why I can't. I'm like, and no, they just die. Me seeing Leah's thumbnails to be Virtue. It'd be hilarious. They're like, I thought she was playing Cafe Enchante, and it's just that screen of them. When I said 7 for Virtue. 7 for Virtue as a rating or as out of 100? Now it is 6 for Virtue. My mechanical body of God, who once controlled them. Yep, rating. Your rating went down 1 because Eve's didn't have a good ending. It's just, I don't get... How could you do this to me? I get things are sad. Salvation does not always mean good. But Eve's deserved better. Along with the rising ash, it's worn away and begins to be destroyed. Oh, the thumbnail of Eve's kissing Leah. Did I make that? Did I change that like that? I love to change them. When the one goes up for Ignis, I have my little character wrapped up in the blanket that he's holding. I mean, that'd be cute. I'm trying to see if I can make commissions or get commissions done for my character and stuff to try and make new thumbnails. So we'll see. Along with the rising ash, it's worn away and begins to be destroyed. Curse, you apostle of judgment, solitist, not sacrificing enough by defying me. What have you done? Not satisfy, not sacrifice. At this shout, Il responds nonchalantly.
ソリツスと協力し合い、あなたが望んでいた救済用のホールを構築して差し上げたまでのことです。
I worked with Solitus to assemble the salvation wormhole. You saw it, and we gifted it to you.
ただし接続先は人間界ではなく、この終わりの世界にですがね。
Though the connection isn't to the human world, instead the world of end times. Il shouts loudly. Does he? He doesn't tell.
さあ、傲慢なる神よ。
Now, oh arrogant God.
あなたの身が滅ぶのと、我々がこの世界の侵食を止めるのと、どちらが先か。
Will your body be destroyed or will we stop the erosion of this world first?
前者を拒否するのであれば、より多くの霊力を炉から私に流していただきましょう。
If you wish to avoid the former, you should send as much spirit energy from the furnace as you can. He's like, there's a glitch somewhere where the Twitch is showing the Virtue thumbnail of Ease kissing MC. I'm laughing so hard. Even Twitch knows your love for Virtue. It's just because I went through my photos and showed it again to remind Asia of why Virtue is the devil. Just had to remind her. But it's funnier that they're like, it'd be like, I'm playing Cafe Enchante and it's Virtue. God, you bastards. Contrary to the voice of humiliation from the Misyr in the sky, spirit energy, the energy choice of angels, flow into ill. What is Virtue? I don't even know that game. Oh my god.
というわけで、
This is why you forgot what happened to Eve. You blocked it from your
万全の体制で
mind.
攻撃できますとも。
There you have it. My preparations were complete too. I can attack in full capacity. I erased that game from my mind. I found the Men in Black. I was like, do it.
随分としたたかになったようだな。
Before I knew it, it seems you grew quite strong.
悪い笑顔じゃねえか。まさに打天使ってやつだな。
What a bad smile, just like a fallen angel. Oh, his wings were white. Wait, was that normal? Should I be right? The three moved to the position indicated by Misyr prior. Asia wants to relive the despair all over again and fall in love with Adolf. That is her favorite character. You're right. She must have forgot. She loved that guy so much. I remember, actually. I just remembered. You were so right. You were so right. That was her favorite. I remember. You are correct. Yeah. Yeah, that was the moment. I'm so right. I'm leaving forever. You're the one who doesn't. You don't even remember Virtue. We have to remind you. And focus their gazes onto the grave marker far below. Remember, we're trying to save Leah. She's currently in a puddle. I don't know. Oh my god, it's so tiny. Mommy, sorry. What did I do? What did you do? What did you do? And focus their gazes onto the grave markers far below. To deserve this treatment? I mean, apparently you blacked out Eve's and everybody else from your mind. I don't know what you mean. I thought you liked Adolf. What's wrong with Adolf? For each to use their full powers to drill through and pierce it.
さて、それでは不在の林道の分は我
I'm
が
just
果たしてもら
curious.
おう。
What has he possibly done to render? Oh, there's food. I'm gonna cry in the corner. Why would you cry? It's just, we know how much you cherish him. Now then, I shall work enough to compensate for Rindo, who is absent. Rindo couldn't do anything anyways.
我ら喫茶アンシャンテの常連だ。
And I have Snackies. Thank you for Snackies. We, the regulars of Cafe Enchante. Thank you. Why are you bullying me? I don't think you're being bullied. I think we're just accurately describing how you felt about Virtue Evermore, your favorite game you've ever heard of, with your top favorite character being Adolf. You're the one who said you don't remember the game. We're just here to help. We're here to helping you.
アホみてえに騒がしくて。
I hate that man. Oh, so you remembered. Pinned, I'm famous. Gosh, that stupidity loud and mysterious.
ですが、穏やかで楽しい日常を。
And yet tranquil and fun every day.
今ここに取り戻すため。
Look at that. They did shading and stuff. Their cells are like bleeding into each other. To reclaim it here and now.
ノアよ、その扉を強引にでも開かせてもらう。
Noah, that door, we shall open it even by force. Now you're gonna have dreams about Verche Evermore. It's gonna be great. Tell me your most and least favorite love interest in Atomi games. Just curious. I'm not planning to have revenge. I actually don't know his name, but I think you remember him from Amnesia. And you can do whatever you want with that information, but I'm sure you know which one it is quite quickly. The greatest attack unleashed by them. The grave markers Misyr had built up until now. The world itself is bored through and creates a great breach with no end in the wasteland of ash. This is Asia's true revenge arc now. After seeing it through, Misyr fervently raises his dying body, then...
Yes. それじゃあ、我らがマスターを
Alright then, I'll get going to greet our owner.
来るかな。
He leaps from the magic circle and plunges down the hole into Noah's body. Who I couldn't notice for so long, while tracing through the memories of Noah, the solitary young man. Is it his dad? Would that be funny? No, maybe. He missed his family. Oh my gosh, we're finally her again. It's been so long, I thought she was dead. I saw everything. From the sky, from the land, from close by. I call, I shout, wanting to be noticed. We're not reliving that. Spewing blood, screaming, he suffers. I don't want him to die. I want him to return to the human world. I can't go back anymore. But neither my gaze nor my words can reach him anymore.
そう。これが僕が味わってきた孤独。
That's right. This is the solitude that I tasted.
絶対的な僕の絶望。
My absolute despair.
僕と世界と同化した今の君ならその辛さが理解できるでしょ
And now that you've merged with this world, you can understand the pain, right?
でも
But
でもね僕だけは君と言葉を交わせる
only I can exchange words with you.
君の存在を感じ取れる
Only I can sense your existence.
僕だけは君と触れ合うことができる
Only I can touch you, so look at me, Leah.
僕を見てアンシャンテが欲しいなら
If you want Enchante,
ほら僕が作ってあげる
look, I can make it for you.
君がどうしても望むなら彼も
If you really wish, oh gosh, that was scary.
ミシェルも
If you really wish for him too, Misyr too.
カヌスもイルもイグニスもリンドウも
Conus and Il, Ignis and Rindo.
みんな僕が作ってあげるから
Everything everyone. I can make it for you.
だから、このアンシャンテの中で、
So Leah, inside this Enchante,
僕と共に永遠に二人で生きていこう。
together with me, we can live here together for eternity. But I don't have a body. Eternity with kindness. Entirely with kindness, almost like pleading, he asked. I can't speak words or act or do anything to answer. In fact, even whether or not I'm still Leah Owaki is unclear, now merged with the world. The only thing I know, after melting into the world, I'm no longer a human. Never again. I doubt I can ever return to that Enchante. I can never make coffee for anyone again. I can never make coffee for someone I cherish again. That cruel truth dulls my thinking even more, unable to think, unable to answer anything. It would be less painful if my consciousness just vanished. That's how it feels.
さあ、僕の大切な人、僕になってくれた
Now my cherished
愛しい
person,
人、
my beloved became me.
もっと僕のそばにおいで。君と僕
Come
の存在
closer
を
to me so our existence can become even closer. Noah reaches his hand to my consciousness. But while there's no pain, my body senses an intense impact. That stopped Noah's intervention of me. Due to Noah's calling, I didn't have the leeway to see my own body. And Noah was too fixated on talking to me and didn't notice the signs of this. When he senses what's happening to his body,
アンシャンテの常連たち、
the Enchante regulars, the big shaking enough to shake both my and Noah's body continue for a time. When the shaking stops, both me and Noah realize something with the same timing. This ash Enchante, someone is approaching. As if they knew the location from the very start, he approaches straight on with no hesitation. And gently but surely, the tone announcing a visitor rings. My consciousness that was sinking into the world is pulled right back. To try and perceive the form, I strained to clear away my vision. There, he was there. Who likes to tease people. Who's good at caring for others. Who's so kind. My cherished demon king.
へえ、外見といい、再現度高いな。ノア、建築家の才能あるんじゃない？
Wow, down to the details. What a recreation. Noah, were you ever an architect? Not just me. Noah, who has become one with me, also seems to be shocked. However, as expected, obviously Misyr doesn't notice my existence.
アンシャンテを作り出すなんてね。いっそ、ここが夢の2号店とか。
To build Enchante.
なんて。
Could this be the second shop we dreamed of? Just kidding. He hits the unseen Noah with such casual talk. Using tables and other things for support, he just desperately advances towards through the shop.
どこに
Leah, where are you?
ここ以外には考えられないのに、姿が見えないってことは。
I can't imagine you're somewhere else, but seeing how you aren't visible.
まさか、もう完全に。
Don't tell me you already merged with Noah. I guess you'll have to make out with Noah to find out. His consciousness wavers multiple times, and each time his face twitches. His whole body strained with ash and blood. For Misyr, who became a normal human, this situation is probably more painful than death. At such unimaginable pain, without thinking, I try to extend my non-existent hand to him.
無駄だよ。
It's no use. Noah quietly announced.
この世界の僕の中枢にまでたどり着けたのは正直驚いたけど。
This world, you're reaching my core, honestly surprises me, but
でもここが限界だ。
this
彼
is
が
his
気がつく
limit.
ことはない。
He can't notice.
ミシェルは絶対に見つけることができない。
Misyr can never find you. Is that directed to me, or is Noah talking to himself? Exactly according to those cold, sad words, Misyr doesn't notice me here. Is this the bad ending? He spews blood and collapses on the spot. I want to help him. I want to extend my hand to get out a moment sooner to a safe place. There's nothing I can do. Simply alone, my despair at my powerlessness grows. For me, the person in front of my eyes, for me, a cherished person, Misyr, is being hurt. Noah, also likely confident that he'll end here, seems to have no intention to do anything more to him. Please, I want you to run away. Contrary to my wish. Misyr, while shaking, stands up. Starts walking again, one step, another step. We made a promise to talk about everything. He heads to his usual seat at the counter. It's like a coffee shop in Silent Hill. I haven't had your coffee for a while after all. It was really, really harsh. Right now, I could drink any number of cups. Right after smiling, Misyr coughs a lot of blood up again. I've lost count of how many times now. At him. Noah looks at him strangely. Like he would despair at my merging, demand my return, say it's unforgivable. That Misyr would shout such things as he would have such thoughts. My least favorite Yang. But he didn't voice a single resentment and simply sits at his usual seat. Yang from PO4 is trash. Oh, I haven't played PO4 yet. Please don't tell me that he's the cute one with the hoodie and the two colored eyes. That's my favorite. It's that one. It's that one right there. Looking forward to that boy. Yang got red hair. That's Orioke? Okay. Yang's the one with the pipe then? Oh, Yang looks like the devil. Is that him, that Yang right here? Let's just call him Oreo. Oreo. That's fine. He has white hair and he's wearing a black hoodie. That's like an Oreo. Didn't voice a single resentment and simply sits in his usual seat. I'm here.
会いに来たよ。
I'm come to see you, Leah.
もう最強でもチートでもなんでもない、ただの普通の人間になっちゃった俺だけど。
Although I'm not the strongest or able to cheat now, I'm just a normal human.
君に会いに
To see you.
君の
To drink your coffee.
コーヒーを飲みに、どうか俺に最高の一杯を君が入れてくれる。
For the greatest cup.
最高の
The one you make.
コーヒーを
The greatest coffee. Yang, right? Not the beautiful man I just talked about with the great hoodie that gives seaweed head vibes. Right. At his smile, what had become ash, my mind, my heart throbs. I feel like I've regained a pulse. Warlock is a baby. He's adorable. Okay. What? Thought I heard screaming. Yeah, that's right. He's a regular customer of Enchante. I'm the owner of Enchante. Even if he's not a non-human, even if I'm no longer a human, that changes nothing. Yeah, Cafe Enchante is, for important customers, a place to greet them with a smile. So I'll answer, light straining my vanished throat. Hi, welcome. Welcome.
やっぱり
I knew it.
ここにいたんだね。
You were here, Leah. Aww.
俺の大切な
I cherished,
愛しいマス
beloved owner. It reaches him. He notices. My consciousness, vague if it was even me, is warmed by Misyr's palm. The warmth of a cherished person that I thought I'd never feel again slowly unveils the outline of my existence. All of them technically calling her master. Yeah, it feels like they're her pet. Yeah, it's my favorite name I've ever had in any Atomi game. Are you facing through that table? Because you're real close to him for him to be sitting at a table.
短いけれど地獄のような旅だった。
It was short,
けど希望は
but it was a hellish journey.
来れた。
But I never abandoned hope to come here.
それは君に伝えたい気持ちが俺を支えてくれたから。
Right, got stuck in my tooth. That's because the feeling I wanted to convey to you supported me.
だから今度こそ嘘で自分を覆わず
That's why
約
this
束
time
したように全てを
I won't conceal myself in lies. As you promised before, I'll say everything.
俺は醜い異形だった。
I think you need to calm down. It wasn't grotesque. It was
全てを壊して
definitely demonic in nature, but like
散らすこと
grotesque.
しかできない怪物。
This is like Eve saying that his face was disgusting. It was fine. I had a terrible, grotesque form, a monster who could only spread destruction to everything.
けど あの時、そんな俺に手を差し伸べてくれた君に、
But that time you extended your hand to me.
心ごと全てを
It saved my heart.
救われたんだ。
Everything.
俺にコーヒーを入れてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for making coffee for me.
俺と出会ってくれて
Thank you for encountering me.
ありがとう。最初は君への恩返しばかり考えていた。
At first, all I thought about was repaying you.
今度は俺が君が幸せになれるよう力になって見守っていこう。そんな風に考えて。
That this time I would watch over you, helping you to find happiness. That was my thinking. But Misyr weakly shakes his head.
けど今は違う。君と時を共にすればするほど見守るだけじゃ
But now it's different.
ないって。
The more time I spend with you, simply watching over you wasn't enough.
最初は親愛だったはずの感情が別のものに育ってしまって。
Ooh, a little dark. Okay, hang on. Careful with your phrasing here. My feelings that were like paternal love at first grew into something different.
自分でもどうしようもなくなった。
I couldn't help it. Oh, also, I had like this thing with Conus's photo where like I didn't realize she was wearing a white shirt underneath this, and someone on my comments on YouTube mentioned it, and I was like, oh, she's wearing white sleeves. Perfect sense. Now I get it. It's just a strange choice, I will say. After he takes a big breath, like he can't hold back any longer, he confesses. Leah,
君が
I like you? That's weak. What? That's so weak.
愛してる。たまらなく愛おしい。
He's just laughing. Look, I was like, why does she have weird lines on her arm? Is what I said. I was like, that's so strange. Did something happen? And they're like, oh, she's wearing a shirt. I'm like, okay, I guess. I love you. You're so dear to me. I don't know what to do.
嘘ばかりついた俺に、醜い姿を隠していた俺に。
I told only lies. I was hiding my terrible form, but guess what? I'm human now, so I don't have that terrible form anymore. We can be happy together.
その全てを知ってもなお、優しく温かなコーヒーを入れてくれた。
Despite knowing all of that, you would still make kind, warm coffee for me.
このカウンターで待ってると笑顔で言ってくれた。
You said you would be waiting at the counter with a smile for me.
全世界の誰よりも
More than anyone in the world.
好きなんだ。
I love you. Human Misyr way better than Demon Misyr. I can't tell if that's sarcasm with that picture at the end. Lies. Falsehoods. With none at all, this is Misyr's Rex. Honest feeling. That emote, though. My pulse sounded again. And likely Noah, too, feels the same as me right now. To touch him, to talk to him, yearning for his warmth as much as it's sad. Then I too should do the same thing that his impulse says, with no logic, simply wishing to create. If you want to touch, create a hand. If you want to smile, create a face. If you want to speak, Sir. Me too. Wow, look at his hand now running through her body, question mark? I like you too, Misyr. I love you too. Create lips to tell him your feelings. Welcome, my dearest customer.
お出迎えありがとう。俺の愛しいマスターさん。
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the welcome, my dearest owner. Like, he looks so cute at us.
なんで
How?
どうして
Why?
僕の時は気づいて
I noticed you, Noah. It's just that, like, you came at a bad time for her. She was already in love with somebody else. It's kind of weird, you know? It's crazy. I think you're hot. I totally think you're lovable. I believe you deserve love. Noah bears it all too more than eel. Yeah, he's just too. You're too available. There's a problem. I guess that's the problem. When it was me, you didn't notice.
見つけてくれなかったのに
You didn't find me. Noah shows himself, and in shock, he looks this way in sadness.
どうしてか。俺もここへ来るまでの間に
Why?
君の過去と絶望を知ったけど
Noah bears it all. Asia will take you down. Take you, don't worry, Noah. Why, huh? On the way here, I learned of your past and your despair.
それについてはただ謝ることしかできない。
About that, all I can do is apologize.
ただ俺も
I also... Honestly, I will take him. Like I said, he's a whole world. He's a whole world. You can have the whole world. I also...
できるならもっと早く君に気づきたかった。そして言葉を交わして
If possible, I wanted to notice you sooner and talk to you.
ノア、君と友達になりたかった。
Noah, I wanted to become your friend. Whoa, he said the F word. After hearing Mysyr's words, Noah.
友達
Friend?
友達って
By friend?
あの友達
You mean that kind of friend?
あの友達以外に何があるっていうの？
I don't like that he made them suffer, but I do feel bad for him. No one deserves to be alone. Again, tens of thousands of years alone. He doesn't understand social constructs. He's doing his best. Asia can claim he's my whole world, literally, and brag how enormous he is. I mean, he takes up miles. What other kind of friend is there? Shows more surprise than sadness. In blank shock, he repeats the words he said several times.
ミシェル、それは
Misyr, is that
友達になっていればもっと早く孤独や絶望から
because if we become friends, you'd be saved from your despair faster?
まさか。
No way. At Noah's uneasy question, Misyr shakes his head without hesitation.
俺は君と普通に笑顔で言葉を交わせる対等な関係になりたかった。
Me and you, I wanted to have a relationship as equals where we could smile and talk like normal.
ただそれだけ。
That's all.
それ以外の理由はないよ。
There's no other reason. At Misyr's gentle, kind wish, when Noah hears it, he places a hand on his chest.
友
Friend.
そんなこと
Such a thing.
そんな言葉
Such a word.
考えもしなかった
I never thought of it.
君がただ 存在さえしてくれれば、ずっと言葉が届かなくても、気づいてもらえなくても、
If you simply existed forever, even in my words, even if my words didn't reach you, even if you didn't notice me.
僕が孤独でなければそれでいいって。
If I, as long as I wasn't alone, that would be fine.
何もかもを諦めてたのに。
I had given up on everything else.
他でもない君がそれ以上のことを望んでくれるの？
But you of all people wish for something more than that. Misyr nods and answers.
だって君は世界だろうがなんだろうが今こうして生きてる。言葉を交わしてる。
After
俺た
all,
ちと何ら変わりないじゃない。
you, regardless of everything, you're here alive like this. We can talk. We're no different from each other, are we?
だったら友達でも何でもなりたい放題ってもんだ
This
よ。
almost sounds like a weirder confession, like I'll date you. In that case, friends or whatever else, we can be whatever we want. Always watching over him from an unseen place, yearning, jealous, and the Misyr he hated, he accepted his existence for what it was. From Noah's eyes, not ash, but clear tears spill out and fall.
まあ俺たちの場合は友達になる前に彼女をめぐるライバル同士になっちゃったわけだけど。
Well, in our case, before becoming friends, we ended up becoming rivals fighting over her.
その決着さえつければ今からでも
But once we settle that, I'm sure we could now.
互いの寂しさを埋めるための関係じゃない。
Not to cover up each other's loneliness,
同郷の友達に。
purely as friends from the same hometown. Misyr gently turns and looks at me. I understand what he means and slowly takes a step towards Noah. Welcome. Is that what we're gonna do?
ミシェル、
Misyr, Leah.
君にだって彼女に思いを告げ返事をもらう資格はあるってことだよ。
You also have the right to confess your feelings to her and get a reply.
ノア、それを俺たちの
Noah, that should
決着にしよう。
settle things between us. I'm gonna say one thing. This is a sweet, super endearing moment. He talked about it being painful to turn into a thing. So I feel like she should have been in extreme pain when she came back to life. Anyways. Till now, Noah said I was his beloved. He said he loves me multiple times, but it was all one-sided. Before I could respond to him, my mouth, my heart had all crumbled away. But right now, I can receive his words straight on and give him a proper answer. Then the time for settlement quietly came.
僕は
Leah,
ミシェルを救ったあの時の君をとても眩しく感じて、
When you saved Misyr back then, it felt so dazzling.
優しくて無垢で温かくて可愛くて、
Kind, pure, warm, and cute.
その優しさに僕は心底惚れ込んでしまった。
At that kindness, I fell for you from the bottom of my heart.
そばにいてほしい。誰にも取られたくない。僕と一つになってほしい。
don't want you. I want you beside me. I don't want anyone to take you. I want you to become one with me.
そう思ってしまうほどに
Enough to make me think all of that.
本当に
I really did like you.
好きだ、愛してたんだ。
I loved you. Yeah. At Noah's awkward yet straightforward confession, I received it in my heart, and above that, I'm sorry, Noah. Not because your identity is a world itself, not for anything like that. I already have someone I want most in the entire world. I can't answer your feelings. I can't take your hand. I answer as my restored heart says. Oh god. It's like I can't, not that you identify as a planet. I see.
きっと僕は君のことを何も知ろうとせず
I probably didn't try to know anything about you.
救ってもらいたくてそれがきっかけで恋をした時点で間違っていたんだろうね
I had just wanted to be saved. My love came from a place of need. It was already baseless.
だってミシェルは自分を救ってくれたから孤独を拭ってくれたから
After all, for Misyr, because he was saved, because you rid him of solitude.
そんな理由は関係なくアンシャンテを継いだ君の素敵な笑顔に
It wasn't for reasons like that, but instead, at your wonderful smile when inheriting Enchante, he fell in love.
悔しいなどうしてそんな当たり前なことに僕は気づかなかったんだろう
Next story idea, dating planets. It almost happened in this game. It may happen in the future. Almost. We had a dating sim where you could date pigeons. I can picture someone easily taking planets and creating personalities based off how they work in the zodiacs. And like, it could happen. Honestly, it could totally happen. I could see it. Imagine like them having earrings. That's the moons that orbit them. Be so cute. Anyways, how frustrating. Why couldn't I realize such an obvious thing?
君という存在をちゃんと理解してちゃんと恋をすべきだった
Your existence. I should have understood it. I should have loved it properly.
一方的に
Is
ま
she
く
an
したけるんじゃ
astronaut in that world though? Like, how did she get into a position to accidentally date
君と
planets?
話をするべきだったんだね
I should have had rattled on. I shouldn't have rattled on illiterally. I'm more properly. I should have talked with you. Noah, my guy. At my calling, Noah shakes his head, then smiles. Up until now, the most softly. I'm sure that was the smile of his original self. He shows a gentle smile.
ありがとう僕を人間として
What the hell is that word? Oh, good. I just thought it was me. I don't know. Thank you, Leah, for giving me a normal rejection as a human being.
でもそうだな
But unrequited love.
悲しいけどそれ以上にすっきりするんだね
It might be sad, but more than that, it's a relief. Space tilts and the Enchante made of ash starts to violently shake. What's this?
僕の終わりの世界の終焉
See, who the hell says games don't teach us anything? Game give us words that we have never heard of. Honestly, I use the phrase steal myself ironically these days because it's in so many Atomi games and I never see it in anything but Atomi games. Like, steal yourself. And I'm just like, okay, so I'm stealing myself. The world of end times demise. What?
僕はもう自分の体が他の世界に侵食するのを制御できないんだ
I can't control my body encroaching into other worlds anymore.
僕の意志を無視して 数万年越しの飢えや渇きを満たそうと
It
他の
ignores
すべ
my
てを
will. To
飲み
satisfy
込もうとしている。
thousands of years of hunger and thirst, it's trying to swallow up everything else. Eventually, this world of end times would swallow up all worlds that exist and turn them to ash, he says. When a Tomy reviewer was playing Persona 5 and there was a question, she got right answers literally thanks to a Tomy game. What was the question? I want to play Persona. It's just, I don't understand Persona at this point. They have re-released Persona 5 7 times? What does that even mean?
ミシェル、友達として最
Misyr.
初で最後のお願いだ。
As a friend, this is my first and last wish. Noah smiles at Misyr.
僕を止めてほしい。
I want you to stop me.
自分勝手な話だけど、僕は何も全ての世界を壊したいわけじゃない。
I know it's one-sided, but I don't want to destroy all other worlds.
君たちに焦がれて無作為に手を振り回した挙句、多くを壊してしまった。
Yearning for you, waving my hands around randomly, I destroyed many things.
そんな僕がこの願いを望むことすら本当はおこがましいのかもしれないけれど。
I forgot the question, but it involved a certain era from Hakuroki or Burishihana. I love it. I love that. Considering that for me, so many requests like this might be really presumptuous. So a long time ago, sorry, that's just made me think of something. One of my coworkers a long time ago was like fighting with me about something, and he's all like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know that president's name," and it was the $10 bill, and that's Alexander Hamilton, and I'm like, actually, the $10 founding father was never president, and I learned that from Hamilton. Thank you. Before that, I probably couldn't have had that argument.
どうか僕を殺してほしい。
But please, I want you to kill me. Straight words and gaze. With no faltering, he asks Misyr as though he has his full trust. Contrary to his heavy words, Noah's expression is thoroughly peaceful. Noah takes a look around the shop.
ここは僕の中枢、終わりの世界、ノア
This is
の
my
核。
core. The core of the world of end times, Noah.
今、君の目の前にいる僕は、いわばむき出しになった心臓も同然なんだ。
The me before your eyes now is the same as a bare heart.
それを砕けば。
Don't break his heart. If you break that, there's original Persona 5, Persona 5 Royale, the same as the original Persona 5, but with more characters and more story. Persona 5 Strikers kind of sequel, Persona 5 Tactics. What does any of that mean? And there's a Persona 3 coming out on Friday. Like, what is this? If you break that, that's why I'm confused.
君を救う方法は
Is there any way to save you?
ないよ。だからこそ僕はここまで狂ったんだ。
No, that's why I went mad to this degree.
それに本当は僕だって友達
Persona
にそんな
5,
ことをさ
Phantom
せたくない。
Thieves, something. Oh, is it Phantom Thieves? I think it's Phantom Thieves. Only in Japan. There's just so many. What do they mean? Also, really, I would rather not ask a friend to do this.
一人自死する方が君の心を傷
Honestly,
つけ
they're
ないで
really
す。
milking Persona 5 so bad. I just got like, I'm like, what is this? As they keep coming out with another one. Because I'm like, ooh, Persona looks interesting. I can go to school. I can I don't know, steal people's hearts at night. I can play crane games, if I recall correctly. I get to talk to people, and those relationships can affect the story. That sounds almost like an Atomi game. And then they just keep releasing more, and I'm like, what's happening? Who are these people? If I could die on my own, I wouldn't have to injure your heart. But Noah says while hanging his head,
この姿も結局は仮初め。灰の幻想。僕が僕自身を殺そうとしても、灰は灰を砕けない。
This form is temporary, an illusion of ash. Even if I tried to kill myself, ash can't break ash.
でも、今この場で唯一の肉体を持つ君の手でならば。
But if it's by your hand, the only one here with a body of flesh, I could die. I open my eyes wide in surprise at Noah's words, and he softly closes his eyes.
暴れまないで。
Please don't be sad.
今更すぎるのだとしても、これが僕の決着で。
It may be long overdue, but this is my decision.
最後なんだ。
My end.
それに、ほら。失恋した男は早く退場すべきでしょ?
And also a man whose love was rejected. He should leave the stage quickly, right? If you need help with it, come to Persona 5. I will help. Persona 5 Tactics is different, so you don't have to play unless you miss the characters of Persona 5 series. Okay, I assume that the Tactics is like not Final Fantasy. Fire Emblem. And I am not a tactics player. I get very sad when I see a board that looks like a chess board. I get angry, honestly. It's why I don't like League of Legends. They may have changed, but used to it was a board. Before I spread unreasonable ruin any further, please for me, Misyr. Sorry, I thought he was done. When he requests this from Misyr. I've only got Persona 5, but I saw a lot of playthroughs of Persona Tactics. It's like Fire Emblem. Okay, yeah, never. Tactics for me. It bores me. I appreciate all game formats. I have nothing against tactics. They are not made for me. I see a tactics board and I go, oh no. I remember I put a Fire Emblem in once, and my sister knows I hate tactics, and she was watching me play this game, and it gets to the first battlefield, and she said it with me. She's like, oh, because she knows I'm not going to play. And I was like, oh, my bad. I thought this was different, because they were talking so much about the houses. I thought there was so much else happening here, but no, it was still tactics. When I requested this from Misyr, he slowly goes behind the counter and takes 2 cups. Of course, they're made from ash. His handles them carefully to not break them.
はい、これ。落とさないようにしっかり握って。
Here you go. Hold it tight so you don't drop it. When he returns, he hands one to Noah, and he holds the other cup in his hand.
中身が入ってたら完璧だったんだけど、この際、贅沢は言えないね。
It would be perfect if there was something inside, but I can't ask for luxuries here. Aww.
Misyr?
Misyr? Noah is confused, and Misyr softly smiles.
差し出して、ノア。
Hold it out, Noah.
友達を殺すなんて言えないよ。だから俺はあくまで
I can't say
君を見送ることにする。
I can't say I'll kill a friend, so instead I'll say I'm seeing you off.
まあ、気弁っちゃ気弁なんだけど、これが俺と君の最初で最後のお茶会だ。
Dude, he was dying earlier. I just want to point this out. He was near death. And it's been over 20 minutes since then, and he's fine. He's doing great. He's holding up. I know it's an illusion, but this is yours and my first and last tea party. Ching! With the clank made by their mouths, I'm gonna assume. Coffee cups of ash the two are holding gently touch. Then, the slight impact conveys to Noah and his body to ash gradually crumble away. They're so cute. But right now, the face on the young man finally meeting death after thousands of years is completely calm.
ミシェル、君はどこまでもお人よしだね。
I love the CG. Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm more disturbed by his body though, because now the black looks like cuts in his body, like he's cracking, which I guess maybe that's the look they're going for. Misyr, soft-hearted through and through.
彼女を人間で亡くした僕にここまで優しくしていいの？
Is it really okay to be this kind to me after making her not human?
ん？まあぶっちゃけ思うところはあるけど、そういういざこざも含めて友達ってもんじゃない？
To be honest, I have some thoughts on it. But don't friendships include quarrels like this? I'm no match for you.
君にはかなわないな。
それに君には恩があるからね。それはそれでお礼がしたくてさ。
Also to you, I owe a debt. I needed to repay it somehow.
恩？
A debt?
君でしょ。俺と幼い彼女が出会った時、彼女とあのコーヒーカップを。
It was you, right? When I met Leah in her childhood, Leah in that coffee cup.
異形の俺や世界の配下から守ってくれたのは。
From me and my strange form, the world's ash, you protected them, right?
神様が起こしてくれた奇跡にしてはやたらと都合が良すぎるなーって思って
To
たん
be a
だ。
miracle caused by God, I figured it was a little too convenient.
それは
That's... He knows. Oh no, he's melting. Oh no, he's melting.
違うよ、ミシェル。
No, Misyr, that's
違う
wrong.
んだ。僕はただあの瞬間
I simply in that moment.
君とつながった彼女が僕も救ってくれるんじゃないかって反射的に干渉しただけで
Saw your connection to her and thought maybe I would be saved too. I just intervened on instinct.
君や彼女を思ってのことじゃなかった。自分のことしか考えてなかったんだ。
I didn't do it considering you or her. I was only thinking about myself.
あのコーヒーカップだって彼女に会うための目印に
Even that coffee cup, it was a touchstone to her to see her.
亀裂をこじ開けるために利用しただけで
I just used it to force open fissures.
はいはい。理由はどうでもいいの。それで彼女が無事だったのは事実なんだから。
Reason doesn't matter. What does is the fact that she's safe.
それより、せっかくの友達同士のお茶会なんだ。そんなしんみりしないで、明
This is
る
a
く明るく。
great tea party between friends. Don't get so gloomy. Cheer up. Yeah, you're right.
ねえミシェル
Hey, Misyr.
僕を一人にした君を
I resented you for
恨んでたよ。
leaving me alone.
でもそれ以上に
But more than that,
羨ましかったんだ。
I was jealous
アンシャンテに行ける君が
that you could go to Enchante,
アンシャンテの話をする君が
that you talked about Enchante.
すごく羨ましかった。
I was really, really jealous.
僕もいつかアンシャンテで
I also one day at
常連のみんな
Enchante
と
with you and all the regulars.
一緒にコーヒーが
Together, I want to drink
飲みたか
coffee.
ったんだ。
俺もだよ。
Me too, Noah.
だから
So
かりそめのお店でも
just feel that in this temporary shop.
かなってすごく
I'm
嬉しい。
really happy.
ありが
Thank you. Those final words. Noah, first off, rude. I thought I got it, and then you did that to me. Noah quietly scattered into a small flurry of ash.
さようなら。俺のたった一人の
Farewell, my only friend
東京の友。
from my homeland.
ずっと見守ってくれてありがとう。俺は君とのこの瞬間を
Thank you for always watching over me.
絶対に忘れないよ。
This moment with you, I'll never forget it. Why is this sad? I want to cry. Having been truly saved from solitude, in the end, he exchanges words with Misyr with a smile and disappears as his friend from the same homeland. And then we die, right, Misyr? Misyr hangs his head in sadness, even when I call to him. This world won't give time to mourn the loss or the pain. With the disappearance of Noah, the world's erosion probably stopped. I'm like tearing up. Yeah, that hurt. Oh no. However, due to Noah leaving his body, or in other words, the world itself begins to crumble. To that, this Enchante of Ash is no exception. Wait, how did we kill him? I'm a little confused there. The many antique lamps. The big table where everyone relaxed. The counters and the shelves. Everything in that place. Slowly, a little at a time, crumbles away and starts vanishing from existence. Annihilation of the world. The demise of the world of end times. Before this unavoidable event, I quickly called to Misyr. Misyr, you should just merge with the world. Merge with the world. Well, I may have temporarily regained my human outline. I'm still not served. Severed from this world. Like I gradually disappear from the bottom of my feet, I'm eaten away by the senses. To at least get Misyr to escape, I desperately call his name, but
お断りします。
I refuse. What? Misyr's battered hand once again covers my cheek. The smile he makes is unbelievably cheerful for someone about to die, engulfed in the annihilation of the world.
俺が
Wait,
何
what?
のためにここに来たのか忘れちゃった。
What I came here for, did you forget?
やっと見つけた君を。はい、さようなら。なんて置いていくわけないじゃない。
I finally found you. Okay, goodbye. Do you think I could say that and leave you behind? Misyr. But over and over, Misyr only continues to caress my vague cheek.
君が世界と共に終わるというなら、俺もここで終わりを迎えるよ。
If you're going to end with this world, then I'll meet my end here too.
君がいない人生に意味はない。君がいない世界でコーヒーを飲んでも美味しくなんて。
There's no meaning in my life without you. Even if I drank coffee in a world without you, it wouldn't be good.
それに、ここは強がるより甘えてくれた方が男としては嬉しいかな。
Also, you couldn't bear to fawn over me and let me be the man. I'd like that, wouldn't you? You could bear. Sorry, I couldn't. I was like, why?
だから 言ってほしい。普通の人間の女性として恋人へ当たり前に抱く
So I want you to say it
気持ちを
as a normal human woman, the feelings you have for your lover. Mysyr's as though he's holding coffee in one hand. Casual, cheerful, yet more kind than anyone in the world's voice. Misyr, my feelings slip out. I want to be with you. We're finally reunited, and yet I don't want to be away from you ever again. I know it's impossible, but I say my selfish desire. Be with me, Misyr, as close to me as you can. Don't ever let me go. Wiping away my flowing tears, Misyr gently smiles.
了解
Yeah, I won't.
たとえ魔王でなくなったって恋する男は愛する女性のためなら
Even if I'm not a demon king, a man in love for the sake of the woman he loves,
どんなチートや願いだって叶えてみせるんだから
would fulfill any cheat or wish. Like right here, look at this face. Like, what a cute face. Yeah. No matter the form, even if my body and consciousness flees, I love you too.
俺もだよ数万年の時を経て出会えた俺の運命のマスター
Me too, Leah. A meeting over tens of thousands of years, my fated owner. Misyr places a gentle kiss upon me. His life, his warmth, his is stronger than anyone else's. His feelings for me. I received it with my soft and brittle body, as though this was a sign for collapse. The world, much like when Noah drifted here in the past, returns to a pure white world of nothingness. The only thing left in this blank space was Misyr and I, just the two of us. They're not dead. They wouldn't do that to me. Real? Wait. This is the bad ending? Are you for real? Hola. This is a bad ending? I'm lost. This isn't a bad ending. This is great. Okay. I'm like, they died together. This is Romeo and Juliet. I mean, I figured I got the right thing going on right here, so. Interesting. I don't know if I imagined that guy was a whole planet. I'll give the game that. I did assume they were related in some way, or he was like a, I don't know what the right word is. Like he split off from him and became bad. Like that's what I was thinking might have happened. I don't know. But they had tea. They had a party. The world ended a little bit. That's kind of nice. I don't know how I feel right now. I almost started to cry. Dude, that was sad. That's a sad game. What in the stars? I just muted myself. I meant to turn my volume up. That is true. Bittersweet is fair. I guess it's this. This is what makes me think they were the same person, but they're not. And they open their eyes. They're fine. Everything's fine. Yeah?
どうかな、ソンは。俺のコーヒーを入れる腕、結構上達したんじゃない？
How is it, Soan? I've gotten a lot better at making coffee, right?
旧大点だな。
It's passable.
相変わらず手厳しい。
Everyone was so surprised about this game being so sad. So that's probably because, wasn't there a manga that came out around the same time as this Otomi game that was just a super fun I run a cafe and people from other worlds visit it sometimes. So maybe they're picturing that. This is just depression. This is just depression. You're as tough as always. I was really sure about that one.
簡単に褒めちまったら、マスターである俺の立場がねえだろ。
If I complimented you that easily, I wouldn't have any respect as the owner.
だがまあ、お前は昔からコーヒーを入れるのに一番大切な部分に芯が通ってる。
That said, even since way back then, you've always had the most important part of making coffee down.
相手に美味しく飲んでほしい。そう思う気持ちがな。
Wanting it to be delicious to the drinker, you know feelings like that.
あれか。ミシェルお前。
Misyr, do you?
もしかして自分が入れたコーヒーを飲ませたい相手がいるのか。
Could you have someone in mind that you want to drink your coffee?
図星か。
Bullseye.
いいじゃねえか。目的目標があってこそ人間ってのは成長するもんだ。
People can sometimes grow a little more when they have purpose in their heart.
しかし本当、その心構えやらなんやら。
But seriously, with that mindset and everything, you...
魔王なんかよりこっちの仕事の方がよっぽど向いてるんじゃねえか？
More than your role as a demon king, wouldn't you be more suited for this line of work? Is he now working the cafe and they're live? They're fine. Everything's fine. Everyone's happy. We're fine.
なあなあ。
Hey, hey.
カリア。カリア。お前、昨日の音楽番組見た？
Karia. Karia. Did you watch the music show yesterday?
いや、昨日は早めに寝たから、あんまテレビ見
No,
て
I
な
went
く
to
て。
bed early yesterday, so I didn't watch much TV.
何？すごい歌手でも出てたの？
Why, was there a cool singer or something?
ちげえよ。
Nope, to tell the truth,
実は、
it was actually
実は俺が応援してるアイドルの子が、
the idol I've been really into.
自分は人外って番組中でカミングアウトしたんだよ。
She came out on the show that she's a non-human.
ああ。で、何？それがショックでファン辞めるとか、そういう話？
Wait, so what? Are you saying it was too much of a shock and now you're canceling her?
は？なんでそんな話になるんだよ。サイリウムで脇腹つつくぞ。
Huh? Why would you say that? I'll jab your gut with my light sticks.
なんだ違うのか。てっきり人外だから不気味とか怖いとか。
What? I was wrong? I thought you'd say non-humans are creepy or scary or something.
そんなわけないだろ。むしろ惚れ直したね。これからも全力で応援する。
In fact, I've fallen in love all over again. I'll be supporting her as hard as I can now.
あの可愛さは人間とは思えないって俺前々から思ってたし。
Such cuteness seems beyond human. That's what I've always thought about her. Why are you
なんでそこで笑うんだよ。別に。それより俺、用事あるから先帰るよ。
Man. You ever feel like there's like an undertone? I felt it. No, it's nothing. You know, I have something I have to go do. I'm gonna take off.
もうお前毎週この曜日には用事あるよな。
Wait, already? You've had something to do every day this week. Where are you going?
ああ、言ってなかったっけ？ GPM の本部。
Oh, I didn't
体の
tell you?
検査があってさ。
GPM headquarters for a checkup.
GPM って人外とかの保護をしてる
GPM, the place that hosts the non-humans?
俺も実は人外なんだよね。
Yeah, you know, I'm
これからも
actually a
よろしく。
non-human too. I hope we can keep getting along like this. Aw, he came out to his friends. They know now. The world of end times. The world by this name caused major disasters that scarred the human world. Even the world's government agencies couldn't hide this extent of turmoil. Once it ended, the nation revealed the existence of other worlds and non-humans to the public shortly after. Separated beyond space-time, the existence of countless other worlds and beings inhabiting those other worlds told of in myths and legends, non-humans. Kadia, best boy. I know he needs his own spin-off. I keep saying it. At first, the majority of people didn't believe such things to be possible. Think about Rune Factory 2. Your child grows up, and then your child is who you play as, and then your child has dateable characters based on the relationship you didn't pick to be in because that changed who the children would be. But after the announcement, non-humans started coming forward one after another. Their existence is slowly but surely beginning to permeate through the world. And around the time reconstruction in various areas had settled down, wait, that still has the tree, bro. Okay, the font here, reverse it. Make the words white, please. Fairy World Media. Wait, she's still trapped.
ようやくあなたも重い腰を上げましたか。
At last, so you finally lift that heavy backside.
まったく現状維持が大好きな騎士と陛下には今まで苦労させられましたよ。
Goodness, as those favoring the status quo, the knight and her highness, you have caused me much trouble.
言い方にトゲを感じるな。我らも好きでその選択をしていたわけではないのだが。
I sense thorns in the way you speak. This decision was not exactly to my liking either.
しかし、あの亀裂によって妖精界にも少なくはない被害が出たことじゃし。
However, the damage those Misyrs caused to the fairy world was not small by any means.
妖精たちや歴代女王の無念を晴らすためにも。
To dispel the regrets of the fairies and previous queens.
今こそ世界中を、この歪んだ世界を断つ時であろう。
This time, Yggdrasil, it is time to sever this distorted world.
亀裂の影響、スパルトイとの戦い。
From fighting the Misyrs and Spadatoy.
世界中が大きく疲労し、再生が開始されないと確実に確認が取れた今が。
Yggdrasil is greatly fatigued. Now confirming it's no longer regenerating, this is our greatest opportunity.
お前たちにも恩を返してみせよ。
I shall now repay my debt to you.
勝てるのか。
Will you triumph?
先代が傷しかつけられなかった。
Those previous could only injure this world tree.
造作もない。
It is no issue.
今までの葛藤が何だったのかと拍子抜けするほどに。すぐに終わらせてみせるさ。
The point of being anticlimactic, considering all the trouble until now, I shall finish this quickly.
だが、そうだな。
However, before that,
決戦の前に心を落ち着けるため、あの喫茶店に寄っておくとしよ
う。Before the decisive battle, to settle my heart, I would like to visit that cafe. I'm going to the cafe. Bestia.
亀裂のせいで片っ端から表彰が消えちまったが。
The ice sheet was totally destroyed by those Misyrs.
結局のとこ、また海が凍って氷床になってくわけだし、うちは他の世界よりか復興しやすいわな。
But in the end, the sea froze again into another ice sheet. Guess our world recovers better than others.
全部終わったからこそ自己嫌悪が。
Now that I've got a moment, I can feel the self-loathing coming on. Me and you both. High five.
いや、当然うじうじなんだするつもりはねえが。
No, of course I don't intend to hesitate doing it, but
昔のあいつらを、同胞やダチたちの弔いをちゃんと果たさなきゃな。
all the ones from the past, a memorial for my brethren and friends. I need to do right by them.
Oh, おう、コロロか。 別にへこんでるわけじゃねえから。
Oh, Kororo, I'm not really depressed. Don't worry.
つうか、お前の仲間っぽいのも、あの騒動の中で見かけたって情報があったし。
Actually, I saw some information about spotting your kin during the turmoil.
案外、お前の両親も生き残って、その辺の海でのんびり泳いでんじゃねえか。
Surprisingly, your parents might have even survived. Are you swimming around the sea somewhere? Yeah. Bro! What?
聞いてくださいっす。俺、あちこち回った末に、とうと
う。Listen up, please. After rocking around to all types of places, finally.
あの戦いでの兄貴の大活躍をベスティア中に広めること
I'm gonna assume it was walking, not rocking. I was able to spread the word to all of Bestia about all the cool stuff you did in battle. Unless he's playing music.
あ？お前姿を見せねえと思ったら何を勝手に
What? I didn't even see you around. What are you doing on your own?
これで生き残った魔獣がまた兄貴たちに挑戦しに来ること間違いないっす
With this, the surviving demon beasts are definitely coming to chop it up with you again, bro. They're down.
連中、殺し合いどうのよりも兄貴の武勇伝に目キラキラさせて憧れた感じっす
More than killing each other, they were super excited and they even admitted your heroic talent. Admired even.
まさに革命っすよ
This is a total revolution. From now on, instead of spilling blood, it'll dawn a new age of competitive fighting.
こんなアホドラあれからとことん調子に乗りやがって
You stupid tiger, you've gotten even more carried away since last time.
たく結局どうあってもベスティアじゃ落ち着けそうにね
God, in the end, I can't even settle down while I'm in Bestia.
やっぱあそこに行くしかねえが
I guess I just have to make a visit.
久々にベスティアに戻って思う存分泳いだろうし
I'm sure you've had your fill of swimming around in Bestia after so long.
お前も来るつうか戻るかコロロ
You want to come too? Or rather, go back, Kororo? Heavenly World Calm.
壊れたな。
It's broken.
ああ壊れたな
Yeah, it's broken.
神、結局壊れちゃいましたね。
Yes, so God still ended up broken in the end.
私としては霊力が必要だっただけで。
I just needed the spirit energy.
いえ、あわよくば天使への支配機能の一つや二つだけでも壊れてくれればと思いはしましたが。
No, I simply thought it'd be best if one or two angel control functions broke.
最終的には中心部までがっつり削られちまったもんな
Yet in the end, everything down to the central core was eaten away.
一応外見だけは直したがもう最低限の機能しか残ってねえだろうし
We managed to fix the outside, but all that remains is the bare minimum level of functionality.
つかまあ神が無事だったところで展開がいい方向に転がるわけねえんだろうけどよ
Although if God was left safe and alive, I doubt the heavenly world would have moved in a good direction.
皇帝また人間界への救済計画が再開されるだけだと判断する
Affirmative, I determined that the salvation project of the human world would have resumed.
感情を宿したことで理解したが
I know this now that I have emotions.
あのお方の支配思考や権力への執着はあまりにも歪みきっていた
His desire for control and fixation on power, it was far too warped.
あの人格がユルに上書きされかけたと思うと未だ大事気が止まらん
Just thinking about it, the personality being overwritten onto Il, the dread I feel does not subside.
無論それに従っていた私も同罪だが
Of course, I'm equally guilty for following along.
まあ落ち込んでる場合じゃねえだろう未だに混乱してる天使たちも多い
あいつらをどうにか落ち着かせねえと。
Well, there's no time to get gloomy. There's still lots of confused angels. We need to find a way to settle them down.
肯定しよう。そのためにもいる。
Affirmative. For that, Il, you still
お
have
前にも
things
まだ
to
やる
do.
べきことが。待て。
Wait.
今の話を聞いて早々にどこへ行くつもりだ？我が片翼よ。
Where exactly are you intending to go after hearing news of this, my other wing?
どうか見逃してください。
Please let me go.
ここ最近ほとんど休みがないのです。その間に人間界で何本の乙女ゲームが発売されたことか。
Barely had any breaks lately. In this time, a plethora of Atomi titles have gone on sale in the human world.
甘くとろける愛の物語が恋しいです。グッ
I
ズ通
feel
販も
this.
し
It
たい
must
で
be
す。
Christmas.
アイスなどの甘味も食べたいです。
I dearly miss those sweet stories of love. I also want to buy the merchandise and eat sweets like ice cream.
というわけでして、私はあの喫茶店にてしばらく悠々自適に過ごします。
So with that said, I'll be living a comfortable life of leisure at the cafe for a while.
待ている。
Eel!
将来我ら天使を率いる身で、そのような堕落した生活など。
As the future leader of us angels to live such a fallen lifestyle. Don't let him play Verche. Oh no. His wings would turn completely black.
ああ、あれはもう追いつけねえな。しばらくは自由にさせてやるしかねえわな。
I don't think we can catch him now. I guess we just have to let him do what he wants for a little while. Human world.
まったく、あの騒動でもろくに動かない部署を不審に思って調べてみれば。
Man, I was suspect of departments that didn't work right, even in that mess. And after looking,
海が出るわ出るわ。とんでもない場所だったよ。あの第二開発課とかいう場所は。
out goes the garbage. What a ridiculous place, the second development division.
あんな非人道的な吐き気がする研究を行う場所が自分の職場にあったとはね。
To think there was such a place doing inhumane, disgusting research in a place I worked.
ミカド、やっぱり彼らが許せないかい？
Makaido, do you find them unforgivable? Of
僕も
course,
同じ気持ちだけどさ。
I feel the same way.
ああ、許せるはずがない。叶うなら今すぐにでも追いかけて、八つ咲きにしてやりたいよ。
Totally fair, Makaido. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Of course, it's unforgivable. If possible, I would chase after them right now and cut them to pieces.
ふーちゃん。いや、雫に罪をなすりつけ人外に変えた。
I'm on Makaido's side no matter what. Okay.
笑いしていたような連中。
Makaido created an evil tower and said he was going to give his fox spirit as many spirits as it wanted to become human again, even though it was talking in agony. I'm not always going to be on his side, but yes, he was wronged. I agree that. To Q, no, to Suzuku, those bastards that blamed her for crimes turned her into a non-human and mocked her. Kaido.
けど、いいんだ。そんな復讐をしている時間こそが無駄なんだって。
It's
理解
okay.
してるから。
I understand that time spent on such revenge would be a waste.
それに、今の僕には他に何よりも優先すべきことがあるからね。
Also, right now I have something to prioritize more than anything else.
優先すること。
Something to prioritize?
無論、クーちゃんを雫に戻すことだとも。
Of course, that's to change Q back to Suzuku.
今まで諦めないと言いつつ、本心では半ば諦めていた夢。
I'm on his side. I don't agree with that part, but he can find another way. Yes, but in that route he didn't. And so, yes, he can find another way now. I'm proud of him. he's not Dromy. I'm not like F this guy at the end of it. I still like him. I said I'd never give up with my heart. I had begun to let go of the dream.
それを僕はもう一度追いかける。
But I'm gonna pursue it again.
ミシェル君が事故とはいえ、人外から人間に戻った事例。
Also exposed them too. Yeah. With the president of Misyr returning to human from non-human, though an accident.
それはつまり、雫にも希望はあるということが
It's evidence
証
that
明さ
there's
れた
still
のだから。
hope for Shizuku.
そっか。
I see. Just
で
don't
も
overdo
無
it.
茶だけはするなよ。僕もできることがあるなら。
Also, I'll try to help you as much as I can.
もちろんだとも。気の長い研究になるだろうし、僕も健康に気をつけて長生きしないと。
Research will take a long time. I need to watch my health and live a long too.
張り切ってるね。僕の方もいろいろと後始末なりなんなり頑張らないとな。
If I was in this game, I would make sure they get a punishment. Or you could make the incident never happen. Then something else would happen traumatically and she would still die, I would assume, if it's like, I don't know, the time traveler story. And make sure I take care of all the cleanup work.
それじゃ早速お仕事をと行きたいところだけど。
I just remembered something. Did Rindo got a sister or something? Cool. That fox is his sister. Anyways, I gotta get to work, or that's what I should say, but...
死ぬほど忙しくなる前に。
Before I get so busy I could die.
あの喫茶店で一息ついてくるとしようかな。
Maybe I should take a little breather at the cafe. Look at this build-up. Like, are they there or aren't they? It's been a while since I saw his route. You forgot that you're siding with, I'm siding with her. His girlfriend was turned into a non-human. That's his sister the whole time. Asmodia.
魔王様。
Demon King.
魔王様。
Demon King, listen. It's been years. My bride. What could you be doing right now?
ホールが消え、人間界に行けなくなってからというものの。
After the wormhole disappeared and I could no longer go to the human world.
お前の姿が
The sight of you never leaves my mind. Asmodeus, I hate you. He's literally pining.
お前恋しさのあまりに夜も8時間程度しか眠れぬほどだ。
Because I've been missing you, I can only sleep about 8 hours at night.
せめて俺様の夢の中に仰せに来てくれないものか。
At the very least, we could have a twist in my dreams. Yeah, you know, like Asia will have with Adolph tonight. I don't care about his feelings.
普通にぐっすり快眠されていないか?
Isn't he just sleeping like usual? Like, look at this guy. This is a route.
魔王様は恋の病という難病と日々戦っておられる
Demon
のだ。
King is fighting the incurable disease of a broken heart every day.
いや、そうは言うか。
Finally, I'm never coming back.
お仕事
What?
に手がつかなくちゃな。
But we're gonna start Cupid Parasite soon. Sparkle, sparkle, shimmer, shimmer. You say that, but if he doesn't do his work, rebuilding the Demon King castle won't even happen.
魔界の半分が荒野になった今、魔王様には
Half
少
of the
しでも
demon
早
world
く
is a
この指示をい
wasteland
た
now.
だ
The
きたいんだ
Demon
が。
King needs to direct his energies to reconstruction much quicker.
魔王様、魔王様
Demon King, big
大変で
news.
す。
なんだ俺様がセンチメンタルに
Stop
浸ってい
bullying
る
me.
ところ
I'm
に
sorry.
騒が
You're
しい
right. I'm so sorry. Picture of Sheen. That's fine. We'll have it's fine. Here's a picture of Sheen in your dreams. What is it? Being so noisy while I'm bathing in my sentimentality.
人間界へと続くホールが再び発生しました。それも今回はかなりの広さで。
A wormhole to the human world has opened up once again, but this time it's quite large.
これはチャンスですよ。今度こそ正真正銘人間界に。
This is our chance. This time genuinely to the human world.
求婚に行けるということだな。
I can go and make my marriage proposal? Wait, what? What about
侵略は
the invasion?
やはりお前と俺様は運命の伴侶なのだな。我が花嫁よ。
What do you mean no? You don't want a poster of Sheen? I don't understand. What do you want? You and I share. No freaking. Oh, no freaking. First off, it's a proposal. It's like Beauty and the Beast. Belle still said no. You can't kill him. He's got a country to take care of. You and I share a mighty desire, my beloved bride.
こうしてはいれん。一刻も早く人間界に、あの店に向かわねば。
And he's not a threat, he's happy. Look at him. She wasn't mean to her father. He didn't call him crazy old Maurice. I can't just sit around a moment longer. They're into the human world. I must go to that shop.
魔王は魔王らしく、欲しいものは奪い取るのが流儀。
Like a demon king, my style is to take what I want.
覚悟していろ、エセ魔王。俺様は花嫁を諦めるつもりなど。
Prepare yourself, false demon king. I have no intentions of giving my bride to the likes of you. OMG, I hate him. I'll take over the demon castle. The demon castle needs to be repaired. It needs it repaired.
いざ、略奪愛。
Look, shall go to plunder love. He's happy. That should be it, right? That's every side character now. Sir, go away. Tokyo outskirts. Nearby, at a station far from the city center, in an alley a short walk away, a certain cafe is under private operation. Proud of its fragrant coffee and tasty menu, a fine shop known only to those in the know. The shop receives unique visitors from various worlds, and inside the shop, a beautiful world all of its own extended.
ふむふむ。今日も見事な世界だこと。
Huh, today's world is quite impressive too.
さては、また消えてるな。しょうがない。探し出すとしようか。
You've disappeared again. I can't help it. I'll search for you.
さーて、俺の大切なお姫様はどこかな？
Now then, where could my cherished princess be? Leah, I found you. What? The feeling of being embraced. My existence right now is vague and my body only has a faint sense of touch. Still, I am dearly embraced by...
コーヒー入れる練習中かな。
Are you practicing brewing coffee?
熱心なのもいいけど、あんまり構ってくれないと、元魔王様が拗ねちゃうぞ。
It's good to be diligent, but if you don't pay attention to me, your former demon king will sulk, okay? Misyr, you say that every day. Did you already finish shopping?
もちろん。ミッションコンプリートですよ。
Of
我
course.
が愛しのマスターさん。
Mission complete, my dear owner. Aww, he graces me with a light, tender kiss. Kisses, multiple kisses. It's an overly sweet expression of affection, but I'm still happy about it, so I can't even help but smile. Still, Misyr, lately you've gotten really good at finding me.
そりゃあね、 君ってば油断してるとすぐ消えちゃうんだもの。最初は心臓止まるかと思ったよ。
Of course, you disappear when I stop paying attention, even a little. At first, it nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry, I'm not doing it on purpose, but if I focus on something else, my existence as me becomes less in my conscience.
まあいいけどね。俺は君を何回だって見つけられる自信があるし。
It's fine. I'm confident that I could find you in any number of times after all.
それで、練習の方はどう？その体でコーヒーを入れるの慣れてきた？
So how's it? How's your practice going? Are you used to making coffee with that body yet? Decently, I guess. I think I can make about as good as I did while human.
最初は大変だったよね。サイフォンが彼方に飛んでったり、コーヒー豆が霧になって店内を満たしたり。
It was big trouble at first. The siphon would go flying into the distance, or the beans would fill the shop like dust. I'm sorry for all that trouble. The two of us laugh and look over the inside of the shop as sunlight is pouring in. The demise of the world of end times, Noah. Due to that, as I was merged with him, my body also began to crumble away. She's a form folk that's being forgotten, is what I'm understanding. And still with me then, Misyr should have met his demise too. However... It's okay, listen to my words. Yeah, this world right now is a blank world with no master. As you're melted into the world, if you wish it now as I vanish, I'm sure you could control it. The world you desire, the world you like most. Please find happiness in it with my friend. Is this all a fake? The final message that Noah left behind. I followed along and reflected my ideals onto the world. Before I knew it, there was a new world. The world of me was born. Me, 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 me. That's right. This easy sunlight and the trees full of life, the aroma of coffee in the shop, all of it is both my body and the world. In exchange for losing my human form, my form was remade much like Noah. However, the world extending in this shop is only a part of me. Beyond the gate, still standing in the back of the shop, is a world that's my true body. From there, I am able to return to the human world. Just like Noah, I constructed a body half ghost-like in form and use it as my core to continue operating the shop. Along with Misyr, who has become my co-owner.
それにしても、君が望んだ世界っていうから、どんな世界かと思えば。
You know, I wondered what kind of world it would be, the one that you would wish for.
まさか、いつかのお茶会の景色を再現するとは。
To think you would reproduce the scene of that tea party from back then.
そこまで気に入ってくれてたなんて、俺としても嬉しかったり。
I've got to say I'm very pleased if you liked it that much. This scene was a really special one to me after all. But the damage Misyr's body took in the world of end time was by no means minor. For a while he was hospitalized, often for surgeries, straddling the line between life and death. Mikaido said it was a true miracle that he recovered to this extent. He's only been able to walk around like this very recently after finishing rehabilitation. Wow. Damn. So, things I can't do as a non-human, Misyr does for me. Things Misyr can't do as a human, I do for him. We help each other out like this and offer delicious coffee to our guests each day.
Huh?
I go quiet and Misyr gives me a mysterious look. Oh, you know, now that I'm getting used to this body, I realize that I'm not human anymore. I'm a non-human, and a world too. Things are pretty ridiculous, I must admit. The reality of it all has just hit me. Yeah. If going forward if after your lifetime passes and I despair in my eternal life, much like Noah, I might remake the world beyond the gate into a really scary one. And I might one day affect the human world. Even still, Misyr. Leah. Misyr gently whispers my name and puts strength in his arms around me before an annihilation approaches, much like when he swore to stay beside me.
君の不安も怖さもわかる。俺だって
I understand
君
you
より先
fear
に死
your
ぬ未来なん
unease.
て想像すらしたくない。
I don't want to imagine a future where I die and leave you behind either.
だからさ、一つ約束をしよ
So how about we make a promise, okay? A promise?
う。仮に俺がいつか君を置いて寿命で死んでも
Even if one day my life passes and I die and leave you behind.
転生でも幽霊でも異形でも何でもいい。
Reincarnation, we talked
どんな
about
姿になったっ
this.
て
Whether by reincarnation or by ghost or by strange form, it doesn't matter regardless of my form.
俺は君のコーヒーを飲みにこの店の
I'll
ドア
come
ベルを
ring the
鳴らしに来
doorbell
るよ。
at this shop to drink your coffee.
絶対にね。それはいつかの俺の来店は君の生きる理由になれないかな。
That much is certain. Would my eventual visit to this shop not be enough reason for you to live? No, not at all. I'll be waiting, Misyr. I'm long accustomed to waiting for your visits after all.
ああ、あれもしかして魔界での騒動の後しばらく姿を消したこと根に持ってたり。
Are you holding my disappearance after all of the turmoil of the whole demon world against me? Just a little. But it's why I can wait. It's because I love you. You are more than anyone else, the one I cherish.
それは俺だって同じだよ。
I can say the same thing.
何度だって言うよ。君を全世界の誰よりも愛してる。
I can say it any number of times, Leah. I love you more than anyone in the world. Oh! This passionate whisper, our lips meet. It's a promise. Even if we live different times and lives, our feelings will be together for eternity. The proof of our vow.
人としての生をすべて君に捧げ。
I'll give my whole life as a human to you.
その死後も俺は数百、数千、数万年かかろうと君を目指して旅を続ける。
Even after I die, even if it's hundreds, thousands, millions of years, I'll continue my journey to find you.
だからたどり着いたその時は変わらない笑顔で迎えてほしい。
So when I finally reach you,
愛しい愛しい
I want you to
マスター
greet
さん。
me with that same smile, my dear beloved owner. Yeah, me too. Even after 100,000 millions of years, with freshly ground coffee, I'll always be waiting for you, my dear beloved customer.
立場上今は同じマスターだけど君にとって俺は
Even though we're
永遠の
both owners
お客
now,
ってわけか。
I guess I'll always be your customer, huh? At the back of the shop, a sound rings out from the gate, where old bonds and new encounters intersect to notify of the visitor of guest at the mysterious cafe. Misyr and I, the words the two owners announce are set towards the treasured guest who visit. With an extraordinary smile,
いらっしゃいませ。よう
Did
こ
I
そ。
do it? I don't even know if I did it. Welcome.
幻想喫
The
茶
Cafe
アンシャンテへ。
Enchante. Ooh. Finn. Woo. Get another weird prologue? No? No? That'd be funny. That was pretty cute. But did we get all the photos? What really matters. Definitely delicious. Oh, we unlocked a completed CG. Wait, I didn't get a look at it. 43 or 43. We did it. We got all of them. Wait, where's the completed CG? How do I see that one? What the heck? Is that under, like, others? I got a cool one. Look at that. Look at them. I got all the things. This looks like a different game. This looks like, hang on, there's another game. I think I own it. Do I own it? Am I lying? Am I a liar? Heck. This looks like this. Veritable barricade. Because they're all wearing suits. I've never saw it before. No one's ever got all the pictures before in this game. I'm the first. Like, Eel looks like a different guy. They look cool. They look like Chainsaw Man. Maybe there's a button to hide the text. That's cool, though. That's pretty cool. What a neat wallpaper. Oh, his pictures pop up in here. That's so mean. Almost 9 hours. Shush, 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 shush. Oh, wait, did they show that in the... Well, you know what? We did it, and that's what really matters. We got all the chapters, we got all the pictures. I honestly won't lie. You can't silence me. First off, it's not 9 hours, okay? It's 8 hours and 57 minutes. We're fine. Plus, we talked a lot of that. Jeez. I wasn't crazy. Although I'm still worried my back's gonna hurt when I stand up. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We survived! I don't care about getting bad endings if there's no pictures. I'm not gonna lie. I only ever get the bad endings because there's pictures linked to them. Plus, this game doesn't have fast to the next option. There is the option to get to like the last chapter and put like low like. I don't know. And I could do that, but it's after midnight, and it's after midnight for you too. So I think it's better to just call it a night. So thank you for joining me for Cafe Enchante. We got all the pictures. That's what matters. Yeah, Akisa stream hype. We're going to be watching that tomorrow. I got permission to stream them at the same time, so I'm going to make a little border. And maybe I'll play Cupid Parasite at the same time, or maybe we'll just play like a silly game while it's playing, just so it's not like getting into the way of the actual stream. I might try to make little pictures in the morning that represent some of the games coming soon, because I know there's a fan disc for Virtua we want. Radiant Tell apparently was already announced. We'll see, we'll see. So thank you for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see my more recent videos, you can check me out on Twitch. If you're watching this on Twitch, I upload all my VODs onto YouTube. It's almost back to being in sync. I got kind of behind in November, so we're almost to the point where my streams should be a week apart from my actual streams. So I'm pretty excited about that too, because I was uploading videos every day and I felt bad about it. So thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. Bye! It's not 9 hours yet. It's 8.59. It's not there. Bye!